What is going on, guys, and welcome to Bootstrap 4 video. In this video we're going to cover Bootstrap 4 tutorial and build a Bootstrap only project. What is going on, guys, and welcome to this Bootstrap course. We will start this course with Bootstrap tutorial, where we will cover what is Bootstrap, how to add Bootstrap to our project, and a brief overview of Bootstrap syntax. I tried to keep this Bootstrap tutorial short and concise because of following reasons. First, and probably the most important one, in my experience, working with random code snippets will only get you so far. By the time you're done with an extensive component tutorial, you'll probably already forgot what you learned in the beginning. In fact, I find it much more productive to apply your knowledge in the project and solidify your knowledge. Second, you did not pay me money for this course to repeat what is already on the Bootstrap website. Third, in the future, if you want to explore some topics that are not covered in the tutorial and in the project, I'll show you where is the best place to get that information. And now let's get started and let's look at very important question first. What is Bootstrap? And the best place to answer the question, what is Bootstrap? And not only that question, but any Bootstrap syntax related questions would be the actual main web page of the Bootstrap. So if you're going to go to your browser and if you're just going to type Bootstrap, or you can type getbootstrap.com, you're going to go to their official web page. Now, in the landing page, right away, we have a text of what is Bootstrap. So it says over here that if we want to build responsive mobile-first projects on the web with the world's most popular front-end component library. Now, let me show you what does that mean in the real world. But just keep in mind this word library over here. So back in my desktop over here, I have a folder. I have a folder that has two HTML files. I have one with Bootstrap HTML and the other one with an index HTML. And I can show you what I have in my code editor. In the index HTML, I have right now a div, and the div contains a heading 1 with a text of hello world and a paragraph with a hello people. Now, if I'm going to go back over here to this folder, and if I'm just going to open up this index HTML in my browser, you're just going to see that I have two basic text. And the inclination would be to say, well, that there's no real styles applied to it. It's just an HTML. However, it would be a little bit misleading. If we're going to go, in my case, to Google Developer Tools, but obviously if you're using any kind of browser, you would have them. We can go down over here and we can see that as we're selecting, let's say, div over here or hello world, we have over here that we have some type of styles already applied to it. So you can see over here that this is display block and this would be a font size of 2 EMs. Now, these would be a default browser styles. So they would be set up every time we are working with an HTML. Now, obviously, if we would want to style our own, let's say, elements, we can go back over here to our index HTML. And I didn't create a separate main CSS, but if we would just write over here in this style tags, we could create a class. And let's say I'm going to call this class an example. And I'm going to add that this would be a background red, color would be white, and text align center. So if we're going to go down over here and we're just going to write for this div, that this div would have a class of example over here. If we're going to go back to the browser and if I'm going to refresh, you can see that now we have actually styles already applied to it, our own styles. These wouldn't be anymore the default browser styles. So if we click over here in this example, you can see that I have a example class with all the information that I already did, that just told you. Now, where I'm going with this? Well, you see over here, if we are working with a Bootstrap, the way we actually work with the Bootstrap, we have access to many classes that allows us to actually style everything just by adding classes. So you can see over here that I have a body, and in the body I have, let's say over here, heading 1, and one by one, I have classes over here made. Now, I didn't make these classes myself. These classes I can access whenever I add Bootstrap to my project. So you can see over here that this would be BG Danger. That would be a red background. Then I would have a text uppercase class that would make my text all uppercase. Then I would have text white, which would add a color white to my text. And last but not least, we would have a text center, and that would actually text align center for my text. Now, you don't need to remember right now the classes. We're obviously going to be working with the classes. But what you need to understand is the way we work with Bootstrap, we just use these classes that are available to us from that library, from that component library. And if I'm going to go back over here, and if I'm going to go to the Bootstrap HTML, and again, I'm going to open up in a browser, you can see that I have over here similar thing where I have a hello world. It is in the center and the background color is red. Now the difference is that I didn't need to create any of the classes, or I didn't need to include any of the styles. However, if I want, I can still go, and whether it would be another main CSS or it would be style tags, I can apply more styles if I would want to. But by default, I have access to many classes that allows me to work with a faster time with whatever HTML I have by applying just these classes available from Bootstrap. So in a nutshell, that is what is the Bootstrap. It's basically a library with many classes that allows you to work faster with your HTML. Now the next logic question would be, now that we know that Bootstrap is a component library, how do we add Bootstrap to our project? Now in my desktop, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a folder, and I'm just going to say this is going to be new folder, and I'm going to rename it that this is going to be a folder of Bootstrap 4. So I'm just going to say over here Bootstrap 4. Now you also would need right now a code editor, and I'm going to be using a Visual Studio Code, but you can obviously use whatever code editor you would like. Now, how we would add a folder or actual project to our code editor. Now in Visual Studio Code, we have a few options. We can say open folder over here, or we can just drag over here this folder to the code editor. Now, once I have over here my folder open, now the next thing that I would want to do is I would actually want to open and create a index.html. So I'm going to go over here and I'm going to say index.html. Now this would be my setup for the project. Now how I would add actually Bootstrap to this project. Now if we're going to go again, like we're going to be going throughout this Bootstrap tutorial, if we're going to go to the Get Bootstrap to their webpage, we have an option over here of Get Started. So if I'm going to click over here, Get Started, we have few options how we can actually add Bootstrap to our page. Now later on throughout the course, we'll learn how we can actually download the Bootstrap and add it to our course. But for now, let's just do the most easiest and the fastest option, where we have a starter template, which would right away have the CDN or Content Delivery Network. So basically we wouldn't have to download anything. Only thing we're doing is we're just adding this code over here to our project, and we would have Bootstrap right away. So if I'm going to go down over here, and if I'm just going to copy this, and if I'm going to go back to my project, now you can see over here that I have a hello world, and all my Bootstrap code is going to be working because I have added this Bootstrap boilerplate. And the first thing that we're going to look at is the colors in Bootstrap, and we're going to look at the actual text colors and also the background colors. And the reason for that is because we're going to be using a lot of colors in our next example, just to show you how everything works. So I think it's the best case scenario where we're going to look at colors first. Now, like I said, throughout this Bootstrap tutorial, we will going to be going back to the actual main web page just to show you that where I'm actually getting that, and that I'm not just making this up myself. and that you can always go over here and find out more information if you would like to. So over here, if we have a home, then we'll also have a documentation. So we just press over here in the documentation, and particularly for the colors, we would need to go over here on the sidebar. Then we're going to go to utilities, and over here you can see that we have a colors. And if I click over here, you can see that we have all kinds of text colors by default if we just add these classes. So let's say this would be the blue one, text primary, text secondary, and everywhere like text white. And also we have a background colors. So let's go ahead and let's start looking at the colors in the Bootstrap. So in my index.html, I have a heading 1, which would be text colors. And over here we have a bunch of paragraphs with an empty classes right now. And also we have a background colors. Also the paragraphs with just an empty class. So let's go ahead and let's start applying Bootstrap classes to see how they work. So if we would want a blue text, we would need to type over here text, and then we will have a hyphen, and then we'll have to say that this is going to be primary. And what happens is that this text right away turns blue over here because we added this class of text primary. And pretty much this is going to be your work with Bootstrap. You're just going to be keep adding different classes and getting a different result. The next one would be actually text, and we're going to say that this is going to be success over here, success. And once we have the text success, now this text is going to be green. Now after that, we have the class of text info. So we're going to say over here text info, and this is going to be this light green bluish color. Now after the info, let's do a text warning. So we're going to have text warning. Now text warning is going to make this text this yellow color. After the warning, we would want a text danger. So let's do text danger, and this is going to make our text red. Then once we have covered the text danger, let's look at actually text secondary. So let's do over here that this is going to be text secondary. And this is going to make this text over here this light grayish or dark grayish color over here. Then after we have the secondary, we also have a text, and we have text dark over here. Now the dark over here, you're not going to be able to see as good. You can see that it is a little bit different than would be a default browser style, but so far you wouldn't be able to see it much of a difference. And then after that, we have 3 light colors. And for the light colors, I actually would want to use a different background. So I'm going to say over here that first this is going to be text, and we're going to call this text white. Now I can see over here that my text disappeared. So for this, let's just skip ahead a little bit and let's add a background dark over here. So now you can see that I have actually a dark background over here, and the text is actually white. Now I also have an option of adding a text light, but again, it would be the same thing. So let's do text light, and let's just check it out whether we can actually see this. So over here we have a text light, and once we have the text light, let's do a dark background again. So BG dark over here, dark. And once we have over here, you can see that nothing happened, because what happens, I need to make sure that my classes are actually spelled correctly. So over here, you can see that I have text light, and this is not written correctly because I have TH. And in fact, I should have a H and T. So one of the things with a Bootstrap, you need to make sure that the classes are actually spelled correctly. Otherwise, you're not going to be applying the class to this element, because Bootstrap doesn't know that you actually misspell it. It just thinks that you didn't add the class altogether. And the last one, let's do text muted. So here we'll have a text muted, and text muted again adds this light over here grayish color to this text over here. Now, like I said, we are not limited to only a text colors. We already saw over here that we can add a background colors. So what would be the available background colors? So let's start over here with BG. So this would be the syntax. So we have BG, and then we have primary. Now this would make, again, this background blue. Now once we have the primary, we also can do BG, and this would be success over here. And this would, again, use this green color over here that we have. And as you can see over here, the difference is we're using here text, and this is going to be BG. So what we're doing is it's the same color, but in this case we're using for text, and in this case we're actually using for the background. Now after the success, let's do background info. So now we have an info. Then once we have covered the info, let's do BG warning over here, and with the warning we would have this yellow color. Then we will have a BG danger, so background red, so background danger over here. And after that we would have a BG secondary over here, and then we're gonna have a background dark, and then we're gonna have a background light. So let's do for the background dark, let's just make this text, and let's just repeat the fact that we can use multiple classes. Let's say in this example with the colors, but it could be also many different classes with the same element. So if I have a background dark, but I see over here that I cannot see my text, I can always write, let's say text, and instead of white or light that we used before, let's do warning over here. So now I have a black background with a yellow text over here. And the last one was going to be actually BG light. So I'm going to write over here BG light. And as you can see, as always, I just keep struggling with my own spelling. So over here, you can see that I added a BG light. And again, I didn't add anything because I didn't misspell LIT. So over here, again, it's hard to see right now, but there is actually a slight color over here that is light grayish. Now, once we have added the Bootstrap colors, let's also look at how we can use both of them together with the actual CSS colors. So let's say that I added over here all these colors that I would want. So these would be the Bootstrap colors. I can still go back over here, and again, normally you would do this in a separate style sheet, but we're just going to create over here a style tags. So I'm going to say over here style, and for the style tags we're going to write that one of them, right, we would have a class that would have a different background. So let's say for this guy, for this yellow one, let's say over here that this would be class of special, and let's do a background, and let's say that this is going to be hashtag F15025. So this would be my class. Now I'm going to go back over here where is the warning. So this would be my color, and I'm just going to write over here and this is going to be my class that I actually created. So once I save it, now I have the text from the Bootstrap, text color from the Bootstrap. However, the background color, it is actually my own class that I created. And obviously I'm not limited to classes. I can actually just target whatever paragraph I would want. But the point of this is to understand that we can mix and match between whether those would be Bootstrap classes that we want, or we can create our own CSS rules and mix and match also those ones with a Bootstrap. Next, let's cover typography in the Bootstrap. And let's go back again to the website where we have the documentation, and the typography would be under a content. And then once we have the content over here, this would be the typography. So again, if you would want to know in a little bit more detail, you can always go back over here and you can find out more specific topic that you would like to know. And let's start over here with a basic fact that default font size in the Bootstrap would be 16 pixels. Also, default line height would be 1.5. Now, all the paragraph elements have a margin top of 0, and margin top would be 1 rem, and that would be 16 pixels. Now, we're going to cover more of 1 or rem values in general once we're going to be covering a margins and paddings in the Bootstrap. Now, once we have cover the default ones, we need to look at that Bootstrap supports all the headings that we're getting from the HTML. But the difference would be the size. So we see over here that we have a heading 1, and that would actually be 40 pixels. Then we have a heading 2, that is 32, heading 3, which would be 28, and then 24, 20, and heading 6 would be the default value, which is 16 pixels. Now, how do we make sure that they're really not making this up? We can go back over here and we can again inspect the page in our developer tools. And if I'm going to go back over here, you can see that heading 1, we have a font size 2.5 REMs. And if we know that 1 REM is 16 pixels, then we know that this would be 32 plus 8, which would make it a 40 pixels. So they're not making this up. The heading 1 is really 40 pixels. Now, we also in the Bootstrap can add the class of the heading we would want to any other heading, or let's say paragraph. So as you can see over here, I have a heading 1 that is by default 40 pixels. However, over here you can see that I have a paragraph that has a class of heading 1, and this paragraph is also 40 pixels. So we also have this option. And over here I did the same with heading 3, just so you can see that it's not limited to heading 1. But I didn't want to make it all the examples from heading 1 to heading 6, because the most important thing is to know the actual syntax, how it would work, not by actually showing you each and every heading. Now, we also have, apart from heading 1s, if we would want a bigger display, we can have over here this class of display, and then this would be the number. So if we would want really big heading, we would make over here any kind of element. Again, this is not limited to heading 1. I can also make this a paragraph, but only thing we need to add is over here this class of display and 1. This would be the bigger one. Then we have display 2, 3, and 4. And just to show you that you have multiple options, let's make over here a paragraph, and let's add right away a class of display 1, and let's again write a text of display, and let's say over here 1. So once we have over here, you can see that this is exactly the same thing, even though this would be a paragraph, because the most important thing is to add over here this class of display. Now we also have an option of tags of smaller text. So if you can see over here that I have paragraph with a normal text over here, but if I make these small tags over here, and if I make a text, this makes a smaller text right next to our paragraph text. Now, there is a difference though in which element you're doing this. So if I'm going to add these small tags in heading 1, my text over here is going to be smaller than the text that I have in heading 1. However, it's still going to be bigger, as you can see over here, than a heading 2. So everything is proportionate. It makes this text proportionate to the text that is actually in the main heading, which in this case would be heading 1. Now we also have an option in the Bootstrap how we can mark the text. So if I'm going to go back over here, and let me just make this one smaller just so we can see our HTML better. And if I have a paragraph, and if I have a text, and again, if I make this mark over here element, then you can see that I have mark text that had this yellow background. Now I also have an option of adding this code element. And over here, this would be the mark text. However, this would be red. And third would be KBD, which we would actually could use to, let's say, place a code over here, any kind of code. So you can see that I have the text, and then over here, this would be the highlighted option. Now, after that, we also have multiple options how we can actually work with the text. So over here, you can see that I have a paragraph with a 15 words. And if I would want to make this text stand out to be bold, only thing I would need to do is write over here the class with font weight bold. Now we're not limited to only font weight bold. If we would want to make font weight lighter, we also have this option. the only thing we need to do is we would need to add a class. So here we're going to say font, and then we're going to say weight. And in this case, instead of bold, we're just going to use light. So here you can see that how our text in our second paragraph became lighter. Now, if we would want to make our text italic, we're just going to write over here, font italic. And once I save this, you can see that my third paragraph over here got this slant from italic text. Now, after that, we also have an option of making a paragraph lead. And what happens with the lead, basically it gets over here, you can see that it stands out over here, and it gets a padding, extra padding for the paragraph. Now, after lead, we can look at what would be the text left over here. So text left would be actually default. Therefore, we're not going to see any kind of difference. However, once we're going to start working with a containers, and if we're going to make, let's say, for the whole container, the whole text center, we can use text left to make it back to the default one. Now, again, we're going to cover this later on, especially once we start working with the projects. So just remember that you have an option of text left, but it is by default. So only if the parent container has some different class, then we would use this text left if we would want to go back to default one, because so far we're not going to be able to see. Now, since we have a text left, if we would want a text in center, so this would be equivalent to CSS of text align center. You can see that this text over here would be actually in the center since I added the class. Now, after that, we also have a text right. So if we were going to write right over here, now this text is going to be all aligned all the way on the right. Now, obviously, this wouldn't be a default one. The default one, again, would be text left over here. Now, if we would want to make our text small, we're not limited to doing that by creating an element with the tags. We also can apply a class over here. So once we applied this class of small, our text right away got smaller. Also, we have an option of text uppercase. So if we would want all our letters uppercase, we would write over here text uppercase. Now this guy over here has all the uppercase letter. Now also we can do text capitalize, where each of first letter would be uppercase. So I'm going to say text capitalize over here. And now we have each word starts with a capital letter. And last but not least, we have a text lowercase. So over here, if I'm going to say text lowercase, then what's going to happen is that since, again, in this case, we had only the first word have the capital letter, this one changed. But in general, again, you would do something along the lines of making a parent container all the text uppercase, but then you would make sure that, let's say, if you want this paragraph to be lowercase, you would use this text lowercase, because in general, most of your text is going to be lowercase anyway. So this would be kind of a default, apart from the first letter in the word. Bootstrap is very popular because of its ability to create a grid very fast, and it looks very nice. However, if you would want to work with a Bootstrap grid, you need to create always a wrapper. And your wrapper would be a div with a class of container, or div with a class of container fluid. So basically, you need to create a wrapper, and you have two options. And in this video, we're going to look at the differences between a container and container fluid. So like I said, our first order of business is to create a div with a class of container. So I'm creating a div, and this would be div with a class of container. Now later on, once we actually learn about the grid, we're going to learn that we actually need to also create a row, and then within the row, we're going to create an actual columns we would want to place in our grid. However, for now, just remember that you need to first create a div with a class that is container or container fluid. So let me place inside the text. So I'm going to say over here, hey, I am, and simple container over here. So let me say this, and let's go back over here, and also with a class of container, let's add a background color that we already learned. So I'm going to say over here that this is going to be background danger. Now, once I have my first container, let's look at a container that is actually container fluid. And what would be the difference? So let me go back over here, and I'm going to say that this again is going to be the div, but in this case, this is going to be class of container fluid, and it's also going to have a class of background primary. So over here, I'm just going to say that this is going to be background primary over here. And as you can see over here, I'm using a emmet, and later on, we're going to do a crash course in the emmet to actually see how this is working. So for now, just remember to look at whatever elements I'm creating, and later on you're going to look at a syntax how we can use with an emmet. So here I'm going to say that, hey, I am, and let's do a simple container fluid over here. So once I have my text, now let's look at what would be the difference between these two, container and container fluid. And the difference is that container is actually responsive. So as we're going to, let's say, bigger screen size, you notice over here that container is getting these paddings, and it also changes the width as the screen size is changing. However, with container fluid, it stays all the time 100% width over here. So that would be the biggest difference. So there's going to be cases when you would want to have your text spanning all across without over here these paddings, and there's going to be times when you would want to use the actual container where your screen content would be actually responsive to the screen size that is changing. So as you can see over here, this padding doesn't exist over here for this container fluid. However, the padding does exist for the container because, like I said, this is responsive. So depending on the screen size, this is going to have more or less padding. So like I said before, the difference would be whenever you decide what type of content you would want. And like always, if we were going to go to a documentation over here, and then we're just going to say that this would be a layout, then over here you can see that this is going to be containers. And like I said before, they're saying that containers are the most basic layout item, and they are required if you would want to use the default grid system, which you would, because like I said, this is one of the more popular reasons of using Bootstrap, because they're the nice grid system. Now, also throughout a tutorials and more specifically projects, we're going to use a section tags and section elements. And section elements, in fact, don't have anything to do with the Bootstrap. However, in our projects, we're going to be using for grouping. So in the projects, we're going to write a little bit differently. So first, we're going to create a section. So this would be our section element. And let's say over here, I'm going to say that this is going to have an ID of skills. And also, let's right away add two classes. So let's say this is going to be background yellow because it's going to be BG warning. And also, let's do a padding all around. Now, again, we're going to be covering paddings and margins in later videos. So don't worry about the syntax. Just understand what would be the idea once we're working in the project. So once we have the section, then also we know that if we want to use the grid, which we would need to create this class of container div. So once I have it over here, this would be my section. Now within a container, since this is going to be wrapper for everything, we're going to place a heading 1, and we're going to say over here, hey, I am skills section over here. So once we save this over here, we have a section that has a container and heading 1. And then the reason we're using section again is not because it has anything to do with a Bootstrap or Bootstrap grid. We're using it just so we can group our code. So after we're done, we're going to be applying CSS, let's say this skills section that we created. And once we have the skills section, we can create a different section. So let's say after the skills section, we're going to create an about section. So let me just copy and paste this, and let me just change this to container fluid, and let's call this one about section. And instead of over here, instead of warning, we're just going to say that this is going to be the danger. So this would be the red background. And again, you can see that I misspelled. So now this would be a danger background, and also this would be an about section. And again, I'm just repeating this just so you don't get confused as we're working with the projects that this container and container fluid is going to be required for the Bootstrap grid. However, the sections we're going to be creating ourselves just so we can group our code better once we're working with a project. In the next video, we're going to look at how to create and how to work with a Bootstrap grid. However, before we do that, I would want to look at a responsive breakpoint that Bootstrap is using. So here you can see that I have a div with a class of container. Then this would be background, and this would be text white. And over here, this would be a simple container text. Now, however, I created over here within the style tags in my head element a media queries, just to show you what are the responsive breakpoints of the Bootstrap and how it would look like. So here you can see that we have a media query, and the minimum width would be 576 pixels. And what you need to remember is what this means, 576 pixels and up. So if you're not familiar with media query, what media query is doing is that it's changing something about your HTML depending on the width of the screen size. And the default responsive breakpoints for the Bootstrap are 576, 768, and 992. And over here, this would be 1200. And like I said, these media queries I just created myself just to show you how the responsive breakpoints would act. But what you would need to remember is you're obviously not going to remember all of the sizes right now. However, just remember that this means that this is starting from 576 and then going up. So like I said, I have this index.html. And if I'm going to go back over here, I already opened up in a browser. So originally in my style sheet, I have for the body background aqua. So this would be this color. However, as my screen size is actually increasing, you can see over here that once I get to a 576 and I keep going up, I actually get a background that is red. So my style actually changed depending on what would be the screen size. So this is how the Bootstrap operates in order to create a grid. Now also we have a next one, the responsive breakpoint, which would be 768. And for this one, the body would have a background color of blue. So let me keep expanding over here. So as I keep making my screen bigger, sure enough, once I got to a 768, my background actually got blue. Now we still have two more. One is going to be 992, and the next one is going to be 1200 pixels. And again, idea would be exactly the same. Once we're going to get to a certain screen size, whatever we would select about our document is going to change depending on that screen size. So once we get to 992, sure enough, our background is going to be blue. And over here, the next one, once we get to 1200 and we keep going up, now the background would be yellow. So again, in the next video, we're going to be covering Bootstrap grid, but it's very important that you understand that it doesn't just operate on its own. The reasoning for this, the behind the scenes, there are breakpoints in the Bootstrap that actually control how the grid is working on your document. Once we have covered responsive breakpoints, we have arrived to a section where we're going to cover Bootstrap grid. And this is going to be a very interesting section because this is going to make your web development much more easier because you're going to be able to place your content in the columns, and you're going to be actually able to control the amount of columns and the width of the columns and everything that's related to that. So let's start first off by actually creating a container, because that's the first step in order if you want to work with a Bootstrap grid. Now over here, I still kept a responsive breakpoints as a reference, and in a later videos you will see why. But from now on, we're just going to start with a very simple grid, and we're just going to start again with a container. So we're going to create a div with a class of container. Then once we have the container, we would need to create a div with a class of row. And now we're actually able to start placing the columns. So let's start with a very simple one. And we're going to create just a simple column, one column. Then we're going to say that this column is going to have a background danger, just so we can see what is happening. And over here within this div, we're just going to say over here that I am single column over here. So let's save this over here. And now you can see that I have over here this one single column. Now, one thing that we need to remember, and it's going to make a little bit more sense in the future videos, is that when we're writing over here one column over here like this, call, without any specifications for the screen size, what we're saying is that starting from the extra small screen, that is basically less than 576, all the way to a min width, this would be the layout we want. Now, in this case, we chose one column, but later on we'll see how we can add 5, 6, 7, or whatever columns that we would want. Now, important thing is to remember that you need to remember a number, and the number is 12. Now, what's happening is that Bootstrap is dividing the whole screen by 12 columns. So when we're saying call over here, that would be a single column. Right now it's spanning over here from one side of the screen all the way to another one. Once we're going to keep on adding multiple columns, we will be dividing this amount of columns that we're creating by 12. So 12 divided by 2, let's say, is going to be 6. So 6 is going to be half the page. And you will see later on in this video, and it's going to make a little bit more sense. So for now on, we just have one column that's starting from any kind of screen size, is going to be spanning all across. And this is placed within a container. And then we have a row, and then we have a column. So since we already know the basic information, let's just grab this and let's just add a little bit different information. So I'm going to go up here. I'm going to copy and paste these lines over here. So let's copy this, and over here, let's paste it over. And now when we have a container, let's make this guy a container fluid first. Then we're going to add over here, not a background danger, but let's say over here that this would be background info. And now let's copy this and let's make two columns. Like I was saying, if over here this was a single column, now we're making two columns. Now what's happening is, again, the screen is divided in 6 parts, and in 12 parts, I'm sorry. So for each column, it gets half the screen. So here, let's do a warning over here. This would be our class, and this is just used just so you can see the background. And sure enough, what's happening is if this is a single column, then these guys over here are going to be spanning half the screen no matter of the screen size. So here I opened up the same index.html in the browser, and as you can see, I'm starting again with a single column over here, and these would be half the columns. So this would be taking half the screen size, and the other one would be half the screen size. So as my width of a browser actually increases, of the screen increases, you can see that nothing is changing. This is always going to be single column, and these columns are going to be sharing the screen by half. Now, as you can see over here, the difference is that this one is container fluid, and this one is just container. And again, this would get a padding, and this one is more responsive. This one would always have a max of 100 width. So as you can see over here, as my screens are changing, and we know this because we added those responsive breakpoints in our CSS, nothing is changing with our columns. They still stay the same. And like I said, the only thing we need to remember is that we need to divide the amount of columns by 12. So here, if we have 2 right now, we're dividing this by 2, and we're getting 6 columns each, which would be 50%. Now, if I'm going to go down to this line, and if I'm just going to copy and paste this, and let's say over here that I'm going to say BG dark, then what we have over here is we have 3 columns, because the amount of columns is 3. Then we divide this 12 by 3, and what we're getting over here is that each of these gets basically 4 columns over here. So we have 4, 4, and 4. And as I keep adding this over here, this amount of columns, then the Bootstrap is going to be dividing for us. So again, if I'm going to go down over here, and let's say we're going to make a danger, now I can see that I'm dividing by 4. So what's going to happen, each column is actually get a 3. So this is going to be 12 divided by 4. So this is going to be 3 columns, spanning 3 columns, and also 3 columns. So again, if we're going to go to a larger screen, you can see over here that Bootstrap is doing all the work for us. So if we started with a single column over here, next in a container fluid, we can just keep on adding whatever amount of columns we would want. And Bootstrap is going to be dividing for us and making sure that they are equally distributed throughout the page. Now again, the main thing to remember is the number of 12, and also the fact that just writing a simple column means that starting from the lowest screen size, which would be below 576, all the way to the max, which would be past 1200, you would have the same layout. Nothing would change regarding on the screen size. Screen size could be any amount, and still the layout would be exactly the same. This is what means if we're just writing simple column. And in the next videos, you'll see why it is important, because we're going to be doing a little bit different. Now let's make things a little bit more interesting, and let's actually look how we can control the width of each column as our actual screen size is changing. Because for now, we only know how to control in general the width of the columns, all the way spanning from the extra small screen to the extra large screen. So what I'm going to do over here, again, I'm going to go up to this line, and I'm just going to copy these lines over here. So I'm going to say over here that I would want to copy this, and then I'm going to paste it over here. Now the difference over here is once I save it, for now, this is exactly the same. However, if I'm going to change over here, and if I'm going to say not just a simple column, but I'm going to write over here that starting from the small screen, these columns should be actually spanning half the screen each, over here like this. And the reason, again, why I'm writing 6 is I know that the sum needs to be 12. So if I want 2 columns spanning half the screen, I know that each of them needs to be spanning 6. So here I'm going to write the same thing. I'm going to say column small 6 and column small over here 6 again. Since I have the full columns, they're all going to create 2 rows over here. So again, column small 6. Now I save this over here and see the interesting over here what happens. Now in the extra small screen, they'll be stacked one on top of each other over here. However, the minute I'm going to get to a small screen, and we know that the small screen is going to start over here with 576, they're actually going to be spanning half the screen each. So here you can see this column is going to be spanning half, and over here this half. And because these are spanning the whole screen by 6, you can see that these ones are creating the second row automatically. Again, if I'm going to go back to a extra small screen, you can see that they're all going to be stacked one on top of each other. So this would be for a mobile view. However, once we get to the screen size of small, which is 576 pixels, I can start controlling what the layout is going to be. So again, if we're going to go to our browser over here that we opened, you can see that this is the same look spanning all the way to the extra small screen, but it starts from the small screen. So the minute I'm going to get to 576, this is going to be the layout that I'm going to add. Now, I'm not limited to only doing this with a small screen. So let's say over here, if I'm going to write column, then I'm going to say over here medium, because this would be the next screen size. And then I'm going to say that, you know what, since I have 4 columns, I would want to divide them. 12 divided by 4 would be 3. So I would want each of the columns spanning 3. So what I'm going to say over here, column, and again, the keyword would be this medium, and then we need the number. So I would just want to emphasize that this small means the screen size that we're interested, and the actual breakpoints are related to them. So the small would start over here with a 576. However, the medium would start with 768. So what I'm saying over here is starting from the small screen, have it half the screen. But then once you get to the medium, which is going to be over here, this 768, then actually change it around. So then change it to actually 3. So let's do the same thing over here. Let's just copy and paste this over here, and let's just add it to the rest of them. So again, all of them are going to have the same layout, where once they get to the medium screen, they're actually going to take over here 1/4 of the screen. So let me go back over here to the browser, and once we see that we have the small screen size, but the moment we're going to get to the medium screen size, see what happens. Now the column width is actually changing. If we had 6, 6, 6, 6, this is actually 3, 3, 3. So all of them are actually taking different width the moment they reach a medium screen size. Now, like I said, we're not limited to only small and medium. We also can do it this way. We can write that this is going to be column large over here, and then we're going to say like this. You know what? Let's go back to 6 over here. So again, let me just grab this number, and let me just copy and paste it to all of the columns. So let me copy and paste it over here. And if you noticed over here what happened, now once we got to the large screen size, which would be again, if we get to 992, then what should happen? Well, we should go back to our initial, the moment we reached a small screen size. So let me save this, and let me go back over here. So again, let me start with a extra small screen size. We'll see that they're packed one on top of each other. Then we're going to go to a medium, 6 and 6 each. Then we're going to go where they're actually spanning 1/4 of the screen, because there's going to be 4 of them. And once we're going to get to the large screen size over here, you can see that we're going to go back again to the half the screen, because this is what we wrote over here. Now, obviously, these numbers are arbitrary. You can change them around however you would want. But I'm just showing you as an example how we are going from 6 to 3 to 6. Now, again, important thing to remember is that the SM, medium, and large actually correlate to the fact over here that these responsive breakpoints. So 576, 768, 992. But we also have the extra large one. So let's do it over here like this. Let's just change it around a little bit. Let's say over here again column, and let's do XL, and let's do again 3. So now we're going to create over here our third option. So I'm sorry, the fourth option, because we had 1, 2, 3, and this would be 4. So let me just copy and paste this again, and let's add to these columns. And now let's look at what happens on the extra large screen. So once I refresh over here my browser, and if I keep going over here, again, once I get to that extra large screen size, which would be above 1200, now you can see what happens. Again, we go back actually to a 4-column layout. Now that's the interesting thing, how we can work with a Bootstrap and use these breakpoints and actually manipulate our grid depending on that responsive grid point. So depending on the actual screen size, we can say to the Bootstrap how many columns we would want in one row. However, what the most important thing we need to remember is that this number of 12, we don't want to start dividing. That's something that doesn't actually make sense. So in this case, we need to remember that if we're saying 6, that's going to be half the screen. Then this is going to be 1/4 of the screen, again 1/2, and over here this is going to be 1/3. Like I said before, we are not limited to these equal column counts. So here we are not limited to, let's say, starting from the small screen, it just needs to be 6 and 6. What if I would say over here that I would want to start, and I would say that this column should be spanning 7. Now, what I know over here, that the sum over here needs to be 12. That both of the columns need to actually have a sum of 12, or 3 columns, or 4 or 5 or whatever. But the point is, in each row, there's going to be 12 over here, these sections. So what I'm saying over here, if this is spanning 7, what if I would make the next one actually spanning 5? Then the next row, I would say that this should be spanning 8 over here, and this is going to be 4. So again, 8 and 4, sum is going to be 12, and 7 and 5, also sum is going to be 12. Now that would be starting from a small screen. So what if for the medium, let's make this one a 10. So this should be spanning 10. Then the next column should be 2. So again, sum is going to be over here 12. Then this one is going to be 11. And let's say 1, starting from the medium screen. Then on a large one, let's say that this should be something along the lines of 3, and this is going to be 9. So again, the most important thing is I'm just making these sums of 12. And then again, since we're running already out of the numbers, I'm going to say that this is going to be 7 and 5. Then this one is going to be, I don't know, 9 and 3. So we're going to flip them around. And over here, let's do a 2, and this is going to be 10. So I changed these random numbers over here, starting from different screen size. So let me save this, and let me again go where we opened up in the browser. And starting from the extra small screen, they all are stacked on top of each other. However, as I make my screen bigger, the moment it's going to get to the small screen size, see what happens. Now this one is spanning its own, but this one is also spanning over here. So here we had 7 and 5, I believe, and this one is 8 and 4. But you can see the layout. Still always have 2 rows. The only difference is that now we have different amount of columns that each column is using. Now let's get to medium screen. Now once we have the medium screen, again, the layout is changing because of the numbers that we actually added. I believe over here this was 10 columns, and this one was 2 columns. Over here this was 11 and 1. Okay, let's keep going, and now we have 11. So now we're going to flip this one around. Now we're going to say that this should be spanning over here, and this is going to take much bigger screen size. And then we're going to get to the extra large one, where we're going to change it back again. So the point of this is to show you that you're not limited just for even numbers. You can obviously, as long as you're adding the amount to 12, you can use whatever the numbers you would want. However, they need to make the sum of 12. And obviously, we can do way more things. Let's say that we would make 3-column layout that would actually be in 1 row. So let me again grab this, or let's make a new container. So let's say over here container, and within the container we're going to place a row. Then within the row we're going to place a column, and in fact we're going to place 3 columns. So I'm going to say over here that the first column over here, starting from the small screen, should be spanning 3. Now also I'm going to say background, and let's say over here that this is going to be a primary. So we're going to have a primary background. Now this would be 1 column. Now I'm going to copy and paste and make 3 of them, and let's just make different column size. So if this is going to be spanning 3, starting from small screen, this is going to be spanning, let's say 6 over here, and this is going to be spanning again 3. And what I'm going to write over here that I am, let's say I am 3, and this is going to be 6. So I'm going to say over here I am 6, and this is going to be 3. So you are not limited just placing 2 columns in 1 row. You can actually create as many columns in 1 row as you would want over here. So again, this is going to be 3. Let me save this. Again, for now, they're all stacked upon each other. But let's make a different background. So let's say over here, danger. This would be a red one. This is going to be the warning over here. Now let's save this, and let's see again how it performs in the browser. So this would be 3, 6, 3. So again, we have 3 columns instead, but the middle one would actually have a bigger size. Again, starting from a small screen. Now, one more thing that I would want to show you with a Bootstrap grid is how to actually nest columns within the column that's already here. So if I have this 3, 6, 3, what if I would want to nest 2 more columns? Let's say, again, you can have as many as you want, but let's make it as an example of 2 within this last column over here. So the way we're going to do that over here, we would need to create another row. So the same way how we created this row and then we had columns, we're going to do the same thing over here. So I'm going to first create a row, and then it's going to be the same deal. So I'm going to create first a column, and I'm going to say that this should be spanning 6. And let's do over here that background, and let's do danger over here. So this would be 1 column over here, and let's say I am half, and then let's just copy and paste this, and let's make this a primary. Or you know what, let's make it an info, something like this. So now what happens is that we have over here this I am half and I am half, but that is actually within the column that we're already have over here on the screen. So we have nested two more columns within this column, which would be the last one. So let me see how it looks in the browser. So as I'm going up over here, you can see that I have the column that's spanning 3, then I have the column that's spanning 6, but then I have one column that actually have two more columns within it. So first one is going to say over here that I am 3, which is going to be the first, and then over here we have a row with two more columns. Now the difference is that now this 6 actually refers to the size of the parent column, because obviously this needs to make sense of 12. So the sum of these columns still need to be 12. However, the max screen size is going to be this 3 anyway. So if I'm going to change this, and let's say that one of them is going to be 11 and 1, that doesn't mean that they're going to be spanning all across the screen. What it means, they're still evenly going to split the fact over here of this 3. So that's the only difference how it would work. And now that we have covered this, we can move on to a margins and paddings in the Bootstrap. In this video, we're going to look at how we can write margins and paddings in the Bootstrap. Now we already know that in the CSS, we just need to have a selector. So in this case, if I have over here this container with these divs, with these different backgrounds, and if I'm going to go to my style tags right now, which I have, and I'm going to say I would want container, and then I would write some values. Let's say margin 20 pixels and padding 20 pixels. We already know what would happen. However, in the Bootstrap, we can do a margin and padding a faster way. Now I'm going to delete over here these style tags and things that we need to remember. First, that in the Bootstrap 4, we are using REM values. And whenever we are setting margin and padding, we just need to write a M for margin, and P would be for the padding. And the values would be the 0 would be lowest amount of REM values, and 5 would be the highest amount of REM values. And 1 REM would be over here 16 pixels. So how this would work? So let's say over here we're going to start with margins. So if I'm going to go to this first container that has a background of danger, I'm going to write over here that this would be margin. So I'm going to say M, and I'm going to say 5. So what I'm saying over here is I would want margin all around, because later on we're going to see how we can actually control just one side for the margin. And I would want the biggest amount of margin that there is, which would be 5. So if I'm going to save this, you can see over here that now this div gets right away a margin all around, because we added this margin 5. Now to the next one, let's say over here that this is going to be margin 4. So this should be lower margin than the previous one. However, again, we're getting margin all around. Next one, we're going to say over here margin 3. Then we're going to have a margin 2 over here. And then over here, this is going to be margin 1. And this is going to be margin over here 0. So this guy doesn't get any margin whatsoever. Now there's still a little margin in between them, because obviously the guy before has this margin 1. But if I'm going to change this over here to 0, check it out what happens. Now neither of them have margins, so they're basically stacked on top of each other. So let me again change this to 1. And now let's look at how the padding would look like. So again, let me just copy and paste over here this div. So I'm just going to say copy and paste. And instead of margins, let's look at a paddings right now. So I'm going to change over here this M to P. And again, when I'm just writing a single letter, means that there's going to be padding all around. And again, we're going to have the same numbers, whether that's going to be 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. So that basically would work the same way, just with a padding over here. And of course, you can combine them both. You're not limited to just adding one class over here for the margin. You can also add a padding over here. So I'm going to save this. And sure enough, what we can see over here is this would be the biggest padding, then the smaller, and smaller, smaller, and 0 all the way down to no padding. Now, we're not limited to just having margins or paddings all around. So let me just grab over here these two, and let me say over here, copy and paste. So now we're going to have two more containers. And let's start over here where we have these containers. Now let me just place maybe some line breaks in between, just so we can see where we're working. So I'm going to say over here line break, and let me again just copy and paste a few of those lines. Now we have the line breaks. Now, so far we learned how we can make margins all around. However, what if I would want just say, let's say top, bottom, left, and right. So here, let me do it like this. Let me say this is going to be margin left 5. So we save this, and sure enough, what happens, you see over here this left side. Now the margin is only on the left side. There is no margin top, bottom, and right, only on the left. So the same one, let's do it over here, and let's say top. Now we can use the same numbers over here. So what I'm saying right now is I can have margin left 5, or I can have margin left 0. Again, this wouldn't change. The location only would change. So for this exercise, let's just keep margin 5, just so we can see better on the screen. However, just remember, you can use these values. And during the projects, we're obviously going to use different values, not just number 5. But just for the sake of seeing it better, let's just use all the time number 5, but let's just change the location. So this would be margin left, this would be top, then we can do bottom, also 5, and then we can do right over here 5. And let's just check it out what we have. So this would be the left one over here, then this would be a margin top 5, then this would be actually margin bottom 5, and this would be margin right 5 over here. And also we have an option, not just left, top, bottom, right. We also have a X and Y values. X value means whatever over here horizontally, and Y values means vertically. So if I'm going to say over here MX5 over here, you can see that I have 2 margins, both from the side. But if I'm going to say MY over here 5, then what you're going to see over here that there's going to be margin for this div. That's going to be top 5 and the bottom 5. And at the end of the video, we're going to look at how we can use this MX value when we're combining actually with a width of the divs. So let's say over here that we can also do the same thing with a paddings. So again, let's do the same thing. Padding left over here 5, then we're going to have a padding top 5, then we're going to have padding bottom 5, and again, we can use any numbers, but I'm just doing this for the sake of showing, and padding right 5. Now, the case with the padding 5 is going to be that you can see over here there's no text, so we're not going to be able to see it anyway. And then let's do padding X over here 5, and let's do padding 5 over here 5. So let me save this, and sure enough, this is what we have. So we have padding left, then we have padding top, then we have bottom, and then, like I said, the right one we're not going to be able to see. Then we have padding X5, and then we have a padding Y over here 5. Now, where we're going to use MX values, in what cases? Well, the first case is when we're using Bootstrap, we actually have a width values. So let's say again, let me just create some line breaks over here. And again, let me just copy and paste this line. And let's say that I'm going to grab this container and let's look at a width. So let's say over here that this is going to be a width, and we're going to save this over here like this. Now again, we start over here. These would be our new containers. Now let's make it a little bit more interesting. Let's get rid of these paddings over here, and let's add a width over here. So I'm going to select all of these, and let's get rid of these paddings, and let's just work over here with width. Now, how do we work with width? Over here, we're going to say it like this. We're going to say that the first one is going to have a width of 25, and we have an option of these classes of width 25, width 50, width 100. Now, obviously, width 100 would be a default one anyway. So here we're going to say width and 50 over here like this, width 50. Then the next one is going to be width of 75 over here, width of 75. And then we have over here where we have a width of 100, width of 100 over here, not 200, actually 100. So save this, and now we have these width. So this would be 25, this one 50, and this would be 75. However, you notice if it's less than 100, what's happening, it's being placed on the left-hand side over here. So in order to avoid that, we can actually do over here this MX, and instead of placing a value, we can just say auto over here. So what happens is now our div is going to be in center. and we're going to use this MX Auto in a few more cases. We're going to first, every time we're going to be writing projects, there's going to be cases where we would want to place a paragraph, have some kind of specific width and a paragraph. And I'm not going to repeat this right now because we will going to be going over this in the first project. But we can set this with this MX Auto in the center over here, and we can also do it when we have the actual columns. So if we're going to create a column, and then we can also add MX Auto and place it in the center. And again, I don't want to repeat it right now because we will going to be doing this in the first project. So let me just leave you with this thought that there is going to be cases for the centering where you would want to use this MX Auto over here. But of course, don't forget about paddings and margins and how you can actually work with them with a numbers from 0 to 5. The fact that they use actually REM values. For the 5, it would be the biggest REM value, and for the 0, it obviously would be 0. And we can also change the actual left, top, bottom, right. And we also have X and Y values for the margin and paddings in the Bootstrap. Another interesting yet very important part of the Bootstrap would be a Flexbox implementation in the Bootstrap. And for those of you who don't know, the Flexbox is a CSS layout module that actually helps you with a vertical centering or horizontal centering. So all you have to do is write few commands, and you don't have to deal with any kind of CSS hacks. Now, if you want to know more about CSS Flexbox in more detail, I actually have added my CSS Flexbox tutorial, which one is optional. So if you choose to learn more about Flexbox, but obviously this course is going to be focusing on Bootstrap. So we're going to be looking how the Flexbox is implemented in the Bootstrap. However, if you still want to find out more about Flexbox, I added as a bonus for this course my CSS Flexbox tutorial, in which you can find out more about Flexbox. Now, how would Flexbox work in the Bootstrap? First of all, we would need to remember that for the parent container, we would need to add a class of dflex. Now, that would be the start of anything. If you don't do this, you're not going to be able to work with a Flexbox. Then next thing what we need to remember that two of the most important classes would be justify content with, of course, options. So this would be just a start, but then we will have few options, and then we would align items. So this one would actually center horizontally, and this is going to center vertically. Now, how we would work over here. So you can see over here that I have a container. Within the container, I have the row, and then I have the column that has a red background, and over here 2 paragraphs. So like I said, the start would be dflex. So I'm going to go over here, and I'm going to say that this column is going to be dflex. Now, what we need to remember that only the direct children, which in this case would be 2 of these paragraphs, would be affected. So let's say if I'm going to create another column over here, they're not going to be affected anymore. So the only children who have a parent with a dflex class would be affected. So if I save this, what we see over here that both of the items are aligned over here like this, side by side. So this is how we know that dflex or Flexbox is working right now, because we have added this to our Bootstrap. Now, next thing, let's look at the options that we have. So like I said, this would actually center them horizontally. So if I'm going to write over here, justify content, and then I'm going to say over here, start, this actually would be a default option. Now, if I'm going to change this over here to the end, you can see that both of them are actually going to be in the end. Now, we also have an option of center, so we can place them in the center. And then we also have an option of between. So this is going to make sure that they have as much as possible space in between. And the last one would be around. So the space is actually reduced. So what you can see over here, that the space would be over here and would be over here. And now we're going to have more padding than before. So between would make as much space as possible, and around would make actually better layout with a more padding all around. Now we're not limited to just over here these two paragraphs, these two children. If I'm going to go back over here, and again I'm going to make two more, and let's say this is going to be success, and let's say this is going to be a dark. Let's check it out. What do we have? We still have the same things working. If we have deflex for the parent, then we have justify content, and now we can start manipulating how these items are actually displayed with justify content, and then between, around, center. This is another option that we have. So we're going to have center, and let's say start and end. Now, like I said, we're not just limited over here to this justify content. We have also align items. So let me just say over here, this is going to be space around. So there would be padding evenly around over here like this. And let's create a vertical alignment. However, to align them vertically, we first would need to add some size, some kind of size for this column. So here I'm going to go to my style tags, and I'm going to say that for the column, I would want some kind of height. Now, obviously, we can create a height like this. We can say that this is going to be 400 pixels. However, the way I like to use over here the height for during the projects and everything whenever we're working, we're going to be using this one. We're going to say over here min height. So the height should always have this minimum. And we're going to use a VH values. And the reason why we're using the VH values because this actually references to the actual viewport. So if I'm saying that I would want min height of 40 view heights, what I'm saying is whatever is my screen size over here, I would want to use 40% of it, no matter how it changes. So this way we can always keep everything aligned to our screen size. So now once we have the height, you can see this interesting thing happening. We have right away some type of default class. Now, if I'm going to go back over here and I'm going to say align, I'm going to say items, and then again, we have a few options. We can say over here start. So once we have the start, you can see that they're going to be aligned all the way on the top. Then we can also write end over here. So now they're going to be in the bottom. Then we're going to have over here center, which would also work to place them in the center. Now we're not limited over here to just placing them all together. We also have an option for individual child to actually align them separately. So let's say for this guy over here, I'm going to say for the first one, I'm going to say align self. And again, I have the same options. Let's say over here, I'm going to say start. So sure enough, this guy over here is going to be actually all the way on the top because I actually added this align self individually. Now let's copy and paste this over here, and let's add this one to the dark. And let's say this guy is going to be the end. So we are very, very fortunate to have this deflex and flexbox in general added to the Bootstrap, because this allows us to actually not only use the columns for alignment, but also to use a flexbox for very easy alignment. In the last example, we looked at how we can create a parent container, a flexbox container, by adding the class of deflex. Now, in this video, we're going to check it out why in the Bootstrap rows, the divs with the class of rows, are so special, because they are by default right away made a flexbox parent container. So let me show you how this would work. So let's start as always by creating a container. Now within the container, we're also going to create a div with a class of row. Now within the actual div with a class of row, we're going to create over here a column. Now within the column, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say that there's going to be a paragraph over here, and within the paragraph, we're going to place, I don't know, 50 words over here like this. So this is going to be my 50 words. So I save this, and now I have my paragraph over here. Now everything is fine and nice and dandy. However, what if I'm going to change over here, and if I'm just going to say that this column is not going to be spanning all across, I'm just going to say that this is going to be somewhere like this. So this is going to be column 9. Now again, everything is still fine. However, you can see that since I'm using just 9 columns over here from the possible 12, I have the space over here left over because this is all lined up to the left. Now, one of the options we already learned how to fix this would be with a margin. So if I'm going to say MX and we're going to say auto over here, this would be the one of the ways how we can actually place it in the center. But there's also another way how we can do that, and that would be using the flexbox. Now, the difference is that rows, and I'm going to repeat this probably many times throughout a project, rows are by default parent flexbox containers. So here, what we would need to do, we wouldn't need to add a deflex. We can just say over here, justify content. And now we already know that we can just place it in a center like this. So this would work the same way. Now, before that, we were using a margin. And now what we're saying is justify content and center. Now, obviously, again, we can do end. Or here, we're not limited in this. But what we need to remember that only the direct children would be affected. Now, of course, in this case, since we already have the paragraph that's within the column, that's also being affected over here like this. But only the direct children are affected from the flexbox parent container. Now, we're not limited to using just a horizontal alignment. So let me just say over here, center, just to keep it in the center. And let's look at how we can do vertically. Now, remember, for vertical alignment, this row needed some kind of height. So again, let me go back to the style and let me target the row, first of all. And again, we're going to use a min height. And instead of 40 view heights, let's do 100. So again, what means 100 view heights? 100 view heights just basically means that I would want to use the whole screen. So I would want always this row to have a max screen. And again, throughout the projects we're going to be working with this, you'll see why this is better, how this works better with the parallax effect and everything related to that. But for now, just remember this would be a better option, how to add a height for something instead of working with absolute values, which would be pixels. And let's say over here that this is going to be background hashtag F15025. Like this. Pretty simple. So we have a background and we have the height. Now, we already know that to align vertically, we can just go over here and we can say that this is going to be align items. And let's say what we would want over here. Let's do another center. So let's save this. And sure enough, what we have is by adding just two classes and adding the height, we placed it exactly in the center over here. Now, we didn't use a grid. We actually used just a grid for the width, but all the vertical and horizontal alignment was done by the fact that we can use a flexbox, and row is actually by default a flexbox parent container. So again, we're not limited to these values. We can say over here that this should be a start, which in our case would be the default one. Then over here we can say that this should be an end. So this is going to be all the way in the bottom, and obviously we can change these values around. But just remember that we will going to be using this a lot, especially once we're working with a banners in order to center and align everything in our project. Congratulations on finishing Bootstrap tutorial and welcome to our first project. Our very first project is called only Bootstrap project because in this project we'll try using very little CSS and in the process solidify our knowledge of Bootstrap. Now, what is the purpose of this project? I think that every Bootstrap project consists of three major components. Now, one of them would be a Bootstrap grid. The next one would be a flexbox implementation for alignment and margins and paddings in the Bootstrap. All the complexity that follows in the more advanced projects, like the ones we're going to do later in the course, is mainly based on adding more complex CSS. Therefore, I think that it's very beneficial if we limit CSS and learn Bootstrap structure first. The project, in fact, consists of two parts. The first part is intended for people who do not feel comfortable using Bootstrap after tutorial. Here, we're going to go over basics just placed in a project setting. So let's say over here, we're going to start with a container. Then we're going to have a heading, paragraph, 2 buttons. We're going to look at over here, margins and paddings. Then we're going to go back to display. This would be a container fluid. Then we're going to have a little bit more advanced container over here with more buttons and with more paragraphs. Then over here, this would be a case where we're already trying to place the whole container actually in the center with a buttons. Then we're going to start implementing the grid with a font awesome icons. So we'll see how that one works out. Then this would be variable width of the columns, also with a font awesome icons. Then this would be already font awesome icon with the title and with the paragraph, and how it actually works with a Bootstrap grid. And again, this would be variable width of columns. So if you are actually feeling comfortable with using Bootstrap after the tutorial, you can proceed to the main project. Now, in the main project, we're going to look at how we can build a navbar. Again, how we can create over here the title. Then this would be using the small element. Then we'll have a paragraph. Then these are going to be 2 buttons, placing that all in the center. Then we're going to have a skills section where again, we're going to use a Bootstrap grid with a font awesome icons. Over here, we're going to look at a width of a button and how does it affect our project. Then this would be one of our few CSS things where we were going to place a background image for one of the columns. But then over here, you can see that we'll have a second column that's going to be spanning half the screen. And over here, we're going to implement a little bit of flexbox to place them side by side. Then we're going to look at how we can work with images with a Bootstrap, how we can make them thumbnail, how we can make them round. Again, how we can place them in the Bootstrap grid, how we can make a grid without any paddings over here. Then we're going to look at cards in the Bootstrap, how we can place a image on top of the card, how we can place a link over here, how we can make a card title, how again we can use a fact of a flexbox that we can use in Bootstrap, and we can align over here these items in the card footer. So you can see that we have a different alignment, and we'll do this using we're using flexbox from the Bootstrap. Now here, this is going to be our first carousel. We're going to look at how we can create a carousel in the Bootstrap, how we can add over here these, and how we can make over here these ones. Then next, we're going to look at a simple filler. We're going to have a section that has an image, and then over here, this would be a parallax effect. And again, we're just going to create over here some title, some paragraph, and the button. Then we're going to look at how we can place an image and using the thumbnail for the image all around, how we can work with a margins and paddings within the column. As you can see over here, they have a little bit different alignment. And then over here, this would be a contact section where we're going to look at how we can place a responsive Google map in our project. And this would be the case of how to start using the forms in the Bootstrap. And over here, this would be the case where we're going to look at how we're going to place 2 columns, how we can use a block quote in the actual Bootstrap, how we can actually make sure that at a certain screen size, you can see over here that this red over here image that we had over here is actually going to disappear. So if I'm going to go back over here, you can see that image is gone because we used actually a display none property, display none class. So if I'm going to a bigger screen, you can see that still the image is missing. But once I get to the certain screen size, I'm going to have my image appearing over here. And then after that, we're going to look at a progress bars. What we have over here, how we can create progress bars, how we can add colors to them in the Bootstrap. And again, we're going to place them as a background for the image. Then we're going to have a pricing section, how we can work with cards, how we can make them as a pricing cards. And the last one over here is going to be a footer. And if we click over here, we're going to look at how we can create a modal in the Bootstrap. Now again, in general, I could have done this in a Bootstrap tutorial. However, I just think that it makes much more sense if we're working in a project. Now, before we start working on a project, we would first need to do a setup. Now, this video or series of these next videos actually is going to serve as a base for next projects also, because what we're going to download in this video, you're going to be able to use later on with every project that we're doing. And also remember that I'll try to include for every project a base folder where all the setup is already done. So basically all the images are going to be there, all the Bootstrap and Phantasm and jQuery and everything is going to be actually already in the folder. But for the first video, we were going to do the setup together. So first things first, I'm on the desktop over here and I have my code editor. So here I'm just going to create a new folder and I'm going to call this folder a setup folder. So let's say over here that this is going to be my setup folder. Now in this folder, I'm going to create some kind of index HTML and I'm going to create a main CSS. So here I'm just going to call this a setup. Then I'm going to drag this folder over here to my code editor, which is going to be Visual Studio Code. And I find a lot of benefits with this text editor. So if you're not using Visual Studio Code, I would suggest giving it a honest try. So here you can see that this is going to be my folder. So here I'm just going to say that this is going to be a new file and we're going to say index HTML. Now, one of the many great things about Visual Studio Code that it has emmet by default. So here, if I'm just going to press a exclamation mark and press tab, you can see right away that I have my HTML setup. And later on, if I would want to create divs, or here I can just press like this and say that this is going to be some kind of class. So let's say main, and then I have the div. But I'm going to do a little short emmet tutorial while we're actually working on the first project. But I'm just showing you that is one of the benefits with a Visual Studio Code, that it has a emmet by default. Now, once I have over here my index HTML, I actually don't need it for now, because first we're going to get a Bootstrap and we're actually going to use a startup. So let me just select it all, and over here I'm just going to get rid of it. Now I can close over here in this welcome tab, and let's go to our browsers. And over here you can see that I went to a Bootstrap website, where if you have any questions you can go over here, and if you need a download over here. So here we have a get started. So we press over here, and once we scroll down over here you can see that we have a starter template. So one of the ways how you can get Bootstrap, and this is actually the fastest, over here is using the starter template. So I can just grab over here whatever the code is in this section. I can go back over here to my text editor, copy and paste it over here, and sure enough I'm going to have my Bootstrap already to my project. So let's say over here, if I'm going to open this in a live preview, so let's say over here we're opening this in a live preview, we're going to see over here this hello world. So we know that Bootstrap is already doing its job. While this might be fine for everything that we're doing, the thing is later on in the course, once we're going to start using more extensively jQuery and jQuery plugins, and also plus for the production, you probably would want rather to download a jQuery and actually download all the Bootstrap files also. So while this is an option, and you can definitely do it, and you can work it, and there's nothing going to be wrong with this, what we were going to do over here is, since we have the starter template, we're actually going to download files separately. So what I'm going to do over here is I'm just going to delete it. So in my project, I'm going to add downloaded Bootstrap, and we're going to go back over here actually to the setup that I had before. So I'm just going to save this over here, and again we're going to go back to the Bootstrap, and we're going to figure out how we can download Bootstrap. So let me go back over here, and you can see over here this tab, this would be the download one. Now over here they say that we have a compiled CSS and JS over here. So we're going to go over here, we're going to look at download. So first we're going to just right away download it, and then we're going to look at what we need. So over here they're saying that in the CSS we have a Bootstrap min or Bootstrap CSS. And you can see that layouts is included, content is included, components, and utilities. So basically, we know that we would need this with a CSS. And over here for the JavaScript, we would need Bootstrap bundle min.js, because over here we would have the popper. Now we would not have jQuery, so jQuery is another thing that we need. So let me go back over here to my folder, and what we're going to do over here is we're just going to say that this is going to be a new folder over here. So let me go over here, and I'm going to say that this is going to be a folder where we're going to put our JavaScript. Now also I'm going to create a folder where I'm going to create a CSS right away. And now let's start adding these files and actually linking them over here in our index.html. So let's start first with a jQuery. So if we're going to go to a jQuery website, you can see that we go over here, where is the download? And we right away have download compressed production jQuery. So we can just check this one, and then we can do save link as, and we're going to get this jQuery 3.3 something. Now, obviously, I don't know when you're going to be watching the video. So in your case, the version might be newer. So I can go over here to desktop, then I can go to my setup folder, and I'm just going to go to the JS, and I'm just going to save it over here. Now, once we have saved the jQuery, let's check it out what we have regarding our Bootstrap. So over here we have the downloads, and over here this is going to be my Bootstrap folder. Now once I have my Bootstrap folder, I can just drag it over here, and what I'm going to say over here, that I'm going to look at what I have over here. So let me just maximize this, my code editor, and let's open up my Bootstrap and see where is my CSS and where is my JS. So we're here with a Bootstrap min CSS. This is where we would get our CSS. So let's just check it out again. Is it Bootstrap min CSS? Yes, it is. So let's get this guy over here to our CSS folder. So let's say over here that this is going to be in our setup. So let's check it out. Where is it? And I can just copy this guy, and we're going to go back over here to our setup, and we're going to go to CSS, and we're just going to copy and paste this. So this is going to be our Bootstrap min CSS. Now after that, let's check it out where we have our JavaScript. So we're going to go back over here, and we're going to find where is Bootstrap bundle min.js. So again, we're going to get this guy, and again, the same way, we're going to go back, and actually we're going to have it in a setup folder where we're going to have a JS. So together with a jQuery, and we're going to copy and paste this. So once we have these things rolling, let's go to our code editor and let's actually link them. So first, let's actually get a Bootstrap CSS. So I'm going to say over here, link, and over here we'll have a CSS. So we can just do a dot, and then we have CSS, and over here, this would be Bootstrap min CSS. So we save this over here, and then in the body, we would want to include a jQuery, and then we would want to include a Bootstrap JavaScript. So let's start over here with a script. Then we're going to say that this is going to be source, and again the same thing. We're just going to get a JS folder, and over here we're going to start with a jQuery. And next, let's do a actual Bootstrap JavaScript. So again, we're going to do a script, then we're going to do a source, and in the source again we're going to do the same thing. Only in this case, we're just going to get a Bootstrap JavaScript. Now once we have these rolling, we can go over here and maybe add the comments that we know where the link is actually coming from. So we have Bootstrap CSS over here. This is going to be the actual jQuery, and this guy over here is going to be Bootstrap JavaScript. So we're going to say over here Bootstrap, and we're going to say JS. Now once I save this, let's actually test it out, what we have. So let's create something that Bootstrap would have. So let's say over here, we're going to start with a basic container. Now within the container, we're going to place a row, and within the row, let's do a 3 columns. So let's say over here that this is going to be column 4, and let's multiply this by, let's say 3 over here. And let's open it up, and over here, let's write that this is going to be, I don't know, hello world over here like this. And let's just check it out, either the first and the third one, hello world, does it have it? Let's save this, and let's go back over here to our document, and sure enough we have hello world over here, and hello world over here. So now we know that we have included properly our Bootstrap. So this would conclude adding the Bootstrap to our project. And next, we're going to look at other things that we would need for our project. Now, once we have added a Bootstrap to our project, next one is going to be Font Awesome that we're going to use for the icons. So again, you can go to browser and you can just go to Google and you can just Google Font Awesome. And this is going to be the first search that's going to come up. Now, once we are in the website, if we're going to go to how to use, we can check it out a few options how we can actually get Font Awesome. Now they offer you two ways. Now one is going to be web fonts and the other one is going to be SVG. If we are using CDN, this is not going to matter, meaning of how to add it to our project. However, if you're going to be downloading, then you should follow what I'm doing over here, because this would be the setup how we would add actually Font Awesome with an SVG. So like I said, if over here we're going to click on SVG, again, we have two options. We can add the CDN, the Content Delivery Network, or we can actually download the icons. So let's first of all check it out, a CDN, where the only thing we need to do is download this link. So we're going to copy and paste this. Now we're going to go to our project, and by mistake I actually added already a different link. So let me just delete it, pretend that it wasn't there. And over here I have a comment for the Font Awesome. So what I'm going to say over here is I'm just going to copy and paste this, and now we have our link. Now, next, what I would want is I would want to check it out whether I actually have my Font Awesome. So for this, you can see over here that I would have a link. Now, in this link, this would be Font Awesome. Now, again, don't worry right now about the syntax. Trust me, you're going to be using far too many font icons throughout the course, so you'll understand very soon what this actually means. So for now, just follow along what we have. You don't need to write it. We're just checking out whether we actually download it. So once we have our link, and over here, this would be the Font Awesome, then if we're going to go back over here, this would be my project. And sure enough, you can see that this is going to be my icon over here. Now, once I have added a CDN, now let's check it out how we can download the Font Awesome. So what's going to happen over here, again, I can either delete this or I can comment this out. So in my case, I'm just going to delete it. And if I'm going to go back over here to the Font Awesome, you can see that my icon is gone because the CDN is not working anymore. I basically deleted it. So if we're going to go back and if we're going to scroll down, we're going to check it out how we can actually add it in a project. So you see over here, we have an option. Again, download Font Awesome. But again, I want to remind you that if you're using the web fonts, it's going to be a different file that you need to add. So I'm with SVG and JS. So over here, you click the download over here, and I already did the download, and you right away have this folder. Now in the web page, they basically tell you that what you would need is actually all JS. So here you can see that we will help you understand what to do with files. So we're just going to click over here, and you can see that SVG with JavaScript is going to be all here, all JS. So if we're going to go to the folder and we're going to find where is the JS, and here we have the all JS. So once we have this file, again, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to grab this guy over here. We're going to copy this, and we're going to go to our setup. We're going to find where is our JS folder, and over here we're going to copy and paste this. Now the difference over here with a Font Awesome, that we were going to actually include this in the head over here. So what we're going to say over here, that this is going to be a script. Now in a script, again, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to say source. However, over here, what we're going to say that this is going to be a dot, and then it's going to be JS. And now this guy is going to be all JS. So again, once we save it, if everything works correctly, the icon should be showing up over here. And sure enough, the icon is here. Now, how we can actually use a Font Awesome. So how does it work? Now, with a Font Awesome, basically what you're doing is you're going to be creating a icon, and then you're going to be adding classes to the icon. And the general syntax would be something like this. So let's say over here, if we would want, I don't know, whatever, this address book. Now you can see over here that they explain that this is how the icon would look like. And then over here, we would need to include the I element. And then we need to add class. Then we're going to have class. And then we would need to start with a first class. which is going to be either FAS or this is going to be FAB. And then we have the actual class for the name. So in this case, this would be FA address book. Now, once we have over here this icon, if we actually want to operate on an icon, one of the best ways would be actually, again, I'm going to be creating a style tags right now, but in general, we're obviously going to be working with a main CSS. So let's create over here a style. And over here, let's say that we would want to select this font awesome icon. So the way we're going to do this, I'm going to actually select a parent element, this link over here that we have. And I'm going to say that for this link, let's say that this is going to be font size of, I don't know, 4 REMs over here. So we're going to make it bigger. And let's say over here, we're going to create a color. And I don't know, let's I don't know what would be the best one. Let's go with this coral one. So we're going to save this. And if I'm going to go back to my project over here, sure enough, this is going to be my icon. Now, previously, actually with a font awesome 4, one of the best ways was actually selecting over here this font awesome icon directly over here, let's say by having this class. But with font awesome 5, in my experience, it's better if you have some kind of wrapping element, which in this case is going to be a link, it can be a span, and then select the actual item that is a parent element. But again, we're going to be working further with a font awesome, so you're going to get to know them really well. Next one up is going to be Google Fonts, where we can get free custom fonts. So as always, we can just Google it, Google Fonts, and once we go there, we obviously have plenty of fonts to choose from. So here you can make a selection for a style and thickness and slant, and let's say over here, one of the most popular is going to be over here Roboto, but just for the sake of actually seeing that we have downloaded the font, let's choose something that would actually stand out. So let's say over here that if I'm going to go with thickness, and I'm just going to add that these fonts would have to be thicker, and let's go down over here and let's check it out what we could use. So let's say that we would want this Arvo over here like this, so we can just download, right? So we can click this font, then it's going to say what we have selected, and right away it's going to tell us how we can actually add it to the project. So here this would be a link, and over here this would be actually the font family that we would need to add in the body. So let's start over here with this link. So I'm just going to copy and paste the link. Now I can actually, for now, I can delete these style tags. I do not need them right now. And over here, let's say that this should be a Google Fonts. So I'm going to say over here, Google Fonts, copy and paste this. This is going to be my link. Now, also over here, let's create the main CSS where we're going to have our own styles. So let's say over here, we're going to say main and CSS. So now once we have them, let's go to the actual CSS and let's create a new file. So I'm going to say over here, new file, and I'm going to call this, sure enough, main CSS. Now, once I have my main CSS, I would need another link. So over here again, we would need a link. Then over here, this is going to be the dot, and then we're going to say CSS folder, and over here, this is going to be our main CSS. Now in the main CSS, we're going to start with a whole body, and we're going to add over here this font. So we can just copy this one for now. Let's check it out what we have right now. You can see that this is going to be our font, and copy and paste this over here. Well, you know what? This is not a right one that I copy and pasted. What I would need is I'm going to go back over here, and this is what I would need over here. So I'm going to copy and paste this over here. And once I have for the body, do we have them? And sure enough, over here, these would be the fonts that we would be using. Now, once we have downloaded the font awesome and the Google Fonts, then we actually can go and check it out where we can get nice pictures. And that would be actually a Pexels website, or you can use something called Gradistography. And obviously this would be very basic. We're going to go over here and we're just going to say that we would want to save the image, and then we would create a image folder over here in the actual setup where we're working. So let's say over here, I'm going to create a new folder, and I'm going to call this IMG, and over here, I'm going to save it. Now I'm going to be choosing names like, I don't know, items 1 and portfolio 2, just because it's easier once you're adding, let's say, 5 images. I mean, I obviously not going to be remembering something like this. Not that you would need to remember. Obviously, there's going to be a suggestions by the text editor. However, it makes more sense if, let's say, over here, I would say that this would be a background, some kind of image like this. So I would say BCG, and or let's say header BCG over here, something like this. So let me save this. And if I'm going to have more than one image in a section, then obviously I'm going to start adding numbers over here. Now, once we're done with images, then last but not least, we can check it out where we can get colors. So if I'm going to go to this coolers.co, you can check it out what kind of color combinations would make sense, which for people like me, who is actually struggling a lot with this, makes a lot of sense. And what you're seeing over here is these 5 colors that would go together. And if you want a next batch of 5, you can press a spacebar and you're going to get another batch. Or if you want to hold one of them, so let's say I really like this blue, but rest of the 4 are crap, then I just save this one over here. Once I press the spacebar right now, then it again makes selection already based on this color. So here I can just choose this one, again, press tab, then another 3 pop up, and you get an idea. So this is where I'm going to be getting my color combinations of what I figure out. But if you think that I don't really have good color combinations, you can come over here and you can just add the colors that you would actually want. And this would be actually it for the setup. And now we can go and start actually working on our first Bootstrap project. After we are done with our setup, we can actually start working on the project. Like I said, this project consists of 2 parts. One is going to be the only Bootstrap project, and the other one is for the people who do not feel comfortable yet working right away with the Bootstrap, where we're going to go over the basics, and we're actually going to look at how those basics would look in real life. And once we would be done with this section, then we're going to switch to a only Bootstrap project. Now, if you right away feel confident that you're ready to go on working on the main project, you can just skip these videos. But for those of you who do not feel comfortable, we're just going to start working section by section on the basics and implying those basics. Now over here, I have my folder with my index.html and CSS and JS. And what I would want to do over here is I'm just going to create a new HTML file. And I'm just going to say that this is going to be a start HTML just for the first project over here. And what I'm going to say over here is I would just want to copy everything that I have in my index.html, and I'm just going to copy and paste it over here. Now over here you can see that I actually misspelled a HTML. So what I would need over here is I would need to rename it, and let's just make sure that this is going to be HTML. Now once it's HTML, you can see that it actually understands the tags. Now let me save this. Let me just close over here the main CSS. We don't need it right now. And we can actually close the index.html also. And let's just rename this. So you see over here where we have the title. Let's just say over here that we're going to delete this. And we're going to call this a start Bootstrap. Or we can just call it start. Now, before we dive into the project, let me just first delete this and let me go over what is actually Emmet. And Emmet is not exclusive to a Visual Studio Code. You can actually get it with any kind of coder that you're working on. And the reason why Emmet is so good, and again, if we're going to go over here and we're going to go to Google, I'm just going to say Emmet, and you can see over here this would be a Emmet.io. And what Emmet allows us to do less typing while we're working with HTML and CSS. Let's say over here that you would want the documentation. You'd want to see how it is working with an Emmet. You can go over here and you can check it out, the examples. So let's say over here, if I'm going to go to syntax, you can see over here like this. And if I would want to write a div with a unordered list and then over here list item, I can just right away write like this: div ul and li, and this is what I'm going to get as a result. And Emmet would be great either way, even without, let's say, using Bootstrap, because believe me, once you start using Emmet, you're not going to go back to actually writing the tags like this. However, with a Bootstrap, it's even more crucial, because what you need to understand, because a lot of times your syntax would be something like this. So let's say we would want a container, then in the container we would want some kind of row. So I'm going to say over here row, then within the row we would want a column. So let's say over here that we're going to say that this is going to be the column. Now in most cases it's not going to be one column, so we would actually need to wrap this over here somehow. And then over here we're going to say that within the column we're going to have some kind of text, and that text in this case would be, I don't know, hello world, over here like this. Now also over here in the column we would have some kind of link. So we're going to say over here, and this is going to be some kind of link with a class of button. Now obviously, I mean, I'm over exaggerating right now, but again, the nice part with an Emmet, we can do something like this. Now you don't need to remember all the time what kind of structure you're going to have. I'm going to show you in a second how we can just do it row by row. I mean, you don't need to every time produce what you would exactly want. But if we write this over here like this, just as an example, and let's say I'm going to multiply this by, I don't know, let's say 4 over here. Now, when Visual Studio Code, right away you can see that it gives a suggestion what we're getting. So once I press the tab over here, you can see that I have a setup. Now tell me this is not faster than actually typing this line by line. And what's going to happen is, like I said, we are not limited to just remembering the whole structure right away. We can do it row by row. So let's say first I'm going to say that I would want container. I'm going to press tab over here. Now I press tab, I get my container. Now once I'm in a container, let's say I'm going to say row. Again, I know I have a row, I get the row. And you get an idea. As we continue working, this is going to make way more sense than actually typing each and every time the actual div tags for the element, or I don't know, a link element or anything like that. So let's say I would want a link. I already know that I would want a link with a class of button. Right away I type over here the tab, and you can see that it creates a href for me. So basically it's going to save you a lot on a typing. And like I said, once you start working with a Emmet, you most likely are not going to go back to writing a typical tags. And we can also do it the same thing in CSS. I'm not going to show you this right now because there's no point. We're not going to be working with a CSS for now, but you can actually do this. And also remember that whenever you're actually working with a Emmet, I mean, you can follow along even if you're not working with an Emmet. As you can see over here, if I'm going to be typing container, you can just write yourself that this is just going to be a typical div. So you can, if you don't want to use Emmet, you can obviously write that this is going to be div with a class and over here container. But like I said, once you're going to start working with Emmet, I do not think that you're actually going to go back to typing these tags over here like this. Now it might be a little bit daunting at first just to remember shortcuts, but once you start working it, you're going to get a very, very good handle of it. Once you're familiar with an Emmet, we are finally ready to go to work. Now, first things first, as always with a Bootstrap, everything starts and everything ends with the container. So if I would want to create a div that's going to be a wrapper, this div is going to have a class of container over here. And another option would be a container fluid. So let's say over here, if I have this div, this is going to be the container. And if we're going to go and look at a finished project, this would be the difference. So the top one is going to be container, and it's going to be responsive, and it will going to have margins over here. And the container fluid would be all the time the same width over here like this. And you can see that it doesn't change. So this would be container fluid with a yellow background. And you can see that it doesn't matter on the screen size. It's always going to stay like this. However, with a container, you can see that as my width of the screen is changing, so is the width over here of the container. So once we have the container, next we will need to create a row. So we're going to write over here div with a class of row. And like I said, with a Visual Studio Code, you can see that right away it gives us a suggestion what we're going to have. Now, once we have the row, now we would need the columns. Now, later on, obviously, we're going to look at multiple columns, but we're going to start very simple, where we're creating a div with a class of column. And what we're saying is, right now, starting from the smallest screen size all the way up to the biggest screen size possible, this is going to have one column. There's going to be only one column over here. Now, within the column, what we would want? Well, first, let's start over here with a standard heading. So I'm just going to type over here heading 1, and over here, once I press over here for these curly brackets, now with an emmet, I can write a text over here. So here we're going to say standard, and we're just going to say over here heading. Now, once again, you can see that abbreviation. So if I'm just going to press tab, now I have my heading 1. Now, after the heading, now once I save it, you can see over here, this is going to be my standard heading. And after the heading, what I would want is a paragraph. So I'm just going to say again, P. I'm going to type P. And over here, let's do open up a paragraph. And then let's do a dummy text. So with an emmet, we can just write lorem. And then once we have the lorem, we can choose how many words we would want. So let's say 10 or 20, or let's say 100, whatever, how many amount we would want. So let's say we're going to start with 20. So I'm going to type lorem 20, press tab. And sure enough, you can see over here, this is going to be my text. Now, after the paragraph, let's look at how we can create a buttons. So once the paragraph is done, let's create a button. So we're going to create a button element. Now within the button element, we need to write a type. And we're just going to go with type of button. And after that, now we would need to add classes. So for the Bootstrap, we would need to add class of BTN. And we can add this BTN to a link, or we can add this to the button. It's really how we would want. So here we're going to say over here that this is going to be the class, and let's say that this is going to be BTN. So we always need to start with this BTN. Now we're not limited over here to just class of BTN. We also can add, let's say, color. So if I'm going to write BTN primary, this is going to stand over here for the blue button. See over here? This is our button. Now over here, let's say that this is going to be primary button over here. So let's save this, and sure enough, we have a primary button. Now in the button, we also can add margins and paddings. So if I'm going to go over here, and if I'm going to type P, this is going to stand for a padding. If I'm going to type over here M, this is actually going to stand for margin. And Bootstrap is not using pixels, it's using the REM values. And we have an option of going from 0 to all the way to the 5. So 5 would be the biggest one. So if I'm going to say over here M5 over here, this would be the biggest one. So I can see that there's a big margin all around. And 0 would be no margin whatsoever. So if I'm going to save this, there's going to be no margin whatsoever. So the same goes over here for the padding. If I'm going to say that this is going to be padding 5, this obviously is going to be the biggest padding. If I'm going to say with padding 0, you can see that the padding is over here going to be 0. Now, if I just type one letter over here, what's happening is whatever I selected is going to be all around. So margin is all around and padding is all around. So again, if I'm going to go back to, let's say over here, something like 3, you can see that both of them applied all around. However, I have an option of actually working just with the sides. So let's say with the padding, which is a little bit easier to see, if I would say top over here, PT, this would only have the padding on the top. Then on the left, this would only have a padding on the left, then in the bottom and on the right. Now, I designed this project, so we're going to be looking at a few examples. So for now, I'm just going to leave this all around. So I'm just going to say over here that this is going to be margin 2 all around and padding 2 all around. And what I'm going to do over here, we're going to create another button. So we have two options. We can write another button over here, or we can just select this button and actually copy and paste it and just change the values. So I'm going to copy and paste this button, and now I have my second button. Now the difference over here is I'm going to change a few of these classes around just to see how we can change the styles with a different Bootstrap class. So let's say I'm going to say not button primary, I'm going to say button danger. Also, I'm going to say that margin is going to be 3 instead of 2, and padding is going to be 3 instead of 2. I'm going to save this, and over here you can see that I have primary button, which is going to be red. Now the case over here is obviously we can see that we are changing right now colors in between the buttons by adding this button primary or danger. Now we're obviously not limited to just these two. And like I said, throughout this first section, we're going to be looking at a few different examples. So what I'm going to write over here, I'm going to say that this is going to be over here danger. So once I save this, this is going to be primary button, and this is going to be the danger button. Now, once we have worked with a buttons, let's look at how we can work with a background. Because whenever we're working with a Bootstrap, we're not just limited to adding, let's say, background to the button. If we're going to go back to the container, and we can write over here that we would want secondary. Now, what's happening over here? Now, this whole container gets right away this background. And again, I could have just went over here and said that I would want just for the heading some kind of background. I mean, I can still do it over here. I can add the same thing. I can say I would want class, and then over here in the class, I'm just going to add over here some kind of background. But the reason for the container is then the whole element just basically gets a background. Now, once we have a background, again, we're not limited to this just one color. And as you can see over here, we're going to be looking at different color options as we're working throughout this section. But we can also have a text color. So I'm going to write over here text, and we're going to say white. So what happens, the whole container gets right away white color. Now, once we have the white color all around the text, let's have a look how in a paragraph we can actually override this. So if I'm going to say over here class for the paragraph, and within the class, what I'm going to say is this is going to be text. So as you can see over here, again, I need to start the same way how I'm writing text. Now here I'm going to change what color is going to be. So here I'm going to say danger. So this text, instead of the whole container, gets a red color, and the rest of the text has actually white color. So if I'm going to go back over here, and if I'm going to look at my start, which is I opened up in a browser, this is going to be in my live preview. This is going to be in a live browser. And if I'm going to save this, we have our first Bootstrap container that has a heading. Over here, it has a paragraph, and over here, these would be two buttons. So as I'm shrinking or expanding the screen, you can see how our container is actually changing the width and changing also here the paddings, because this is going to be the container. And next one, we're going to look at how we can work with a container fluid. Once we have built our first Bootstrap container, now let's look at how we can build a container fluid. So over here, we're going to go to the bottom of where this container ends. Over here, you can see that this would be the opening and this would be the closing tag. And over here, I'm going to create a comment. I'm just going to say end of container, just so we don't start nesting actually this container within the previous one. So once we have this covered, the comment, again, as always, let's start by creating a div. Only in this case, we're going to be creating a container, and we're going to say that this is going to be fluid over here like this. Once we have the container fluid, now let's create a row. So div with the class of row, and over here the same way, let's just create a basic column starting from the smallest screen all the way to the biggest screen. Now within the column, let's start by looking at a display class. So we're going to say over here that this was going to be my heading 1. Only in this case, we're going to add a class of display, and we're going to say over here the option of 1. Now the 1 would be the biggest one, and the 4 would be the smallest one. And display actually is really nice if we would want to create some kind of titles. So over here, I'm just going to write that this is going to be display number 1 over here. But in general, you would use it for the title. So if I'm going to save it over here, you can see that I have a massive piece of text over here, which says display 1. Now, if I'm going to make my screen a little bit bigger, you can see that it's going to line up a little bit better. Now, we're not limited to adding this display to a heading 1. If I'm just going to copy and paste this over here, and if I'm going to change these tags, see over here, now I have heading 1. But if I'm going to change this actually to the paragraph, I'm going to get the same deal. So what happens is if I'm going to add this class to a paragraph, it's going to act the same way as the heading would actually act, because I added over here the class of display. So that's the important one, not the element where we're adding. And over here, let's look at a smallest one over here like this. So save it, and this is going to be actually display 4. So if I'm going to go back over here, I'm going to say that this is going to be a display 4. After display, now let's look at how we can work with a paragraphs. So let's create another paragraph, and over here for this paragraph, let's say that first we would want a text of success. So what's happening is now we want not text danger, which would be a red text. We actually would want a text success, which is going to make this paragraph green. And over here, we're going to write again lorem 20, which is going to create a dummy text of 20 words. And sure enough, over here, now we have a text that is actually green color because we added this text success class. Now also a lot, we're going to be adding the class of lead. So here, if I'm going to go to the paragraph and if I'm going to add this class, you see over here, our line height changed, our padding changed, and the font size increased. So if you want some kind of paragraph to stand out throughout the project, we're going to be using a lot of class lead. And last but not least, let's look at how we can add paddings and how we can add paddings to a left and right. So if we know that we had an option of all around, top, bottom, left, right, we also have an option of horizontal direction or vertical direction. So for the horizontal direction, we're going to say px or mx, or for vertical, we're going to say py or my. So here we're going to say that this is going to be px, so this is going to be padding horizontal direction and the biggest padding that there is, because I'm going to say 5 over here. So now you can see over here how my padding on the sides right away increased. And once we have covered a paragraph, now let's create 3 buttons and look at how again we can change the colors and how we can change the margins. So again, let's start over here with a button. Now for the button, right away, let's add a class over here, btn, and also let's say that this is going to be a button with a dark background. So we're going to say over here, this is going to be the dark. So I'm going to press it over here, and sure enough, now I have my button. Now over here, I'm going to say btn dark. So this is going to be my dark button, and over here, this would be the button. Now, once I have the dark button, now let's look at how we can change the actual text. And we already know that we can just go over here and we're going to say text danger. Like I said, we're not limited adding this text to headings or paragraphs. We can actually go over here and change the text for our button. Also, let's look at how we can have a margin top, and we're going to say that this is going to be what? This is going to be, let's say, 4 over here. So now what's going to happen? This margin should actually increase. Sure enough, this button actually moved down because we added over here this margin top. Now the last thing, let's just add an attribute of type, and we're going to say that this type is going to be button. So if I want to copy this button, I'm just going to select it over here, and we're just going to copy it 2 times. So once I have copied, now I have 3 button darks. Now what I would want to change over here. Well, first let's change over here from dark, from this button dark class, to a success. So let me delete this, and let's write that this is going to be button success. And we know that with success we would have a green color, and in this case this would be a green background. And over here, let's also change this success over here. Let's save it, and now we have the button that has a green background. Also, I would want to change a text, and for this text, I'm actually going to say that this is going to be muted, and muted is going to give this grayish color over here. So now I can see that I have green button with a gray text. And over here, let's change from margin top to a margin bottom. So this is going to be the same value. However, here you can see that this is pushing down, and right now this margin is applied to the bottom, so it's pushing the button actually up. And the last button, I would want to change the actual background. So we're going to say over here that this is going to be secondary. Now you're not going to see that big of a difference. I mean, you do, but in general, this is gray color. So secondary would be gray one over here, and it would be lighter actually from over here, this dark. Now after that, we would want a text primary. So again, we're going to change danger from the primary over here, and now we have this button. And last but not least, again, let's check it out how we can apply margin, again, left and right, not only one direction. So I'm going to save it. And sure enough, right now we have margin left and right. And last but not least, let's go up to the actual container. And let's say over here that this is going to be background warning, which is going to make this a yellow background. Let's make this a text dark. So I'd want to make the whole text dark. I'm going to say text dark. However, as we can see, we're not actually changing anything over here in this paragraph. And the reason for that is because you see over here, we have our own specific class over here. So we're just adding a text dark to the whole thing, which in this case comes out to be only for these settings because the buttons also have their own text class. And last but not least, let's look at how we can add padding and vertical padding. So we're going to say PY, so it's going to be up and down. And let's use the biggest one there is, which is going to be 5. And this is how our container fluid would look like. So I'm going to go back over here, and this is going to be our start in the browser. Let's refresh. And now we have first container, and this is going to be our first container fluid. And like I said, and like I have said, I think more than enough times, that this one is going to have the padding, and over here the container fluid wouldn't have the padding. It wouldn't be responsive. It would always have this 100% width over here. After we have tackled our first container and container fluid, now let's look at how in a project we're going to be using a section element. So like always, over here, what we're going to say is this is going to be end of and whatever section we created over here. So here I'm going to say container and we're going to say fluid. So this is going to be the end of container fluid. And over here, we're going to start with our first section. So like I said, basically in the Bootstrap, you're always going to have some kind of syntax like this, where you're going to be creating a container like a wrapper. And once you have the container, you're going to be placing everything inside here. Now the difference in the project, we're going to be using a section element for the grouping. So actually we're going to write like this. We're going to have a section, then we're going to have a container, and then we're going to be working with a rest of the rows and columns. And the reason why I'm using a section, there is no particular one. I could have just used some kind of div, let's say, and right over here a class. However, it's better to use sections for a semantics. And what also section allows us to do, it allows us to fix the fact that over here the padding is for container and we might be missing a background color, like for the first container that we created. So let me show you by example. So let's say over here we would have this div class of container, and let's say over here we're going to have a background and we're going to say danger. Now if I'm going to write some type of text over here, so let's say that I'm going to have, this is going to be heading 1, and we're going to call this section example over here. Once we save this, over here you can see that I have a section example. Now over here you can see that I misspelled danger. That's why the red color is not showing up. If I have it over here, you can see that I have a section example. And if I'm going to go back over here to a actual start and refresh, see over here, I have these white sides because of the padding. So let's say, what if I would want this whole thing to be red, but still would want to use over here this container? I wouldn't want to go back to this container fluid. Well, I can just do it over here like this. I can get rid of this class from the container and go back to the section, since the section is actually wrapping everything. And over here, I'm going to say class, and I'm going to say that this is going to be background danger. So in this case, now I get the best of the both worlds, because what's happening is now my background is going to be red all around. However, I'm still keeping the padding over here. You can see that it's not working as a container fluid. I still get the padding. So that's another benefit how we can actually work with a section. And one more benefit is later on, once we're going to be working in the project, what's going to happen is we're going to add even ID over here. So let's say we're going to say that this is going to be skills section. And once we have the ID, we can go to our main CSS and start applying a custom styles, because obviously not always we will be satisfied with the colors that we're getting over here, or styles or paddings or anything that we would want. So with the CSS, we would make it more custom. So this would be another reason why we should be adding over here these sections. Now again, you don't need to really use this as a section. You can use whatever divs you would want, but in this case, I just like using a sections for semantics. Now, once we have over here this container, and then we have a heading 1. Now, what I would want actually is to get rid of it for a second and add the row and the column properly. So let's say over here that we're going to say this is going to be a column, and my apologies, because actually we need to create a row first. So let me create a row, and let me actually grab this guy over here and bring it in. So now this would be a row that's actually wrapping around the column. Now what we would want in these columns. So like I said, first let's do a heading 1, and let's just add a class, and we're going to say that this class is going to be text white. So we're going to make a white text. And what we would want over here, we would want a section example. So this is going to be our text. So section example over here. Now this text is going to be white. Maybe let's change this one to danger to just dark over here. So this is going to be our background. Now once we have the heading 1, let's look at how we can work with a paragraph and again with display. So let's go down over here and let's start a new line, and we're going to say that this is going to be paragraph and this is going to be display over here 4. So this would be the display property that we used before, and we also would want a text warning over here. So this is going to make our text yellow, and over here we're going to say paragraph display. So let's save this over here, and sure enough, right now we have a paragraph display. Now once we have looked at a paragraph with display property, next let's look at 2 paragraphs and how we can work with a text colors and paddings. So let's say over here that we have another text, and over here we're going to say that this paragraph is going to have few classes. First one is going to be text info, which is going to make this green bluish color to the text. And next we're going to have a padding left and right 5. So let's do a text of, let's say, 20 words. So we open it up, and sure enough, what we have over here is this text that has this green bluish color, and over here we have these paddings on the right and on the left. And now we can also look at how we would work with just centering the text. So if I'm going to write over here that this is going to be text, and instead of colors we also have an option of saying, let's say that this is going to be text right. So what's going to happen is this text actually moves right. Now we're not limited to the right, we can write center, and once we center the text, you can see that this text is going to be in the center. Now we also have a left. However, left is actually a default. So over here, if I'm going to write left, you'll see that nothing changed. However, what's going to happen is, let's say that if I'm going to go back over here and I'm going to say that I would want for the whole row, I would want actually a text center. So let's find a row. Let's have a text, and we're going to say center. Not success, we're going to say center. So we're going to apply this class for the whole row. However, this guy still stays over here on the left because we more specifically applied over here. So if I'm going to delete this and if I'm going to save this, you can see that this also goes in the center. Now, for now, let's just have it in a right position over here. So we'll save this, and it's going to go all the way to the right. Now, once we have our first paragraph over here with a text centering property class, let's have another one. Let's say that this is going to be a paragraph again. This is going to be text light, so the color is going to be light. Then we're going to have a text left, which is again make the default one property on the element that's within the text center parent. And here let's do a padding top bottom 4. Press tab over here, and let's add another 20 words over here. Press tab, and now we have 2 paragraphs. Save this, and sure enough, now we have 2 of them. And since these 2 paragraphs have been added, now let's look at more properties regarding buttons. So let's start again by creating a button. Now for the button, we would want few classes. So maybe let's start with a type attribute, And then over here, we're going to have some classes. For the classes, we would want btn, which we always need to add. And then let's do a color of warning. So let's make this a yellow. And then we're going to have a text secondary over here. Save this and let's just write something. Let's say that this is going to be btn warning. Save this, and over here we have our button warning. Now let's copy and paste this, and let's just again change the values around so we can see how we can actually work with the classes and how does it look like. So again, I'm just going to be selecting this. So I'm just going to say over here that this is going to be my button, and I'm going to copy and paste this 2 more times. And again, the only thing we need to do is start changing these classes. So over here, the next one would be info. So let's change over here to info. Then we'll have a text dark over here. And next one, we're going to say that this is going to be light and text is going to be dark. So we're going to keep the text dark. So here, let's say this is going to be light and this is going to be dark over here like this. So we're going to save this, and maybe let's change it around what it says. So over here, if we would want to actually change them, we're going to select them both over here, and I'm going to write that this is going to be actually info. So I'm going to say info, and last one is going to be light. So this is going to be button light. And now let's look at how, when working with section, how we can center them, how we would actually place them in the center vertically. Now we have a few options over here with a Bootstrap. First things first, we can actually apply a padding. So if I'm going to go to a skills, if I'm going to say that this is going to be padding top bottom, I can just say over here 5. So you see what happens. Now I'm getting over here this padding on the top and also on the bottom. Now I also can go back to a main CSS and apply specific padding. So if I'm going to go back over here to main CSS, and like I said, we're going to be selecting a div with an ID of skills. So I'm going to say skills over here. And now what we would want is a padding. Now, once we have the padding, the first property is going to be top bottom, and the second one is actually going to be left and right. So let's say over here, 400 pixels. So top bottom, and left and right is going to be 0. Now, once I save this, actually nothing happens. And the reason why nothing happens, you see over here, this is going to be the Bootstrap class that we already added. So we have 2 options. Now, if we have added the class, we can get rid of the class, and then now the padding is applied. Or if we have, let's say, a class, but we would want to override this, we need to go back over here to a main CSS, have an exclamation mark, and over here we're going to say important. So now we're actually overriding the class, because basically what happens is the biggest use that we have from the Bootstrap is that these classes are already pre-made. So if we just write simple over here a rule, this is not going to work, because this padding is already pre-written of how it should look like. So only if we're using this important, then it's going to work, unless that class doesn't exist. So if the padding class from Bootstrap doesn't exist, you can do whatever how you would want. Well, this is all fine and nice. What we would want is actually would want to have some kind of way how we would apply the width and the height for the whole, let's say, section, and then place it in the center, not by adding the paddings. Now you can do the paddings, but I'm going to show you a better way. So let's say over here that, again, we're just going to get rid of this. I'm going to say we wouldn't want any padding. Now, first, what we would want is we would want to apply the height. Now, for the height, what we have is in the Bootstrap, we have a row. And if you remember from the tutorial, row is actually flexbox, parent container in the Bootstrap. So how does it work? First, we have an option where we have align items, and then let's say over here we're going to use center. Now what's happening is this aligns items in the center using the flexbox properties. Now the problem over here is, even though I have this class, I cannot right now use it because you can see that everything is crammed together. So I need to add some kind of height to this row to actually use it. So here what I can do is I can just, let's say, create a class. And again, you can name this class a monkey. It doesn't really matter. I'm just going to say that this class is going to be height class. That's all it is. And I'm going to go back over here to the main CSS, and I'm going to target this class. So I'm going to say over here that this is going to be height class. And here I have a few options. So let's say over here, I'm going to have height. And let's say, let's use 1,000 pixels. So let's make, I added the whole height for the class. Over here you can see. And once I added this height, then this class was applied to a row. And then I use this align items, which is aligning items vertically, and place it in the center. Now, like everything in a Bootstrap, we're not limited to this. I can say end. Now it's going to be all the way in the bottom. I can say start. The start is, again, going to be the default one. So now we're adding back to the start. Like I said, while this is fine and dandy, you can always do it. There is even a better way. Now, the better way is actually using a min height and view heights properties. So let's say I'm just going to comment this out just so you have it for your own knowledge. And instead of height, we're going to use a min height. So what I'm saying is, doesn't matter of the content. I would always want some kind of minimal height over here. That's first. So it doesn't matter if the content, even the content is just one line, I would want some kind of minimal height. And next we're going to use a view heights. And what view heights are the percentages of whatever screen you have over here. So you can see over here, now I'm looking at the screen. So this is going to be my height, starting from here all the way down to here. So what I'm saying is, I would want this height over here, this class, to use the whole thing. Now I'm not limited to 100, but I'll show you that in a second. So if I save this, what happens if I scroll down? Check it out what I have. It's exactly 100 right now. I tried to keep scrolling, but I cannot. And if I go up, I can see right away that my next one starts. So this one is using on every screen size. This is going to be using 100 view heights. And it's really nice if you want to have a consistency. And sure enough, if I'm going to go back over here, again, I can do the same thing. If I had a start, let's put it in the center. And this is what we're going to be doing a lot in the project. We're going to be using these view heights to actually make this 100% of the window that we're looking at. And we're going to place it in the center over here like this. Now, later on, we're going to look at other flexbox properties that actually we already covered before, which dealing with horizontal aligning. However, this property itself by align items, you're going to be using a lot throughout a project and is very, very useful. And what we need to remember is we can use it with a row because row automatically is a parent element in the Bootstrap, Flexbox parent element. However, there needs to be some kind of height. You cannot just, if your content takes up the whole space anyway, nothing is going to change by just applying this class. So you need to have some kind of height over here. So if we're going to go back over here, this is going to be my start. I'm going to refresh, and sure enough, you can see over here that I have these 100 view heights. Now we're not, again, as always, I keep repeating, we're not limited to just this 100. Now, sure enough, we can do 50. Now just remember though, 50, you can see that my text is taking 50 anyway. So again, nothing changed. So I need to have something that makes sense, that is bigger than what my text is taking. So let's say over here 70. So now again, it's a little bit smaller. Let's say 80. So now you can see that slowly I'm starting to get it in the center, and I actually have some padding over it because you can see that my text is taking so much space anyway. So right now, this does make sense going in 100 because then actually it looks a little bit better. So save this, and sure enough, we have over here. And of course, we can go more. If you want, we can go 130. So now, sure enough, now you can see I have to scroll down, actually. But mostly I'm going to be using between 60 and, of course, most of the time it's going to be 100. Once we have finished our first section, let's create our second section. And our second section is actually going to resemble more of a header that we will going to be using later on in our project. So here, as usual, we're just going to have a comment, and we're going to say end of first section. Then again, we're going to create a new section. So we're going to say over here section. Now, in this case, for the section, we're not going to have any kind of ID. We're just going to have a class of background light. So here, I'm just going to write this is going to be BG, and over here light. Now, once I have this class over here and I save it, you can see that right now I don't see anything. But let's keep on going and let's add the container, the row, and the column. So we're going to do container, then we're going to do a row. So container with a class of row, and that class of row is also going to have a class of column. So we're here. Once we save this, now we have the container, row, and column. Now, if you remember in the last video, in the CSS, we created this height class. So in this case, we're going to use the same class. The only thing over here, I'm going to change it back from 130 actually to 100. Then I'm going to go back to a HTML. And since I know that row is going to be a flexbox parent container in the Bootstrap, I'm just going to go over here and I'm going to add a height to my row. So see what happens. I have this guy that's going to be exactly 100. You see it takes up my whole window, the first section. And as I scroll down, the same case over here. Now I have my second section that also takes 100 view heights. So now once we have this second section, next start placing actually elements in the column. So the first element we would want to place is going to be heading. Now this heading one is going to have few classes. So the first class is going to be display 2, just to get that title look. Then we're going to have text danger for the red fonts, and then we're going to have a text uppercase, and then we're going to write what we would want to place inside. So here we're just going to write that this is going to be Udemy. So once we have this over here, I'm just going to press tab, and sure enough, now we have my heading 1, which is going to be with a display 2 class. Now once we have the heading 1, now in the next line, let's create a paragraph. This paragraph is going to have a few classes also. So the first one is going to be text muted to get that gray look. Then we're going to say this is going to be class of lead to get the line heights and padding, so it looks a little bit more presentable. And over here, we're going to have a margin, top, bottom 4. So again, we're going to press over here tab. Then we're going to have place some text inside. So again, let's say something 20, save it. And over here, this is going to be our paragraph. Now, after the paragraph, we're going to look at how we can create links in the Bootstrap as buttons. So we knew already before we can create a button, and then we need to add class of btn and btn info. Well, over here, what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a link instead. And for a link, we know that we need to have an href. So for the href, we're just going to leave it whatever it is. So here, I'm just going to say that this is going to be the link. And you can see that it creates an href for me, but I'm going to place a hashtag over here. Now, in order to make this link like a button, I need to add a class again. Now, what classes I'm going to be adding? Well, first of all, always I need to add this button class. And rest of the classes, again, are going to have to do with the styling. So here I'm going to say secondary. This is going to be for a gray color. Then I'm going to say that there's going to be text danger, which is going to be for the red text. And then we're going to have, again, text uppercase. And then we're going to have padding 3. So padding 3 is going to be all around. And then we're going to have margin top, which is also going to be 3. So let's save this. And sure enough, over here, this is going to be our button. Now we need to place some text inside over here. So I'm just going to say over here that this is going to be explore. And as you can see over here, my text is going to be uppercase because of this. And text is going to be red because of this text danger class. Now, what else can we do? Well, you know what? Let's create the same button. Let's just change the colors for the button. So I'm going to say over here that I would want to select this link over here. And I'm just going to copy and paste this and create a new link. And here we're just going to change, again, few classes. Well, first we're going to say that button is not going to be secondary. This is actually going to be dark. So we're going to say that this is going to be dark. We're also going to change it from text danger over here to the text light. And once we have the text light, we're going to keep the text uppercase. Padding, we're going to keep the same thing. And margin top also, we're going to keep the same. Now, the only difference over here, if I save this, what I would want is I would want to add a margin that is horizontal. So I'm going to go back over here. I'm just going to write that this is going to be MX over here and 3. And we save it, and you can see that we're getting this margin that is on a left and a right. Now, once we're done with this, you can see that we have this 100 view heights for the window. And what I would want is I would actually want to place this in the center. And we know that row is a flexbox parent container in a Bootstrap. I know I'm repeating this probably 7 times already, but I think it's important in the beginning just to kind of drill down those main concepts so it's actually easier for you later on. So if we know that right now we added already height, and this is a flexbox parent container, we know that in order to align actually in the center, we're going to do align items over here in the center. Now we also have an option for the flexbox whenever we're working in Bootstrap to align it in the center horizontally. And the class for that is going to be justify content. And over here, we're going to have also options. And let's start over here with center. Now, the problem in this case is we are using one column over here because you can see that nothing pretty much happened. We added this class, but it's not really what we want. Over here, you can see that this is going to be using whatever height is over here for this heading 1. And then the paragraph is going to be spanning all across. And the reason for that is the column is going to take up the whole space over here. This class right now is not working. So what we need over here is we know that in Bootstrap, everything is divided in 12 columns. And if we just write one column right now like this, that means that it's spanning all across from the smaller screen all the way to the biggest. Well, if we know that this sum is going to be 12, how about if we actually create a width for this column over here? So let's say over here, I'm going to add that this is going to be column 9, and I'm going to save it. And check it out what happens over here. Then everything right away goes in the center, because right now, actually this column has some kind of width. So the same way how you needed some kind of height for this vertical class over here to work, the same thing works over here. If we just add one column, this class is not going to be working. However, if we're going to add some kind of width over here for this column, then this justify content class with this center option is going to be working. Again, there's going to be a couple of other ways that we can place it in a start. We can place it in the end. The start is going to be default, and we will going to be covering those things later on. Right now, let's just focus on both of these center ones. So one is going to be center vertically, and then we have horizontally. So if I'm going to save this over here, and if we're going to go to the file that we opened in the browser, and if I'm going to refresh, sure enough, this is what I have. So I have over here my column that's going to be spanning 9, and you can see that it's actually placed in the center. And you can see that it's taking up whole width over here and the whole height. And this would be our first header section that we have created so far in this Bootstrap course. So far in our examples, we were using all the time one column, or we added some kind of width to our one column. Well, in this case, we're going to start looking actually how the Bootstrap grid works. And for this, first, as always, what we would want is first to create some type of over here a comment that it would say that this would be the end of the section. So over here, we're going to say end of second section over here. And again, let's create a new section. So here we're going to say that this is going to be a section, and the section is going to have a few classes. So we're going to have over here class, and we're going to say that this is going to be BG primary over here. So let's give it a blue background. So primary, and then we'll say over here that this is also going to have a padding. Top bottom, we're going to say that this is going to be something like 5. So here we're going to save this, and if we're going to go down over here, this is going to be our section. Now we're going to start placing the containers over here, but in this case, we're going to use a container fluid. So we're going to say over here, and this is going to be a container fluid, and then this container fluid is going to have also a row, and over here, we're going to leave the class for now empty because we'll just check it out how everything works. Now, like I said before, and so far, we have been working with just one column. However, if we remember that the magic number is 12, then over here, whatever we're seeing is going to get divided by 12, we can start understanding how we can work with a Bootstrap over here grid system. So let's say over here that I have this row, and I would want to add one column. So let's say, as always, I'm going to say that this is going to be a column, and this column also is going to have few other classes. Well, first, going to say that this column is going to have a text center, and also we're going to say that this is going to have a background danger over here. Now, what I'm going to place over here within my first column, I'm going to say over here that I would want first to place the font awesome. Remember the icons that were downloaded? Well, now we're going to be implementing them. And in order to use font awesome, we need to write I over here. Then we're going to have to add few classes. So the first one is going to be FAS. So now I have I element with FAS class. And over here, this is going to be the name of the actual icon. So I'm just going to say over here that this is going to be my home icon. Now also what I would want is I would want to add size, but this size is going to come from actual font awesome. Later on in the course, we're going to look at how we can do our own sizing with a CSS, but for now, let's just use whatever the font awesome gives us. And they gives us pretty much this kind of syntax. So we're going to write FA, and then this number is pretty much the size. So if I'm going to say 5, this is going to be the bigger size, 3 is going to be smaller, and you get an idea. And over here, the last one is I just want to show you that we can use this Bootstrap classes with a font awesome over here as well. So I'm going to say over here text light. What this means is that I would want this font awesome to be light color. So once I save this, sure enough, see what I have. I have my font awesome that is light, and the whole column over here has this red background. Now, if I'm going to go back over here, you can see that if I delete this, this is not working right now. So this is just to show you what we're adding. And over here, if I would say 5, like I said, you can see that this is going to be bigger. Just I'm showing you so you don't think that I'm lying to you. So once we have this column, now let's check it out how we can add 2 columns. So let's say over here, if I'm going to go back up, and you can see that I have my column over here, and it actually ends over here. So what if I'm going to go over here and I'm just going to copy this? And over here, you can see that this is not what I would want it to do. And all I want to do is copy this column. So once I copy the column, check it out over here. Now I actually have 2 columns. Now let's change the background just so we can actually see better over here. And sure enough, what I have is 2 columns over here. One is going to be spanning half the screen and the other one. And you can see what's happening is, again, we still need to remember that the magic number is going to be 12. And what's happening right now is Bootstrap sees that we have 2 columns and we haven't added any kind of width yet. We will going to be doing it this later on. But for now, all we're saying is we would want 2 columns and we would want to take them as much space as is actually possible. Now, before we actually look at more at the columns, let's do one more thing. Let's add over here a heading 3. And for this heading 3, we're just going to say this is going to be text dark. And over here, let's just write that this is going to be actually FA home, just so we can start remembering what the font awesome names are. So here, we're just going to write this is going to be FA home. And what I'm going to do over here is I'm just going to, again, copy this line over here. And we're going to say that this is, I'm going to copy this, and we're going to go down over here and just copy and paste it. So now both of them are going to have FA home. Now, if we can have 2 of them, well, can we have 3? Well, let's try it out. So what I'm going to say over here, again, I'm just going to grab this guy over here, copy, and you can see that I actually messed up a little bit. I need to copy all the way over here, and let's copy and paste this. And what we have, well, now we actually have 3. So I can just start adding over here these columns, and Bootstrap is going to be dividing for me. So let's say over here, we're just going to change this, and we're going to say that this is going to be, well, you know what? No, let's keep this text light, but I would want to change the background. So instead of background info, let's do warning over here. And the last one, we're going to say that this is going to be some kind of different one. Because what I'm going to do, I'm going to add actually the 4th one. So right now we have 3. So you can see that 1 column, 2nd column, 3rd column. But I can obviously add as many as I want. Now, if it's not going to be able to fit it, you can see that it's going to wrap into the new line. Now, once we have created 3 columns, let's have a look what happens if we add a 4th one. So here we're going to check where is our actual column. So I'm going to copy this and copy and paste this. And once I have a new line over here, you can see that I have my 4th column. And as I'm expanding over here, now we're going to have a 4 columns over here. However, if we're going to be going down to a smaller size, you can see that this is going to wrap to the next line because there's not enough space. And over here, what I would want is I would want to add some kind of background. So I'm going to say over here that this would be a little bit of background. So I'm going to say that this is going to be success. So let's say over here that we're going to create this one as a success. So over here, this is how we can actually use this. And you can see that I actually misspelled it over here. So now we have the success. So here we would have 3 columns. However, if we're going to go to a bigger screen over here like this, then we're going to have a 4th one. So this is how Bootstrap would be dividing the columns for us. So let's say over here we're going to create 3 columns, not specifying any kind of width, and Bootstrap is going to divide it. And these columns are going to be this way, spanning from the smaller screen to a bigger screen. This is because we haven't added anything to these columns. So far we only have this col and no width and no specific screen size. So far we know that Bootstrap has a sum of 12 grid, and it is doing dividing for us if we're just adding a column like this. However, what if we would want to control the width for the specific column? Well, can we do that? Well, of course we can. So over here, let's create again another new section, and we're just going to call this that this is going to be end of first grid, and let's create another section. Now in this section we're going to have a background green. So let's say over here that this is going to be a section. Now this section is going to have a class of background, and we're going to say over here success, and also we're going to have a padding top bottom over here 5. So let's save this, and sure enough this is going to be our section. Now what we're going to have in the section, we're going to have again container fluid. Then with the container fluid we're also going to have a row. So this is going to be, the child is going to be row, and then we're going to have a few columns. So let's say over here just leave these columns as it is. So let me just save this over here, and now we have container fluid and row over here. Now what we're going to place over here in this row? Well, now we're going to look at how this sum of 12 helps us to actually divide and make the width for our own columns. So first we're going to write that this is going to be a column that we're going to be creating. However, the difference over here is I'm going to say that this column is going to be spanning 8. And also this column, what's going to happen is I'm going to say that this column is going to have a background. And let's say over here that this is going to be a secondary background, secondary. And also this column is going to have a font awesome inside. And let's do, you know what, let's do also a margin bottom 3. And let's do text center. So all these things are going to happen in this column. So this is going to be our first column. Now over here in the column, like I said, let's place a font awesome. So we're going to say I dot, and then we're going to have a FAS, and then we're going to have FA star. So this is going to be for our star. Now over here for the star we also have a little bit of height. So let's say 3x over here. So what we have over here is, once we save this, we have over here, this is going to be our star. And let's add one more text. Let's just say that this is going to be heading 3 and just the name, so we know that this is going to be the star. Now once we have this first column ready to go over here, let's check it out how we can work with this column 8. So if we have column 8 and we know that the sum is going to be 12, we know that we have actually left over 4. So if we want to fill over here this column and have our own grid over here like this, what we need over here is to create this div that we have. However, we need to change it around. We need to make sure that this column is actually going to be spanning 4. And over here, I'm going to change this. Instead of secondary, we're going to change it to light just so we can see better. And sure enough, now we start actually creating our own grid. So what happens over here, instead of letting the Bootstrap to divide, like it evenly divided over here, I'm saying myself that I would want over here this column over here like this. This is going to be 1, this is going to be 8, and this is going to be 4. Now we're obviously not limited to these numbers. We know that the sum actually is what? We know that the sum is actually 12, right? So we basically know that doesn't matter what we do, we can just keep on dividing by 12, and we can just, the sum needs to be that 12. So let's say if I want to create another 2 columns. Now I know that this row is already full. I have 8, and over here I have 4. But what I'm going to do over here is I'm just going to copy this over here, copy and paste this, and here I'm going to change this one around. So if this one was 8 and this one was 4, let's do it over here. Again, we know that the sum is 12. So over here, we're going to do 3 and 9. And let's change these ones around also. So over here, I'm going to say that this is going to be a light. And over here, this is going to be secondary. So now you can see how we are starting actually to control the grid ourselves. And as long as we make sure that the sum of these columns is going to be 12, then we're good to go, because we can just keep on adding as many columns as we would want. So here, if I'm going to go to a browser over here, you can see that this is going to be my first column, second, and then the third and the fourth. And again, as a matter of the width of the screen, the Bootstrap is going to keep these proportions because of the numbers that we created over here. And this is how we can work with a Bootstrap grid, where we actually specify the width of our columns ourselves. Now that we know the Bootstrap grid basics, let's check it out. What would be the shortcomings and how we can actually overcome them. So here we're going to say that this is going to be end of second over here grid. This is how we're going to call this. And now we're going to check it out how we can change this layout depending on the screen size over here. So let's say over here, again, we're going to create that this is going to be a section. So I'm going to say over here, this is going to be section, and the section is going to have just a simple class over here of BG over here light. And then it's also going to have a class of PY5. So over here, in this case, we're just going to add a padding top bottom over here 5. Now, once we have the section ready, now we would want to create again a container fluid and a row. And again, the setup for the most of the video is going to be exactly the same, but at the end we're going to change some properties around. So here we're going to start the same way, like I said. So I'm going to have a container over here fluid. Then within the container fluid, we're actually going to place a row over here. We're going to say that this is going to be a row, and now we would want to place some columns. So we're going to start again over here. We're going to say that this is going to be a column. In this case, let's just say over here that this is going to be a 4. And once within the column, now we would want to have a phantasm over here. But before we do this, let's actually place just a single column over here. So now we know that this is going to be our single column and of single column. So this is going to make it easier for us to copy and paste later on. And once we have the column, let's do phantasm. We're going to say over here FAB. So this would not have be FAS. This is going to be FAB. And over here, we're going to say FA, over here, HTML5. So now we're going to look at HTML icon. And over here, let's do again the size. So we're going to say over here, 3x. And then we're going to say text info class, just to make it light blue. Now, once we have this phantasm, sure enough, over here, this is our phantasm. And over here, let's place a text. Let's just say over here, this is going to be a heading. Let's do 2, heading 2. Let's do text capitalize, and let's also do text dark, and let's do some padding over here. So let's do padding top bottom over here 3. So now once I have this, let's write learn HTML over here. And last, let's just have a paragraph over here like this. Let's say over here, this is going to be paragraph of, I don't know, again, 20 words. So for this paragraph, we're just going to have a text muted class, just for this grayish color. And over here, we're going to say this is going to be lorem 20 over here, lorem 20. And once we have it, now we have the text. Now, like I said, let's grab the columns and let's look at out what's going to happen. So we know so far over here like this, we're going to copy and paste this one time, second time. And over here, let's change the HTML5. We're going to change it to CSS3. And over here, this is going to be JavaScript. So this one icon, let's change it to CSS3. And over here, this one changed to JavaScript. And also, let's actually change what we are learning. So here, we're going to say CSS. And over here, this guy is going to be JS. So once we save it, now we have 3 of them. And like I told you, over here, you can see that where the problem is starting. You can see that because I have a text, and if I have them side by side like this, if I'm using this column width, like over here, it was fine. because the actual columns are small. There's nothing really in there. However, the more you start actually placing in a column, this does not look good in a small screen. Now, obviously, if I'm going to a bigger screen, it's getting better and better. It's already looking good. However, if I go to the smaller screen, this does not look very pretty. And what would be the solution? Well, the solution is that we can change over here this column, over here the actual width of the column, depending on the actual screen size. So you see over here, I've written over here that starting from the extra small screen, this is going to be occupying these 4 columns, which is going to be what? Like 33% of the screen, right? Now, over here, what if I would change this? What if I would write over here SM4? So what I'm saying is from the extra small screen, actually occupy the whole width, this column. Then once you get to the small screen, which is going to be bigger, obviously, than this right now, then you only split in 3, I'm sorry. So 3 columns. Basically, what I'm saying is whenever you have enough room, which is my opinion, this is going to be small. So starting from the small screen, then only do this division. So let me go over here and add to all of them over here like this. So I'm going to say starting from the small screen, then you should split up. But in the extra small screen, which is right now, this is the extra small screen. You see what happens? Now actually occupy the whole thing. Now where I'm getting this, if I'm going to go to a Bootstrap documentation, you can see over here what happens. See over here we have the actual widths and we have what would be the prefix. So you see over here from the extra small screen, this would be less than 576 over here. Then we're using this column. However, if we would want only this width to change starting from the small screen, so extra small, we would occupy the full width. Then we would write small over here. Now, if we're going to write medium, that means from the extra small screen and the small screen, the column width is going to be 100. It's going to be occupying the whole space. However, once we get over here, then it's only going to split. So let's just check it out how it happens. So let me refresh over here. You can see that I have 3 columns. Now, as I'm going over here, less, you can see over here how they're dividing. Now, once I get to the extra small, now they're occupying the whole space. However, over here, you can see that right away they split in 4. So if we know that we can actually control this, let's change this small to medium. So we're going to say over here, medium, and over here, we're going to say medium. So all of them, again, are going to be medium. So now this change is going to happen when the screen gets somewhere over here, let's say, right? So again, if I'm going to refresh, you can see that starting from the extra small screen, everything is occupying the full column. I keep on going. You can see that I'm past the actual small screen. I'm still having this division of actually 100%. Once I get past the medium, so starting from medium, I actually get this layout that I wanted. So this is how we can control the actual width of the columns depending on the screen size. Because if it's going to be less than what we specified over here, this is just going to take the whole screen. So this would be the mobile view over here, what we're seeing. And now that we have looked at how we can control the width of the columns depending on the screen size, let's actually also check it out how we can change the whole layout depending on the width of the screen. And for this, what I'm going to say over here is I'm just going to copy the whole section over here. So I'm going to check it out, where is my section, and I'm just going to copy the whole section. So I'm going to select the whole thing, and over here, we're just going to copy and paste this over here. So I'm going to copy and paste this. I'm going to go up over here. I'm going to say that this is going to be a last section over here in this project, and I'm just going to change the background over here, just so you can see a little bit better. So I'm going to say over here, danger, and if we're going to go down over here, now I can see that this is going to be our last section. And also, let's change right away, maybe a colors. Let's say over here, and this is going to be text white. So I'm changing the colors for a font awesome. So text white over here. And the last one also is going to be over here, text white. Now, once we have this over here, now we have over here our font awesome and all the icons over here. Now, all the columns are working. However, what if we would want to change the actual layout? What if we wouldn't want to keep this all the time? Let's say dividing by 3. So spanning, let's say 33%. Well, we can actually do this. So let me go back over here and write that starting from the small screen, this is going to be, let's say, 4. but instead of 4, let's say that this is going to be 6. So what I'm saying is on the extra small screen, keep the full width. However, once you get to a small screen, have the size over here of 6. Okay, now we're going to keep on moving, and we're going to say over here that this is going to be starting from the small screen. We're going to say that this is going to be 6 also. And the last one, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to write that starting from the small screen, let's have it 6 over here. Now, once I actually save this, let's check it out what would happen in the browser. So I'm going to refresh over here, and you can see that starting from the small screen over here, these ones take up the half the size over here. This one is 6, this one is 6, so this is going to be 12. And then this guy is in the next line because it didn't fit in this one, so it started a new line. Okay, but what if I would want to get to the medium and change it around? What if I'd want to fit all of them in a medium? Well, we can certainly do this. All we have to do is over here, we're just going to write that this is going to be column, medium over here, and we're going to say what kind of width again we would want. So again, we're going to do the same thing over here. We're going to say that this is going to be 4. So let me save this over here. Let me go down again. I'm going to copy and paste this and see what we have over here. So once we refresh, now from the medium, this is already split in 3 columns instead of 2. So now we have changed the layout 3 times. First, it was the extra small screen. Then we got to the small screen over here. So this was our 2-column layout. And then we got over here to this 3-column layout starting from the medium. But we're obviously not done yet. We can also do a large one. So let me go back over here, and I'm going to say column, and let's say large. And in this case, let's do a little bit of funky layout. And let's say that this is going to be 3. Then this is also going to be 3. And you know what? No, this is going to be, let's do this one 6, the middle one. And the last one, let's do again 3. So I'm going to say over here, column large, and we're going to say 3 over here. Now, once we save it, check it out what we have. Starting from the large screen, check it out what happens. Now we change the layout one more time, because now this is going to be occupying only 3, and then the middle one over here is going to be more. And obviously, as we're going to be working with the project, this is what we're going to be doing. We're going to be changing the layouts. We're going to be looking at the different screen size. We're going to be making columns wider or smaller. But the main idea is that you're not limited to just placing all the columns in one. And we're not limited just adding one kind of screen width. We can do pretty much anything what we would want. However, what we need to remember is the prefixes for the actual screens. And also what we need to remember always is the fact that the sum needs to be 12. Otherwise, this is going to be spanning in a new line. Now that we're done with our start project over here, which we just finished, let's actually switch gears and start working on the only Bootstrap project. So here I have my index.html, but what I would want to do is I would want to get rid of over here from these font awesome that we were looking at. And also what I would want is I would want to clean for now whatever we have over here from the previous start project. So here the only thing we're going to do is we're going to just have this height removed for now, and then once we're actually going to start working again on the header section, we're going to recreate it again, because I don't know how many of you did or did not watch the previous project. So let's just keep things consistent, and let's actually recreate this one class. So here I'm just going to close it over here, my start, and I'm going to go back to my index. And we're not going to start this project by actually working with a navbar. We're going to start first with a header section. So here in the body, what I'm going to say that I would want to create a header element. So the same way how we're creating a section, we can create a header element. Now for this header, we're just going to say over here that this is going to be the ID over here of header. And also we're going to have a class of background and dark. Now once we have over here this header, next we're going to place a container. So we're going to have a div of container. And within this div, we're going to have over here a row. So we're going to have a header, container, and a row over here. Now in the row, we're going to have only one column. So we're going to say over here that this is going to be a single column over here. Now in the column, we're going to start with a heading 1. So this is going to be our first element. And it's going to have a few classes. The first one is going to be text danger for red text. Then we're going to have text uppercase to make the text uppercase. Then we're going to have a font weight class. So we're going to say font, and then we'll have a weight, and this is going to be bold over here, just so our text is actually bold. And then we'll have the last one, which is going to be font italic over here. Now, once we have all this, we also would want to have a strong element and a small element. But for now, let's just actually create this with an element, and then we're going to work with these two elements. Now, like I said, we're going to create a strong element just so we have our part of the text standing out. And over here, we're going to say that this is going to be my first, and we're going to say bootstrap over here, my first bootstrap. Now, once I press over here tab, this is going to be my heading 1. So over here, you can see that this is going to be my section so far. This is the dark background. And this is over here, my first bootstrap over here. This is my strong. Now, also right next to the strong, we're going to have a small one. So we're going to say over here that this is going to be a small element with a class of text light, just so we get this white color. And over here, we're going to write that this small element is going to have a website over here. This is going to be my text. So website over here. Again, press tab, and over here, this is going to be our text. Now, once we have our heading 1, now let's create a paragraph and two links that are going to be buttons over here. So for the paragraph, what we're going to have text muted to actually make this text gray. Then we're going to have this lead class, just so we have better line height and paddings. And over here, we're going to say that this paragraph is going to have padding top, bottom 2. And over here, width, we're going to make it 75. So we wouldn't want this paragraph to be spanning all across. We're going to give this width right away 75. Now, over here, what we're going to have in the paragraph. So here, we're going to say that we would want the paragraph first. Then we'll have a lorem. And in the lorem, let's do, 20 words over here. So let's save this. And you see over here, now I'm not using the whole thing. If I'm not going to have this width over here, if I'm going to delete this, you can see that my paragraph is going to be spanning all across. In a small screen, it's not a big deal. However, as you're going to the bigger screen, you would actually want to keep some kind of width over here, just so the actual paragraph is not spanning all across. And once we have the paragraph, now the last thing for our header section is going to be 2 links. So here we know that we need to create a link. Now for this link, we would want to style it as a button. So we're going to add a button class. Now also we're going to add a btn outline. So you'll see what happens as we actually apply this outline class. Now here we have outline, but we also can have a color. So here we're going to say that this is going to be primary. Now once I press the tab, and I'm going to write that this is going to be over here, not href. Href, we're going to have a hashtag, but in the button, we're going to write press here over here. We save this. You see over here, this is my button. So with an outline, what happens, we get only this border, but the actual background of the button is going to be see-through over here. It's going to be transparent. Now over here, like I said, this is how we're controlling this color. The same how we would control for background or for text. Now over here, we're saying primary, and now this button outline primary. Now, by default, there's going to be color for outline. So if you're not adding the color, it's going to add a default color. However, we can control these colors over here like this. Now also for a button, we can have button large. So this is going to make it bigger. Then we'll have a margin all around. Remember, this is margin all around. And then we'll have a text capitalize. And that's going to be it for the classes for the button. So let me save this. And sure enough, you can see that button actually got bigger. Now, what we're going to do over here, we're going to select over here this button, and we're going to create a new one. Now, over here, we're just going to change the color. So we're going to keep everything the same, but instead of over here, the primary, just change it over here. We're going to say this is going to be success. Save it, and over here, these are going to be our 2 buttons. And the last thing that we would want for our header, we would want to have the height of 100 view heights to take the whole screen. And then we would want to place this text over here in the center. Now we know that row is a flexbox parent container in the Bootstrap. So we can place it by using align items center. However, we need to first add this height. So we're going to go back over here to a main CSS. Then we're going to create a height This is going to be our height class. And over here, we're going to say min height over here. And we're going to say this is going to be 100 view heights. Now, the point is that what I'm saying is, doesn't matter of the content. There could be only maybe one letter over here, but I would still would want this height class to take up the whole screen. Now, the way I do this, I use these VH values, which actually are adding the percentages of what you're seeing in the screen. So what I'm saying is over here, doesn't matter on my screen size, I would want my whole screen to be occupied. That's why I'm saying 100. So this is going to be 100%. Now, obviously, if I'm going to add 140, this is going to be more. But over here, in this case, let's just start looking at what would be 100 view heights. Now, we can obviously also go to 60, which would be less. However, be careful, because with the min height, if let's say 60 view heights are going to be, and the text is more, then what I'm saying is minimum view height. So minimum height. So the text might actually push it out over here. So let me just save this with 100 view heights. Let me go back over here. And since I know that row is a flexbox parent container in a Bootstrap, I'm going to say over here, and this is going to be a height. So I'm adding the class that I created in CSS. I save it and see what I have over here. So now I actually have this height. So let me show you what I mean by min height. So if I'm going to go back over here, and if I'm going to change this to, let's say, 20. See over here, my text is definitely more than 20% of the screen. So even if I save this, you see it's going to push as far as the actual text goes. So we're not going to have 20 because the text is over here. Because you see over here, I'm using this min height. Now, that helps me, though, if I have only one letter, but I would still want to span 100 view heights. So let's go back over here, and let's say that this is going to be 100. Now, like I said, the actual class we would need to have is align items. And this is going to be placing it vertically in the center. So I'm going to say align items over here, center. Now, once we're going to have this over here, let's check it out why it did not work. Over here, you can see that I misspelled. We have align items. And now you can see that it's soundly in the center. Now, of course, we have also start, which would be default. So we'll have a start. We'll save this. This is going to be on top. We have end over here. This is going to be in the end. But for now, let's just deal with a center, and let's place it in the center. And this is how we can create our first header section. Now let's go again to the browser where I open over here. Let's refresh, and over here, this is what I have. So as I'm opening up over here, this is going to be my first header section. And now we're ready to move on to our next section. Once we're done with our header section, next we're going to build a skills section. So here, once we are header over here in the bottom, then we're going to write that this is going to be end of header over here. And let's create another 2 comments over here. And let's say that this is going to be a skills section. And over here, we're going to write that this is going to be the end of skills section. So here, we're going to say end of skills section, just so we can actually keep a track better of our code. Now here, we're going to start with creating a section element. So we're going to write a section. Then we're going to have an ID, and we're going to write a skills. Now we're not going to be actually applying any kind of styles to this skills right now, but we're just going to start a habit where we're actually adding an ID to our sections. So later on, when we're going to be styling with a main CSS or any kind of CSS, we can actually select it. And over here, we're going to have 2 classes. So we're going to say over here that the first one is going to be padding top bottom 5, and over here this is going to be background white over here like this. So once we have these 2 classes, next one up is going to be container. Now we're going to say over here class of container. Now in a container, we're actually going to have 2 rows. We're going to have one row that's going to be just for the title, and we can actually reuse that row later on for the rest of the sections. And then there's going to be a row that's going to be actually directly for the whole actual rest of the columns. So let's start over here by creating a title row. So I'm going to say over here, this is going to be the title. Then again, we're going to copy and paste this over here. And we're going to say over here that this is going to be end of title. So this is going to be our title. Now in the title, like I said, we're going to start with a row. Now in the row, we're also going to have a column, and that column is going to have a text center class. So once I press tab, this is what we're gonna get. Over here, we're gonna have a heading 1, and the heading 1 is gonna have display 4. So this is gonna be our class. Then we're gonna have a text uppercase. So we're gonna say text uppercase. Then we're gonna have text dark, and the last one is gonna be margin bottom 0. So margin bottom 0 over here. Now press tab again, and over here we're gonna have our heading 1. Now over here again we're gonna use a strong tag, and a strong tag we're just gonna say that this is gonna be skills. So these curly braces, we're gonna place a text over here, and we're gonna say skills. And like I said, later on we're actually gonna reuse this, so we're gonna be writing a different title for each section. Now once we're done with a heading 1, now I would want to create a underline. So I'm gonna say over here that this is gonna be the div with a class, or you can just write over here title class. Now this is going to be title underline class. Now I'm going to style this class myself, literally in like 1 minute or so. And then we're going to say that this background is going to be background, and over here danger. Now once I have this div, now the next thing that I would want is actually a paragraph, a small paragraph. So I'm going to say over here that there's going to be paragraph with a margin top over here too. Text capitalize again, text capitalize, and text muted over here. And let's say over here we're going to place for 5 words. So we're going to say lorem 5. So this is going to be over here my title. So if we go down over here, we have the heading, we have the paragraph. Now over here we need just title underline. You see over here, this is the class that we are created ourselves. So let's go back over here, and let's say that in the main CSS we would want to start styling this title underline. So I'm going to say over here title underline over here. This is going to be our class. Now what we would want to style over here? Well, first we would want to have a width. So let's say over here we're going to say that this is going to be 100 pixels. Now next we would want a height. So we're going to say over here that height is going to be, let's say, 5 pixels over here. And now you can see that this is going to be my title underline over here. So I added the width, I added height. Now what I would want is actually place it in the center. So I'm going to say over here margin 0. So the first value is going to be top bottom margin, and the next one is going to be left and right. So for the left and right we're going to go with auto, and now you can see that I'm placing in the center. And obviously all these values we can change. And over here let's say that we're going to go and we're going to say 200. So this is going to be longer. Then we're going to say that this is going to be 10. So this is going to be bigger. So again, it really depends how you would want this underline to look like. Now also we have a thing over here where I already added the class, just because we are working with the Bootstrap. So I want you to show that we can work everything with a Bootstrap. We can add any class that we would want to Bootstrap. Now, like I said before, if you want to override this, if let's say you want to do a background blue, you're not going to be able to do it right now because I already had the class. Now, if that class wouldn't be there, this background would be added. Now, if you want to add this class over here, but still override this, we need to do the important flag. So we do over here important over here. And now what happens? Now it actually turns blue. So again, I'm just going to comment this out and leave it in a files, just in case you ever need it. But just remember, if you ever want to overwrite any kind of class, you can do this with important. Now I'm going to leave this one red with this danger, and later on we're going to be just changing the Bootstrap classes that we're adding. Now, so far our title is actually done. And like I said, this was our first row. Now over here, once we're done with the title, let's create another row. And this row is actually going to be for the rest of our columns. Now over here, just so it is easier for us when we're copying and pasting, we're going to do a single column. So this way we know that, let's say, when we're copying and pasting, where it ends and where it starts. Now here we're going to say end of single column. Now over here, we're going to place our text. Now first what we would want is we would want a column. Now we were going to start with a div with the class of column, and over here medium 6. So what I'm saying is, starting from the small screen, have 100 width. Then once you get to the medium, then we're going to split it in half. And then next we're going to say that once you get to the large screen, actually split it in 4. because I'm going to say over here 3. So 12 divided by 3 is going to be actually 4. So each of them is going to be spanning over here 4th size. Now, once I have this, then I also would want for each of the columns to have a text center over here. And then I'm going to do the last one, which is going to be margin top bottom 4. Now, the reason for that is once we're going to create a column in a small screen, we would want to have it some kind of height over here. So there's some margins over here. Otherwise, they're stacked literally one on top of each other. So once I have this, this is going to be my column. Like I said, starting from medium screen, then we have a large screen. So we have 2 over here, these decisions that we're making with the grid. And over here, let's start with a font awesome. So we're going to say FAB, and then we're going to have FA node, and we're going to say JS. So now I would want a node JS icon. And also what I would want over here is a height. And this is, I'm using a font awesome. So I'm going to say over here, this is FA5X. Now this doesn't come with a Bootstrap. This comes with a font awesome. And then we're going to do a Bootstrap class, which is going to be text danger over here. So this is going to be our icon. So sure enough, over here, this is going to be our icon. Now you can see that it's not red because I misspelled. So now you can see that now we have danger. And then we have a heading 3. For the heading 3, we would have text uppercase. This is going to be our uppercase. And then we're going to have margin top bottom 3. And over here, we're just going to write that this is going to be Node.js over here. Now, once I have over here my heading 3, we can save this. This is going to be our Node.js. Then we're going to have a paragraph. The paragraph is going to have text muted class over here. And then we're going to say lorem and let's say 15 words over here. So let's add 15 words over here. So these are going to be our words. And last, we're going to have a link. And for a link, we're going to experiment a little bit with how we can work with the width of the actual link as a block. So first we're going to say we would want a link. Then we would want to add a button. Then we're going to have a button outline, the one that has a transparent background, and danger, just so they would match, just this red color would match. And then we're going to say first, we're going to say btn block, and we're going to check it out how it actually looks. Then we're going to have text uppercase. So this is going to be our class. And then we're just going to write over here, press here. So this is going to be the text we would want inside the button. Now you see, every time working with Emmet, if you ever lose these suggestions in the Mac, you just need to press Control and space over here to give you back this abbreviation over here. So once we go back over here, once we lose it, if I still want it back over here, I can click anywhere I want, and you can see that now it gives me this abbreviation. However, if I'm going to go back over here to the end, what I have is this gives me the whole abbreviation. So once I press the tab, now I have the link. Now the link is going to have a dummy link. It's not going to go anywhere. We save this, and over here, this was going to be our button. Now with this button block class, what's happening is spanning all across. And like I said, with other ones, we're going to experiment a little bit how we can work with the width. But for now, just remember with this block, this nicely occupies the whole container over here. Now, once we have our first column, now what we're going to do is we're going to select this column over here. So we're going to select the whole thing. And like I said, this is why it's nice to have these comments. Then you know where it starts, where it ends. Now, obviously, you can still use the divs, but there's going to be a lot of actually div. So it is a little bit easier if you're just using this column. And what I'm going to say over here that I'm just going to 1, 2, 3. So this is going to copy this 4 times. So once I save this, there's going to be 4 of them. And now the only thing is we would need one by one to change the values around, because we don't want all of them to be Node.js. So we're going to start with Node.js. Then over here in the second one, in the font awesome, we're going to go back over here and we're going to say that this is going to be HTML5. So this is going to be our HTML5. Now also we would want to change obviously the value. I'm going to say over here that this is going to be HTML5, or we can just say over here HTML. And last, like I said, I would want to change this button block over here, and I would want to change it to width 75, just to show you how the width of 75 looks like. So let's save this, and over here, let's check it out what we have. So this over here, this is going to be our button right now. So we have over here HTML, we change this, then we had this text, and then this would be the width of the button. So let's continue with this, and then we'll have a CSS3 and JavaScript. So the same way over here, and in this case I'm going to select two over here cursors. So I'm going to place this one, first one, where I would want to delete. Then if I'm going to hold Alt and press with the mouse over here, you can see that I have two cursors running right now. So I have one with a Node.js and over here also. So what I can do over here, I can just delete, and you can see that it's deleting both of them. And here I'm going to write that this is going to be, instead of Node.js, we're going to say that this is going to be CSS3. So save it, and sure enough, now we have CSS3. And like I said, remember this margin Y4. So this was for the whole column, top, bottom, margin. You see over here, if I wouldn't have this, then actually they would be bumping into each other in a small screen for sure. Now, last one is going to be the JS. So here we can just write over here like this, FAJS and FAJS. And here, let's do, again, different width. Let's do width of 50. And the last one, let's do width of, let's say, 25. So this is going to be for the link, just so we can check it out. What would be the width 50 and what would be width 25? If we're going to go down over here, now you can see that if the width cannot actually occupy the text, so the text is bigger, obviously text is going to be spanning out. Now this is something that you need to keep in mind. Just because the text you're placing inside is not going to shrink because you go to 25. So let me over here save this, and now let's go in a browser and let's just see how our grid is working. So remember, we had a column medium. So all the way up to the medium screen, we're going to have like this. We're going to have actually one column over here. So if I go to the smaller screen, you can see that it's going to be there. But once I get to the mediums, check it out what happens. Now we have over here this column medium 6. So we're dividing in half. So this is going to be half, this is going to be half. Then it goes to the new line, again, half, half. And then once we're going to get to a large screen, check it out. Now we have 4, 4, 4, 4. So I'm sorry, 3, 3, 3. So it's occupying 4 columns, occupying 3 columns each over here like this. Check it out. So this is how we can create a skill section. And now we're ready to move on to our next section. Once we're done with a skill section, now we're going to start working with an about section. And this is actually where we're going to be working a little bit with CSS to create over here this parallax effect. So we're going to place an image over here as a background, and then we're going to create this parallax effect. However, Bootstrap wise, you can see over here that we have two over here columns. So they're spanning half and half over here like this. And over here, we're just going to create some text. And then we're going to place some font awesome over here, and we're going to look at how with Bootstrap we can create this effect. But as you can see over here, if it goes to the bigger screen, this is how it's going to look like. However, once we're going to go to the smaller screen, you can see that the picture is going to be first, and then we're going to have our whole about section. And as you notice over here, this is going to be the title that we already created over here. We're just going to obviously change some values around. So let's jump to our text editors and let's start working. Now over here, you can see that this would be the end of the skill section. So here now would be a good time to say that this is going to be about section over here. Then we're going to copy and paste this. And over here, we're just going to write that this is going to be end of about section. Now, once we have this ball rolling, then again, we're going to have a section element with an ID of about. So we're going to write over here, this is going to be ID of about. Then after that, we would want a class, and we would want a class of BG info. So this is going to be that background, the blue background. Over here, press tab. Now we have our background. Then over here, we will have a container fluid. So this is going to be our main container. And then within a container fluid, we're going to have a row over here. And then within a row, we're going to have two columns. So here we're going to write that this is going to be a about image column over here. And then we're going to copy and paste this line. And we're going to say that this is going to be about. And we're going to say that this is going to be text column, just so we don't get confused. And over here, let's start very basic. we're just going to say over here that this is going to be a column over here, and this is going to be, like I said, spanning from medium screen 6, but before medium screen is going to be 100%. So this is what's happening over here. Now I can see this is going to be half, but then once we're going to go over here, you can see that we're going to go actually 100%. So this is why we're saying medium 6. Then also we need to place actually dot over here for the emit, and we're going to go back over here, and we're going to say that this is going to be column medium 6. Then we're going to have our own class. So this is going to be about, and we're going to say picture. So this is where we're going to be applying our CSS. So this is not going to be a Bootstrap class. And then over here, we're going to say height, and this is going to be 80. And this is another class that we're going to create ourselves. Now I'm going to open this one up, and now we can see this is going to be our first column. Now I want to select this over here, and I'm going to copy this. And over here where we'll have about text, I'm just going to copy and paste this over here. So these are going to be our 2 columns. Now we're going to be doing a lot of work over here and a lot of work over here with this one in a CSS. So actually, as far as HTML is concerned, we're done with this about image. Now all the work is going to be done in actually CSS. However, here I would want to add more classes for my text. So this is not going to be about picture. We're just going to say over here that this is going to be about text. And again, this is going to be my own class. Now what I would want to add over here, well, after the height of 80, we would want a px 5. So this is going to have a padding left and right 5. And then we would want to use the fact that we can create any container as a flexbox. So what we're going to do, we're going to add a couple of classes to actually add it in the center. But let's actually do the flexbox at the end. Now let's start working with the values. Now the first thing I would want to add this height over here for this 80. So I'm going to go back over here to the main CSS. And the same way how we had a class, this one, you see min height 100. Well, we can do the same thing over here. We can just copy and paste this class, and we can just say that this class is going to be not height, but we're going to say height of, let's say 80. And this is going to be 80 view heights over here like this. We'll save it. And if I go down, now this is going to be over here my whatever I created over here. So this is going to be my 2 columns. Now this is going to be spanning more than 80 because obviously for each column I added this 80. Check it out over here. You can see that both of them, you see over here, they both have 80, and right now on a smaller screen they're stacked one on top of each other. So let's go over here and let's actually work with this div that we have over here. Now what we first would want to do, well, first we would actually want to create a div over here, and we're going to say that this is going to be div with a class of a about. Then we're going to say text and center. And now I'm going to explain why we're creating this div, because this div is going to work as a wrapper, and I'm going to explain why. But now what we're going to do, we're actually going to place everything inside over here. So I'm going to go back first to a title. We're going to find where is our title, and if we want to find something really quickly, we can just press Command and F, and you see over here we're given the selection. So over here, if I'm going to write that this is going to be a title, you can see that it's going to find the title. Now I don't want to copy this title, so what's going to happen is I can just keep pressing Command D, and I'm going to come to the actual title that I would want. Now I know that this is going to be the title that I would want to copy, so now I can just press over here Escape. I'm going to close this one, and we can just copy and paste this title. Now obviously with a small document it's not a big deal, but in general finding something like this is going to be much more faster than scrolling up and down all day long. So we're going to go back over here, we're going to make sure that we copy this, and then we're going to go down where is our about text. Then this is going to be center, and we can write over here commented this is for centering. And again, the class itself does not matter. I just wanted to add some kind of class just so it's not a empty div. So we're going to go back over here, we're going to copy and paste this, and now we have our first title. So we see over here we have the skills. Now I want to change these colors around, and I want to change the text. So let's say over here we're going to say about first of all. Then you see over here this background danger. We're going to do a warning instead over here, and now we have something like this looking. Now once we're actually done with the title, now it would be a time to actually add these checkboxes. So here we have the end of title, but what we're going to do, we're actually not going to create a new row. We're just going to leave it the way it is over here. So the row can stay, row is fine. We're not going to be creating a new row. So over here, we're just going to check that we're still within this about text center, and we're going to create a few more things. So what are we going to say over here? We're going to say that this is going to be a item. So we're going to start first like this. We're going to say that there's going to be a div with a check box, and we're going to call this item. So this is going to be the class that we're adding over here. And then we're going to say over here that we would want a deflex. So what we're going to be doing, we're going to be creating this as a flexbox parent container, the same way how the row works by default. Now this is what we're going to be doing over here. So we're going to add this deflex. Now we need to add this as a class over here. So once I save this, and then again we need to refresh our suggestions, and sure enough, right now we have over here this as a deflex. Now nothing is showing because we haven't added anything inside here. So what we're going to place over here inside? Well, first we're going to have over here our font awesome, and then we're going to have a paragraph. So let's say first of all we're going to start like this. We're going to say IFAS. So this is going to be for our font awesome. FA check over here. FAS FA check. Now over here let's do FA3X right away. So this is going to be our font awesome. Now you can see over here this is our font awesome. Then the next one is actually going to be the text. So I'm just going to say that this is going to be paragraph, text, light, and we're going to call this lead. So two classes. And over here we're going to say that this is going to be some lorem, and let's say text is going to be, I don't know, 10 words, something like that. So we're going to press tab, and this is what we have over here. Now the key over here, why we use this deflex, because if you wouldn't have, this is how it would look like. Now this is not what we want. So what's happening is by default, once we add a deflex, it actually aligns it right away over here like this. So this is why we use over here this deflex. And this is why also we wrapped these two in this checkbox item, just so we can actually apply this deflex, because we're applying this to the parent container. So these would be two flexbox children over here, what we have. Now, once we're done with these ones, I also want to apply a few styles over here with this font awesome, just so it looks better. So let's say over here, I'm going to have a padding 2. So padding is 2 going to be all around. See over here how it actually got smaller. Then next, I'm going to want a background warning. So just to make this background over here like this. Then we're going to have a margin, right, is going to be 3, just so we push this text away. And then we're going to say over here that this is going to be align self-center. You see over here, when we're working with a flex over here in the Bootstrap with a deflex, it actually has a property where each element can align itself in the center. You see over here that text obviously and this font awesome have different height. So the text is much more higher than over here than this font awesome. Now what we would want, if we want to apply it in the center, we're going to go, where is the font awesome? And we're going to say over here, align over here, and not items. So this is what we would do with a parent container. We're going to say over here, self center. So we're applying it itself in the center. And sure enough, now we have over here this align self center. And now the font awesome is actually in the center. Now, once we have created the first one, now let's create a few more of them. Now, how much we would want total? Probably somewhere around like 3. So what we can say over here that this is going to be single item. And again, just so it's a little bit easier, because otherwise with so many divs, it's kind of easy to get lost. And if you start placing something outside, your whole layout is going to actually suffer. So we're going to say over here that this is going to be end of single item over here. And let's go up over here. Let's just copy this. Let's say that we want to copy, and we're going to 1, 2 over here. So we'll save this, and over here now we have 3 items. Now once we're done with these ones, let's go back over here where we have our actual browser open, and over here this is how it would look like. Now if I'm going to go to medium screen, this is how it's going to look like. Now first, let's place over here this item over here, this background image, and then we're actually going to use a flexbox to place it in the center. Now, actually, we can place it in the center right now. So let's go back again, what we were doing, and let's check it out where we have our classes. So I'm going to go up and I'm going to look where is my two columns. So if this one was actually item, now I need to find where is my second column. And you see over here, my second column is this. So the first one over here is going to be about picture, and the second one is going to be about text. Now, the same way how we created this one as a flexbox parent by applying deflex, the same we're going to do it over here. And what I'm talking about is this whole column over here. Is this column over here. I'm going to make it flexbox container. Now, this is not a row, so by default, it's not going to be a flexbox parent container. So let's go back over here. We're going to say deflex. Then after deflex, we're going to say align items. And now we're using this for a parent container. So we're going to say first align items in the center. And also what we're going to do is we're going to say justify content over here center. So again, one is going to be for the vertical and the other one is going to be horizontal. We'll save this over here. We're going to go back, we'll refresh the browser, and now we actually have it in the center. Now, once we're done with applying these styles, let's go to the main CSS and let's add the image and let's add the background. So I'm going to say over here that first we would want to have the class. So what is our class? The class that we had was this about picture over here. So this one was our class. So I'm going to go back over here and we're going to say that this is going to be about picture. Now, once I have the about picture, now I would need to add a background. Now over here, I'm going to say background and I'm going to say URL. Now I already included my folder with images. So we're going to go back over here. You can see that I have my images over here. Now, if you're going to go to the setup folder, which is under a setup video, you can see that you can get actually the same images if you want, or you can go and download yourself like we did in the setup video. So we're going to go back over here, main CSS, and here we need a path. Now what we're going to write for the path. So we're going to say dot over here, and then we see over here that this is going to be our images folder. Now in the images folder, we're going to say that we would want a about BCG. So this is going to be our background, and now we're going to save it. And over here, what you can see that this is going to be my image. So again, we're going to go back over here and we're going to refresh, and sure enough, this is going to be our image. Now, if you want this one to be higher, of course, you can see over here that we can add over here 100. So this is going to look more over here like this. You can see that now we can see that we have 100 view heights over here like this. But we're going to keep it 80 over here the way we want. And now what I would want is actually add few properties for the image. So first, I'm going to write it a long way, and then I'm going to show you the actual shortcut. So first, what we're going to have is background size. So we're going to say a background, and we're going to have size. So this is going to be background size. Now here we have a cover or actually contain. So if we're going to cover, what we're saying is no matter of where we would want to apply the background, the image is always going to be covering it, even if it has to be stretched. Now the next one is going to be position. So I'm going to say a background position. Now let's place the image actually in the center. So I'm going to say over here that this is going to be image in the center. You see over here now my image is actually in the center. Then I'm going to say background repeat. So we're going to say background repeat. And for the repeat, we're going to say no repeat, because if the background image is smaller, it's going to repeat itself. So you're going to have a bunch of, let's say, small images. You can try that by actually placing a small image over here. And the last one is going to be background attachment fixed. So I'm going to say over here, background, and we're going to say attachment, and we're going to do fixed. Now, why we're using fixed? We're using fixed to get actually this parallax effect. See over here now, as I'm scrolling, see how image is actually fixed on the background. Now, if we wouldn't have this fixed, if we have it over here, see over here, now the whole thing is not moving. So the image is scrolling together with the page. So what we're going to say over here, we're going to uncomment. And now let's check it out how we can write this in a shortcut. So we're going to go back over here, and I'm going to uncomment this out just so we have the reference. And first, what we need is to actually have it a center. So we'll need to use center first. Then we're going to say cover over here, but we need to use this / in between over here like this. And then the last one is going to be no repeat. Well, I'm sorry, not the last one. And then over here, we're going to say fixed. So we're going to save this, and you can see that it's doing exactly the same thing. However, here, this would be a shortcut. This is the shortcut that we actually used. And now we're done with an about section, and we're ready to move on to our next section. Our next section is going to be over here, project section. And over here, we're going to look at how we can place images in the Bootstrap, how we can apply, if we would want, let's say, border, how we can make them over here around like this, and how we can actually get rid of the paddings that are being used over here in the Bootstrap. So how we can actually apply these no paddings. Then let's go to our text editor and let's start working. So here again, as always, we're going to go to the bottom over here where we have the end of about section, and we're going to say that this is going to be a project section. So we're going to say over here that this is going to be projects over here, and then again we're going to copy and paste this. And over here we're going to say end of project. Now once we have this rolling, then we're going to create first a section. So we're going to say section, then the ID is going to be project section, and over here we're going to say that there's going to be a class. The class is going to be padding top bottom 5, and then we're going to have a background, and the background is going to be secondary over here. This is going to be our background. Now once over here I open up the section, now we're going to have a container. So we're going to say that this is going to be container, and within the container again we would want to have a title. So again we're going to go and look for the title. We're going to say title over here, and again we can just find where is our next title. And for this guy, again, let's go ahead and let's just grab the title. So we're going to scroll down, or again we can just look of, let's say over here, that if we're going to write where is the projects, so that way we can go like this to the project, or if we would want, if we're all the way up here, let's say where was our title, and if we were going to go to the bottom of the page, we can just press command and press arrow key down, and we're going to come all the way where the section where we want it to go. This is the last section where we're working. You can see that we're all the way in the bottom of the document, and these keyboard shortcuts are going to come in handy once again your projects are getting bigger and longer and harder to navigate. Now here, if we have over here, this is going to be our container. Now what we would want is copy and paste the title. Now here we're going to write that this is going to be a project. Over here, this is going to be our section. Then we're going to still have this underline. However, I don't want over here this text. So what I'm going to say over here, that for this particular title, we're just going to get rid of a text. So here now, this is going to be our project. Now, once we're done with the title, you can see over here, this is going to be the end of our title. Now we'll want another row. So I'm going to say over here, this is going to be the row. And this is also going to have a padding top bottom 3 over here like this. So this is going to be our row. Now in our row, we're going to have a columns, and we're going to have first 3 columns. So let's do like this over here. Let's say that starting from the small screen, so I'm going to say column over here, and this is going to be 6. So starting from the small screen, this is going to be half the screen. Then starting from the medium screen, this is going to be a 4. So it's going to be 1/3 of the screen. And then this is going to have a margin top bottom 3 over here. So once I have this over here, let's press tab, and now I have my first column. Now what I'm going to write over here. Here I'm going to first place an image. So I'm going to say over here image, and now once I have the image, I can add classes, but let's just press first the actual tab. So now I have the images. Now again, I need the source. So here, if I'm going to go, then this is going to be images. Then within the images, what I would want. You see over here, I have projects 1. So we just press over here, we have the projects 1. So once we save this, the problem over here is obviously this is not the image that we want. This is not really, like, we need to scroll all around. So what's happening over here is obviously we have placed the image the way it is our original size. So I'm going to go back over here, and where we're working, you can see over here that this is going to be our massive image. Now Bootstrap has taken care of us, and actually we need to just add classes. So the first class we're going to add is going to be image fluid. So once we add this class, actually Bootstrap is going to figure out what is the size of the parent column over here, the container, and it's going to make this image actually fit. So as you can see right now, it fits actually really nicely. And over here, once we have our first image, let's look at how we can make a rounded corners. So I'm going to write over here rounded, and you can see that now our images are actually rounded over here. And then for alternative, let's write that this is going to be project over here like this. So now this is going to be our first over here, our image. Now let's say again, to make it easier, we're going to say single project over here, and then we're going to check it out again where if this is our row, then this is our other row. Now what I would want is end of single project. Now again, you don't need to do this. This is just adding comments, but I do find it easier to actually working like this where I know where's the start and where's the end. And again, what we're going to do over here, we're just going to copy and paste this. So 2 times. So this is going to be our first row. Now here we're going to just change the numbers since this is going to be projects 2. This is going to be projects 3. And here we're going to add a few classes. So let me save this. Now I have 3 images. So all of them right now have the image rounded. So this is going to be the rounded class. However, I want to change this around a little bit. Let's start first with a third one. See over here, let's delete rounded. And let's say that this is going to be a rounded. And we're going to do circle. So this is how we can actually, in the Bootstrap, have the images over here like this. So rounded images, we would do a rounded circle. Now this guy, let's do a little bit more over here. First, let's delete rounded. Let's say images, and we're going to say thumbnail. So you'll see what happens. So we'll have thumbnail over here. Now with the thumbnail, we see over here, we get this white over here border all around like this. Now we can actually paint this border. So we can say over here that we can have a background, danger over here. And now you can see that I have the background that has a red color. Now you can also see that there's this little small over here line that's still around. So we can fix this. We can say over here that this is going to be border. So this would be a border class. I'm going to say border danger. Danger over here. We save this and now our border is all around. So in this case, if you'd want some kind of coloring all around the image, obviously you can change this one differently. It doesn't need to be danger, but in this case I used it a danger. Now also what I would want, you see over here, if we're going to go to the medium screen, this is how it's going to look like. However, if I'm going to go to the smaller screen, check this one out. So this one is going to be half. This is going to be half. Now this is also going to be half, but since it's only using half, you can see that it's pushed all the way to the left. Now, how do we fix this? Well, actually what we can do, we're going to go back over here to this guy. I'm going to just say MX auto, and we're going to save this. Now on a small screen, we're not going to see the difference with the third one, with the rounded circle. Check this one out. Now, even though it's occupying only half the space over here for the small screen, it actually is sitting in the center because we applied this class. So again, in this screen, they're going to be all side by side because they can fit all in. However, here, since this guy cannot fit in this or here row that we had, it's actually sitting in the middle. Now, also what I would want is to actually have a look how we can create another row and actually have no gutters. So how to have this effect. So let's say over here, you see these over here, these images, you can see that they don't have any gutters. So pretty much they're right next to each other. So again, we're going to go back over here and we're going to have a row. So if this one was our first row over here, then let's create another row. So if this one was a over here like this, then what we want is end of single project. Then this is going to be the end actually of our first row. So we're going to copy this over here, copy and paste this, and now we have 3 more. Now over here, what we need is to add a class over here of no gutters. Now first, let me just get rid of these thumbnails and everything that we had, just so we can have 3 images side by side. So here we're going to delete the danger, and then we're going to delete all this. So we'll just have simple images with just image fluid, just so they're actually side by side. And here, let's change these numbers. We're going to say 4 because there's going to be 6 images. This is going to be 5. This is going to be 6. So this is what we need to do. So now if we're going to go down over here, there's going to be 3 images pretty much sitting over here like this. Now, if we're going to go to the bigger screen, you can see that they're all going to have over here, these paddings over here in between. However, if I'm going to go back over here, and if I'm going to say that there's a class, and this class is going to be no gutters class over here, what happens in the bigger screen, check this one out. Now they're actually side by side. So if I'm going to go back over here, now you can see it even like this. So if you do not want the paddings in between your columns, you can use a no gutters class where actually all your columns are going to be fluid like this. Our next section is actually going to be theme section, where we're going to look at how we can create cards in Bootstrap, how we can actually add an image to the top of the card. And over here, we're going to again explore how the flexbox is implemented over here in the Bootstrap by applying the classes to a card footer. So you see over here, these would be our icons over here, and we're just going to apply a flexbox properties to them. So let's again go to our text editor over here, and we'll see over here that this is going to be end of projects. So here I'm going to say that this is going to be a theme section over here. So we're going to say theme section. Then we're going to copy and paste again, and we're going to say that this is going to be the end of theme section. Now once we have the section started, then we're going to say that this is going to be section ID is going to be theme, and over here there's going to be a few classes. So the first class is again top bottom 5 padding, and then we're going to say a background of light over here. So this is going to be our background light. Now once we press the tab, now we have our section over here. Now in this section, we're going to start again with a place of container. So this is going to be our parent div of everything, container. Now in the container, what we're going to have. Now again, we're going to start with a title. So let's search where is the title over here. Then let's find where's the title that actually we would want. And again, we're just going to select this title over here, and we're going to copy and paste this. We're going to go down where it is actually our container and copy and paste this title. Now in the title, we're just going to write that this is going to be theme over here, and what we would want with the theme. Now in the theme, we would want to probably change, and we would want to have a different underline. So we'll save this, and let's say from this danger, let's just change it to warning. So we'll say over here that this is going to be where it is. So this is going to be our background danger. Let's do warning over here. So now we're going to save it with the theme, and this would be it for the title. Now let's create a row for all the cards. So I'm going to say over here, this is going to be the row. And again, just so it's easier for us later on, let's create a team member comment. So now we're going to know that there's going to be team member. Over here, we're going to write that this is going to be end of team member. So because what we're going to do is we're going to create one, and then we're going to copy and paste this. Now we're here. First, let's create a class. So for the class, what we would want is we're going to say this is going to be the column medium 6. So starting from the medium screen, this is going to be half the size. Up to the medium screen, this is going to be full screen size. So it's going to be 100%. Then we're going to have column large, and we're going to say 4 over here. So starting from the large screen, this is actually only going to be third of the screen. Then we'll have margin, top, bottom 3. So that is only again for a smaller screens sizes, just so these cards actually are not stacked one on top of each other. So we'll save this over here like this, and this is going to be our first column. Now in the column, what I would want is I would actually want to create a card. So all we have to do is create a div with a class of card. And now Bootstrap has created a card for us. Now in the card, what I would want. Now in the card, I would first want to place an image. So we're going to start over here by saying that I would image. Then for the source, we're going to use images. And again, over here, you can see that I have team member images. So if you want to go with the same images, just download the source files. And over here, this is going to be team images. Then over here, we're going to write member over here. But again, once we save it, there's a little bit of issue. Now the image is all around the card. Now that's not what we would want. We would want to actually add another class, and over here we're going to say card img, and we're going to use top. So now what happens is the image is only on the top of the card, so we can still add another things over here. Now continuing on in the card, what we would want to create is another div. This is going to be card body. So this is where all the text and everything is going to go. And card body adds a nice background over here and also some paddings over here. So in the card body, we're going to start with card title over here. Then this title is going to be text, and we're going to say capitalize. Now also what I would want, actually, you see over here this heading, I'm going to say that this is going to be heading 5. Then it's going to have a class of card title, and then we're going to say that this is going to be text, and we're going to say capitalize over here. Now over here we're going to write that this is going to be team member over here. So again, we're going to get back our Emmet, and we'll save it, and over here now we have the team member. Next is going to be a paragraph. So we're going to have paragraph, and we're going to have this card text. This is going to be a class from the Bootstrap. And over here again, we can say that this is going to be a paragraph, and in the paragraph we're going to have some text. So let's say lorem 10. So this is going to be our text. We're going to save this, and now sure enough, this is what we have. Now after this, what I would want is actually to create a link. So here we're going to say still within the card body over here. See, this is going to be our card body, and let me create some space just so it's easier for us. And over here we're going to say that what we would want is actually to have a link. So we're going to say over here that this is going to be a link over here like this again, and this is going to have a btn. This is going to be for button, btn outline over here, and we're going to call this warning just so we'd want the yellow one. And then we're going to have text uppercase over here like this. Now also we're going to write over here press and here, and once we have this, press tab, and this is going to be our link over here. Now the last, like I said, we would want to create a footer for the card and then place the font awesome icons over there. So this is going to be the card body. Now outside of card body, but still within the card, we still need to be here. What I would want is to have a div of card footer over here. And in the card footer, what I'm going to say also, that card footer is going to have a background secondary. So this is going to have a dark background. Then we're going to say that this is going to be also deflex, and then we'll have justify content around. So deflex and justify content around. Now I'm going to show you, of course, why we're doing this over here, but just follow me along for now. So justify content, and we're going to say around. We're going to press tab, and now we have our footer. And check it out, this is going to be our footer. Now again, what we're doing is we're creating this over here, this card footer, as a flexbox container in the Bootstrap. And over here, what we're saying is I would want to align these font awesome icons that I'm going to be adding in a certain way. So this is going to be one of those ways. So let's say over here, what we would want is to have a link. Now over here in the link, we're going to actually place right away a font awesome. So we're going to say over here, this is going to be the link hashtag. And over here, we're going to say that this is going to be FAB, and then we're going to have FAA, and this is going to be Facebook over here like this. And then we're going to add 2 more classes, FA2X. This is going to be again from font awesome, not from Bootstrap, and text dark over here. These 2 things. Save it, and sure enough, what we have over here is this Facebook icon. Now what I'm going to say over here is I would want to select a line, and I'm going to have a 4 to 3 more. So I'm going to say over here that this is not going to be Facebook. I'm just going to delete them for now. I'm going to say that all of these are going to be deleted, and then we're going to say that this would be a Twitter over here, and then the next one is going to be actually let's check it out. What would be over here? This would be YouTube, and the next one over here is going to be Google over here. So once I save it, you can see that I have over here like this. Now why this is not working? Why you see over here that all of them are side by side? You see over here that I actually messed it up. I had one link and I placed all the phantasms over here, and that's not what I wanted. So what I'm going to say over here is I'm going to create another link. And again, this is just because I created a mistake and I'm just start bringing them down. So I'm just going to bring this guy down over here. So this is going to be my one link. Then I'm going to create another link, and again, I'm going to say hashtag, and over here, I'm going to bring this guy over here down, because what I would want is I would want each and every font awesome to be in a separate link. And the last one over here, we're going to do the same thing. So this is going to be hashtag, and we're going to go up over here and we're going to bring it down. So once I save this, now this is what the layout that I was looking for. So let me just over here delete some parts of it just so you can see how it is without working. So this is how it would look like normally if you would have just 4 links over here, and then you would actually place the font awesome inside there. Now with a deflex over here, if we add this deflex, what happens, now we have flexbox container. Now we cannot see anything because by default this is how it's going to look like. So it's the same thing as if I would write over here justify content start, right? So this is not going to do anything because this is the default one. However, with a justify content for the parent container, I can manipulate the children over here. And the children are these links, these 4 links with font awesome. So over here, what I'm saying is justify content around that, make sure there's always space over here like this. And we're going to look at other possibilities in the different card members. So what I would want over here right now is I would want to select where is my team member, and I'm going to go down all the way where is the end of team member, and then I would want to copy and paste this 4 times. So 1, 2, 3, 4 over here like this. Now once I have them over here, then again I have different values. Now different values that I have is, let's just check it out. I believe I had team 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, something like that. So let me open it up. Let me check it out. Where is my images? And we have actually over here 6. So let's check it out how we can actually work that. So where is our beginning? So this was actually our single item, and this is going to be the projects. You can see that I actually scrolled already way too much. So if this one was the first one over here, now let's save this over here and let's see. So if this was the first one, then this is going to be the second one. So let me actually change this, and sure enough, this is going to be my second team member. Now what I would want in a second team member, now over here I would want to change this value. You see over here, if I have justify content around, let's do over here between, just so we can see the difference. Now over here, how it's going to look like. So you see over here, these icons are going to be like this, and these are going to be like this. Now it's going to be easier obviously to see it on a bigger screen. So let's just keep on changing these values. So again, this one we're going to change it to 3 over here, and let me close that one. Now once we change it to 3, we also want to change this property. So I'm going to say justify content, and we're going to say over here center. So now what we're doing is we're placing them all in a center or like this. Then we're going to have a 4. So this is going to be our 4. And then we're going to say that this is going to be justify content, and let's say over here end. So like I said, this would actually place them in the end. And then the last one is going to be start. So we're going to go back over here, and we're going to say this is going to be team member 5. And over here, we're going to say start. And like I said before, start is the default one. So we have a start, we save this. Now we have our member, and it's in the beginning. Now let me check for sure. Yeah, it is correct. So now we have over here, this was what we intended, and this is what happened. Let's check it out. Yeah, this is what we have over here. So we have 2 things. We have the flex box, and we have the card. So we created a card, we actually placed an image over here, and then we'll actually looked at how we can create this footer with these font awesome over here. And you can see these are our 5 options: space around, space between, center, and over here start and end. And start is the default one. Now we can also add this MX Auto just so it is evenly distributed over here, because you can see that they're both lining up over here to the left. So let's go back over here, and again, only for the 4 and 5. So I'm going to say over here, MX Auto, save over here, and then let's go up to number 4. let's do the same thing. MX auto. Save. And sure enough, this is what we have. This is how we can work with a cards. And this is how we created a theme section in our only Bootstrap project. In our next section, we're going to build our first Bootstrap carousel. So here we're going to have a background, then again we're going to have a title, and over here this is going to be our carousel. And the carousel is going to have controls over here and also over here in the bottom. So if I click it over here, you can see that I'm sliding also images. So as always, let's start in our text editor, and I'm going to go all the way to the end when we start working. And over here, I'm going to say this is going to be the comment end of theme section over here. And now we're going to make 2 new comments, and we're going to say that this is going to be a carousel. So this one we're going to call carousel section over here. And now we're going to copy and paste this over here, and we're going to say end of carousel section. So now once we save this over here, we're going to start with a section element. So first over here, let's say that we were going to create a section with an ID of carousel. So section over here ID, and we're going to call this carousel. Now, once we have the ID, we also would want to have a class. So this is going to be padding top bottom 5, and also a class of background primary. So this is going to make the background blue. Now, once we have over here the section, the next one is going to be a container over here, container. And once we have the container, in container again, we're going to start with the title. Now for the title, let's again search where we have a title over here, and maybe let's add a different kind of comment so it's going to be easier for us to find. So let's say over here that I'm going to grab this guy, again the title. So I'm going to copy and paste this over here, and once I copy, I'm going to go all the way to the bottom of my document over here, and then we're going to add over here the title. So where we have the title, we have the container over here. Now I'm going to copy and paste this, but in order to make this easier, let's say that this is going to be a section title. So that way we're going to know that it's going to be easier for us to find. And over here, we're also going to say end of section title. Now again, as always, it's not a big deal. Obviously, we could have gone up over here, search the title where it is, and copy and paste it this way. But I'm just trying to show you that you have multiple options of how to actually move around the document much more faster instead of scrolling up and down. And that would be actually using this command and find, and actually typing what are you looking for. So once we have the over here the title, so this is going to be the title. Now this guy we're going to call the carousel. So I'm going to say over here this is going to be carousel, and maybe we can also say that this is going to be the first carousel. So let's write over here first carousel. Now also the background, and over here this is going to say the same. So let's say that this is going to be a danger, but let's do a warning instead. So this is going to be our first carousel, and this is over here is going to be our underline. Now once we have the title, now would be a time actually to place the carousel. Now for the carousel, we're going to create a new row. So I'm going to say over here that this is going to be a row, and then we're going to have a column inside there. So what we're going to have in the column. So in the column, we're going to have a column medium 8. So what I'm saying is there's going to be a single column. However, starting from a medium screen, it's only going to be spanning 8 columns. Then since I know that it's going to be on the left hand side, because this is not 12 columns anymore, it's 8, I'm also going to add MX auto just to place it actually in the center. So I'm going to add this MX auto, and then we're going to have a text center class also for this column. And if I haven't covered this already, then basically with an emet, if we want to create a child, all we do over here is add over here this greater than sign. So we know that there's going to be a row, then we add a greater than. That means these are going to be children over here, and in this case we're creating a column. So this is going to be our only child for the row. So again, I'm going to get back the emet, then I press the tab, and over here now I have my column. Now over here in the column, we're going to start by creating a carousel, and for that we would need a div, and we're going to say that this div is going to be example over here. So this is going to be my ID. Now you can have whatever ID you want, but just remember that you're going to have to use it later on. So try to remember what you actually wrote. So for the class, we also would need a carousel and slide. So actually there's going to be two classes. So first we're going to write carousel, then we'll have another class. This is going to be slide. And last but not least, there's going to be an attribute, and the attribute is going to be called data, and we're going to say ride. And for this attribute, we're going to have a value of carousel. So this is going to be basically our container. Now, once we have the container, in the container, we're going to start over here with these indicators over here. So we're going to create these ones first over here. So what we would want for them? Well, we're going to create over here a, first of all, comment, just so we know that these are going to be indicators. And then what we're going to say is that there's going to be a unordered list, and the unordered list is going to have a class of carousel indicators. So I'm going to say over here carousel, and then we're going to call this indicators over here. So this is going to be our unordered list. Now in the list item over here, we're going to say that there's going to be a list item over here. And for the first one, we're actually going to add a class of active. Now I'm going to add this class of active at the very end, just so I don't have to copy and paste the class and then delete it. So for now, we're just going to say that this is going to be a list item. Then for this list item, we would want a data. Then we're going to have a target. So then we'll have the data target attribute. And over here, this is where we need to use an ID. So for data target, I'm going to be using this an ID. So here in this case, if this is an example, I'm going to have a hashtag over here and the same name. So in this case, we're going to say example. Now, after we have the data target, we also would want data slide to. So data slide over here and to. And over here, with the first one, we're going to say that this is going to be 0. And now this would where we would add the class of active. Now, before we add the class of active, like I said, let's just copy and paste this. So over here, we're going to copy and paste this 4 times. And over here, we're going to write that this is going to be 1. So slide to 1, then slide to 2, and slide to 3. And over here, let's add this class of active. So here, we're going to say that this is going to be class of active. Now, basically, what this means is that this is going to be the first one once the page loads. Now, once we save this over here, now you can see that we have our data indicators over here. So these would be the indicators. Now, next one after the indicators, let's check it out. This is where our list ends. Now we would actually want to place what would be inside. So in this case, we're going to say images just because we're going to have images. But later on in different projects, we're going to be actually creating divs inside there, not just simple image with the text and with the actual captionings and everything. But for now, let's just write that this is going to be images. Now for the images, we would want a div with a class of carousel inner. So over here, carousel, and we're going to call this inner over here. So this would be the Bootstrap class that is required. Now again, we're going to press tab and we're going to start building. Now over here, let's say that this would be the end of images because it's going to be a little bit long. So we're going to say end of images over here, just so it's easier for us later on to work. Now, once we're done over here with the creating a comment, now we would actually want to place the images. We have the carousel inner, and now one by one, we would need to place the items. So for this, we're going to say that there's going to be a carousel item div. So carousel item div over here like this. And then within this div, we're going to have a image. So here we're going to say greater than sign. So carousel item. And then inside, we're going to have an image. And that image is going to have 2 classes. The first one is going to be dBlock. So it's going to be displayed as block. And also we're going to have a width over here of 100 over here. So press tab. Now you can see that we have carousel item. And now over here, this is going to be the image. Now for the image, we'll have a images folder. And then we're going to start again, as always, with a project, just because I don't want to download again new set of images over here. And for alternative, we're just going to say that this is going to be project over here like this. So this is going to be our first item over here. Now maybe let me make this over here a little bit better. And now what I would want is actually this carousel item over here like this. I would want to copy and paste this. So I'm going to select again these over here 3 rows. So first is div, the container, and then this is going to be the image. And over here, I'm just going to copy and paste this again 3 more times, because I know I can see over here that I need a total of 4. So 1, 2, 3 over here. Now what I would need over here is the class of active. So like I said, for the first one, we're also going to place this class of active over here. Now over here, we also can change the images where we're getting them from. So this is going to be 3 and this is going to be 4. We'll save this, and over here now we have our images. Now over here, if I press, you can see that carousel is already working. But the last thing that I would want is over here, you can see we have another set of icons. So basically we can either add 2 of them, or we can pick which one we would want to use. So let's go underneath of where's the images end, and let's actually add a controls. So here again, we're going to create that this is going to be a controls comment, and underneath controls comment, now we need to place a link. Now this link again is going to have a href attribute, and that href attribute we would need to use the same ID over here. So basically it's going to be targeting the same ID. Now what kind of class this link is going to have? Well, first we're going to say that this is going to be carousel and control, and then we're going to say prev. So this would be a previous link over here. Then I press tab, and over here for the href, like I said, we're going to say that this is going to be example. So very generic ID and short, just so we can actually understand it better. Now over here, we would want a data slide. So I'm going to say over here, data slide attribute. And this is going to be equal, and it's going to have a value of, again, prev. So over here, this is going to be prev. Now within over here, this link, now what I would want is actually create a span. And that span is going to have a class of carousel control prev icon. So first I place the link. Now within the link, I'm actually placing the icon. Now it also means that later on we can place whatever we would want. But for now, let's just go with whatever Bootstrap gives us. So here we're going to say that this is going to be span carousel, and we're going to say over here control and prev icon. So basically we're downloading whatever Bootstrap gives us. So we save this over here, and now you can see this is going to be our icon. Now, like, because we created one, we also need to create over here this guy. So here it's very easy. We're just going to copy and paste this over here, and we're going to say that this is going to be, instead of prev, this is going to be next over here. This value also is going to be next, and also this value is going to be next. So these 3 values we just need to change. So we'll save this, and sure enough, now I have my both icons. So I can actually use the carousel over here like this, or I can use it with these guys over here. So let's save it. Let's go back to the browser where we have it open. Let's refresh our page. And if we're going to go down over here, now you can see that this is going to be my carousel. Now, obviously, by changing over here the width of the column, you can change the width of actual carousel over here. Now I choose 8 over here and place it in the center, but since we're using this width 100, we're making sure that they're going to be spanning exactly this with whatever we set for the column. So now that we're done with this section, we are ready to work on our next section. Our next section is going to be a filler section. So this is going to be pretty simple section already, because we have learned everything that there is to know about this section. But just for the repetition, and just so we can get a handle better of how to work with Bootstrap, we're going to be creating this filler section where there's going to be a section. For the section, there's going to be a background, and over here we're going to add some text and a button over here. So let's go again to the end of where we actually stopped working, and over here this was the end of carousel section. Now we're going to say that this is going to be a filler section. So here we're going to say this is going to be filler section. Now again, we're going to copy and paste this, and over here we're going to say that this is going to be end of filler section. Now what we're going to have, like I said, in this section, well, here we're going to say that this is going to be a section, and this is going to have an ID of filler. So we're just going to give this ID. Then I'm going to say that this is going to have a class of padding 5 all around. So this is going to have 2 classes. Then inside over here, we're going to say that there's going to be a container. And then for container, it's also going to have a row. So here we're going to say that the child is going to be row over here. Now also there's going to be another child for the row. There's going to be a column. So column is going to be medium over here, 6. So starting from the medium screen, this is going to be spanning 6 columns. Now we know that now this is going to be on left hand side, so we're going to say that there's going to be MX auto over here. And last but not least, we're going to have a text center for centering the text. Now once we have over here this column, then over here in the column we're going to have a heading 1, and there's going to be a class of text danger over here, and then we're going to call this that there's going to be my first Bootstrap over here website. So this is going to be the text. Now once I press the tab, now over here we should have our heading 1. Now after the heading 1, we're going to have over here a paragraph. So here we're going to say that there's going to be paragraph with a class of lead over here, and of the class of text white over here. So there's going to be a text white. Now what we're going to have over here, we're going to have like some, I don't know, 20 words or something like that. So this is going to be our paragraph. Now you cannot see over here because we obviously need to add the background. And the last, over here we're going to have a link. So over here we're going to go to the end over here of the paragraph, and we're going to say that there's going to be a link. Now for the link, we're going to have a class. There's going to be btn for the button, and btn large just to make a large button, and then we're going to have btn primary for the background, and over here we're going to also have margin 2. So margin 2 all around. Now over here we press tab. Now for this link we're going to have a hashtag because it's not going to be going anywhere, and over here we're going to write that this is going to be press here. Now the only last thing that we need to do is we're going to need to go to the main CSS, and for this section we would want to add a background. So how do we do this? So we're going to go back over here to the main CSS, and you can see that we already have over here a background. So we already know how to create the background. So the only thing we need over here is we need to say that we want to target this section. So the ID is going to be filler. So we're targeting the filler. And the only thing right now left is just copy this over here. And we're going to come down over here and just copy and paste this. Over here you can see that I didn't actually copy. That's why I'm copying right now something else. I believe that was the title that I just copied. And over here, let's do a copy and paste. And this is going to be the background. Now what I would want to change over here in the background. Well, first of all, let's change the image. So I'm going to go back over here, and I'm going to say that this image is going to be projects number 1. So I'm going to save this. Now you can see that I have projects number 1. However, we're not limited over here just to have this image over here. As you can see over here with the text being white, and over here this one also the heading 1 being red, you can see that the text is not actually standing out. The image is actually light enough that it's covering all the text. So for the background, we can actually add something else. We can add a linear gradient, which is basically going to create a overlay over the image. Now it's going to be easier for me just to show you. So over here, I'm just going to say linear gradient. Now over here, what we're going to write. So now we need to write what kind of colors we would want. And there's many ways how we can write this. We can use percentages, and we can use left to right, top to bottom. However, over here, we're just going to do a very basic one, a default one. So here we need 2 colors. Now I'm going to be picking a black colors with an opacity, but you can literally write whatever color you would want over here, whatever color comes into your mind. So here I'm just going to say RGBA, but again, you're not limited. You can write a hashtag over here. You can write red or green. You just need to make sure that in between the colors you place a comma over here. So for this color, I'm going to have 0, 0, and over here 0.5. So black color with a 0.5 opacity. And now I would want to do exactly the same thing. So I'm going to say over here 0, 0, 0.5. Now with the gradient, what you're going to have is actually colors going, let's say, from one side to another side, from top to bottom. However, right now, if I'm adding both the same colors, you're not going to see the difference. You just see that this is going to get darker. However, if I'm going to change this, let's say that this is going to be a 0.9. Now you can see that the bottom is actually much more darker. So what this means is it starts on the top. Again, by default, we can actually add over here our own values. If we're going to say over here to the right in front of everything, then this would change the actual location. So let's say over here, if I'm going to write that this is going to be 2 right over here, but I just need to make sure that I can again place a comma. So now what's happening is it starts over here. You see this one? Maybe let's make 0.1. So this is really light, this is really dark. So it starts over here and goes to the right. So this would be the second color. But like I said, because we are using a default value, so we didn't write anything. Now this would start from the top and go to the bottom. And over here, like I said, if you want everything the same way, just add the colors that are actually matching. So now you can have over here an overlay using a linear gradient. And again, make sure that you have a comma over here, because that's also sometimes getting missed and then it doesn't look very good. And this is how this section is going to look. So I'm going to go back over here and we're going to go to the only Bootstrap project that we're working on. I'm going to save this, and sure enough, this is going to be our section. Our next section is going to be the blog section, where again we're going to have 3 columns. Or here we're going to have images, but we're going to look at how we can use margins to actually have different layouts. So like always, let's go to the text editor. Over here we're going to write that there's going to be a comment. So here we're going to say that this comment is going to say that there's going to be a blog section. So we're going to start with commenting out that there's going to be a blog, and then we're going to be placing everything inside over here. So let's say that over here, this is going to be the blog section over here. Copy and paste this. And over here, we're going to say that this is going to be end of blog. So over here, end of blog section. Now, once we have the blog section ready, now let's create a section over here element. So here, let's say that there's going to be a section element. Now this element is going to have an ID, and we're going to say that this ID is going to be blog. Now here we're also going to have a padding 5, so padding 5 all around, and then there's going to be background success. So this is going to be the actual background for that section. Now once we have the background, now we're going to have a container, so div with the class of container, and now we're going to look where is our section title. So again, we're going to use our little shortcut over here. So we're going to write over here section title. Now once I have a section title over here, now I can just escape over here and just copy whatever I would want over here. So we're going to copy and paste this, and we're going to go back to where we were working. So here, this is going to be container. Now this is going to be our title, and we're just going to say over here that there's going to be a blog. So this is going to be the blog section. Now once I have over here the title, now let's create the 3 rows over here. So let me see where the actual section title ended. So here we're going to say row, and then there's going to be 3 columns. So like always, we're going to start with just 1, and then we're going to copy and paste whatever we create. So here we're going to say column, medium, and over here we're going to say 4. Now over here, what we're going to write? We're going to say that we would want to open up this column, and over here we would want first a image. So we're going to say images, and again we're going to be using a project. So over here I'm going to say that this is going to be project 1. Now also we know already that if I'm going to save this, this image is going to be taking up the whole space. So now what we would need is 2 classes over here to actually make sure that image is fluid. So here we're going to add a class, and we're going to say that for this class we would want image fluid, and also we'd want image thumbnail. So this one is just so we would have over here this white border. Now once we have the actual image, now let's have a heading 2. So here let's have a heading 2, and for the heading 2 we're going to have a class of margin top bottom 3 over here, and then we'll have text warning. So this is going to be for the yellow color over here, text warning. And over here we're going to write that there's going to be project 1 over here like this. So this is going to be my project. Press tab. Now I have my heading 2. Now the last one is going to be actual paragraph, text muted with a class. So this is going to be the class. And over here we're going to have again some text. So here we're going to write that there's going to be lorem, and we can just keep it like this, or we can delete it. So with lorem I can just go back with a command Z. So I'm just going back to the previous what I had, and I'm going to write over here that there's going to be a lorem, and let's do 10 instead. So I'm going to save this over here, and now what I would want is actually copy and paste this. So what I would have over here, so I know that this is going to be my column. So I'm going to go back over here, and I would want to copy and paste this 2 times. So I'm going to select this whole column, and we're just going to copy and paste it 2 times. Now the difference over here is we're going to first change the image. So we're going to say projects 2. Over here we're going to say projects 3. But also over here you see that we have a class for a column. We're also going to have a margin top 3. And over here we're going to have margin top 5 over here. Save this. And once we're going to go back over here, now in our only Bootstrap, if I'm going to refresh the page, now this is how our section is going to look like. And obviously you can change these values around how you would want. But in this case, I'm just showing you that with margins, we can actually start creating this type of layout where we're pushing the column any direction we would actually want. The next section we're going to be building is going to be contact section. Over here again, we're going to have a yellow background. Then we're going to have to change over here this underline to blue. And then over here, this is going to be the form placed in a card. And we're going to look at how we can embed Google Maps in the Bootstrap. Now over here in the form, we're going to look at a few things. Over here, we're going to look at how we can make the form bigger. Over here, you can see that this field is going to be bigger. Then we're going to look at how we can prepend over here some kind of text or prepend some kind of icon. And over here, this is going to be the button that's going to be at the end of the form. And again, this is going to be the basic over here button. So let's start working over here because this is quite a big of a section. And over here, you can see that I messed up. I have end of theme section. So somewhere I have a missing over here a comment. So let me go over here and let me just say that I would want to copy this guy over here and let's find where is our section. So we're going to write over here theme over here, and then we can look for the other theme. So over here, this is going to be the section of theme over here. And now if we're going to scroll down all the way to where we have a theme, end of theme, this is where we're going to have to place over here our comment. So, and this is going to be the carousel section. So you can see that I added a comment. So my mistake, actually my bad, I just need to delete this. I actually created 2 extra comments. So anyway, sorry about this detour, and let's start actually working on our contact section. So over here, what we're going to have. So as always, we're going to start over here with a comments. So contact section, and then we're going to have a end of comment section, end of contact section. Then over here, we're going to have again a section, and this is going to be an ID of contact. And then we're going to have 2 classes, py, which is going to stand for padding top bottom, and then we're going to have a background warning. Over here, this is going to be for the whole section. Now again, we would want a container, and then within the container, we're going to have a title. So now again, let's search for a title. So we're going to say this is going to be title section over here, or section title. So section title over here. And once we have it, let's just copy and paste this section title over here. Copy, and let me go all the way where we have been working and copy and paste. Now here, let's change the background. So we're going to say for this underline, let's say primary. And over here, let's say not first carousel. We're going to say contact section. So we're going to call this contact section. Now let's save this. And over here, we're going to have a new row. So this was end of section title. Now we're going to have a row. And in the row, we're actually going to have few things going for us. We're going to have first 2 columns. So let's open up the row over here, and I'm going to say that this is going to be column medium 6. So starting from medium screen, this is going to take half the screen. And also for the smaller screen, because we don't want them to be stacked on top of each other, we're going to have a margin top bottom 3 over here. So we'll save this. So this is going to be our first column. So here, let me just copy and paste this, and this is going to be our second column. Now over here, for the second column, let's just say that this is going to be Google Maps. And we're going to start working actually with a Google Maps, and then we're going to go back, and then we're going to work with an actual form. For this column, we would want to use a embed responsive and embed responsive and the size. So if we would want to embed something responsive, so let's say some kind of media player on, in our case, Google Maps, we're going to use these classes. So first, we're going to create over here a div with a classes of embed and embed responsive. This is going to be our first class. Then we're going to have embed, and this is going to be responsive. And this is going to be 4x3. So 4x3 over here. Now there is multiple sizes over here. We're not limited with a 4x3, but we're just going to go for now with a 4x3. So once we save this, now this is where we're going to have to place our map. And also we would need to add right away a class of embed responsive item. Now where we're going to get our Google map. So we're going to go back over here. And if we're going to go to Google, we're just going to say over here Google Maps, then this is going to open up a Google map for us. Now once we have the map, now then we're going to have to decide where we would want to search for. So here we're going to say that, let's say this is going to be Chicago over here. So we're going to type Chicago. Now we're going to get a Google map of Chicago. Then we're going to say over here that we would want a share. And over here we're just going to say embed map. Now here you see this link over here. So we're just going to copy and paste this link. And if we're going to go back over here and copy and paste this, now we have our iframe. Now, like I said, we need to add over here this class. Now over here, we're going to say class. And for the class, we're going to say embed responsive. And we're going to say also item. So this is going to be our class. So once we save this, sure enough, over here, this is going to be our map. Now, once we have embedded our map, like I said, the next one, the top column over here, is actually going to be the form. So this one was shorter. This is going to have a little bit more coding. So here, let's start very simple. Let's say over here that in this actual column, what we would want is actually card. So I'm going to say over here that there is going to be a card. Now for the card, we're also going to add right away a card body over here. And what card body does is it just adds actually a padding all around. That's why previously when we had an image, we actually placed an image and then we had a card body. Now what we're saying is we would want to have card body all over the card. So for the whole card, we would have the same padding over here. Now once we have a card body, then we're going to have a BG secondary. So this is going to be our background. So open up over here and this is going to be our card. This is where we're going to start placing our form. Now before we actually work on a form, let's just create a card title. So div with a card title. Now also we would want text center over here. And then we're going to say text white. So text white over here. So these are going to be our classes. Now what we're going to have over here inside the card title? Well, we're going to have over here a heading 2 over here. And this is going to have text capitalize class. And then we're going to say over here the text would be new to Bootstrap. Over here like this, question mark. And then we create the heading 2. And after that, we're going to have a paragraph. And for the paragraph, we're going to say new user sign in. So this is just going to be a title. Now you see over here, I'm just going to create a comment. So this is going to be the title. And over here, now we can see that this is going to be the end of title. So I'm going to say over here that this is going to be the end of title. Title over here. Now, once we have created a title, now let's create a form. So for the form, we're going to start with a form tags. So we're going to create a form, but we will not going to have any action. So we can just delete this one over here. So now we have the form. Now in the Bootstrap, whenever we are working with a input elements, we need to actually wrap them in a form group. So here we're going to have a div with a class of form group over here. And over here we're also going to have a class of margin top over here 3. So we actually open up, we save this, and what we're going to have inside over here. Now inside over here, and you can see that I actually by mistake deleted the actual, no, I didn't delete anything. Everything is correct. Sorry about that. Over here, if we have the form group, now within the form group, now we're going to placing a input. Now in this case, we would want input and we would want input text. So I'm going to go over here that this is going to be the input text. Now what we'll have over here as of name. So first we're just going to say for ID, we're going to have name, but we can just delete the name by itself because we're not going to be using it with a PHP or JavaScript in this case. And now what we would want is a couple of classes. The first one is going to be form control. So basically we have the div that has a child of input, and over here for the child we need to always add a form control. And then because we want to make it larger, we're going to say form control and large over here like this. So once we actually have made it over here, sure enough, this is going to be our first form. So let's say over here this is going to be simple form over here. Now what we would want after that, we would want to create few other ones with an email and with a phone number. So let's say over here that we can just copy and paste this guy, let's say 2 times over here. Now like you see that I still keeping the form over here, so let me just create over here that this is going to be a email, and this guy over here was going to say that this is going to be phone number over here, phone. Now what we're going to have over here, so now for now we have 3 of them. Well, let's just change some values around just so you can see how everything works. So here we're going to say for the type is going to be email. You see previously over here we had a type of text. Now we're going to have a type of email. Then we're going to have form control, but let's just delete over here this form control large just so we can see how it looks when it's not large. Then over here for a ID we can just say email. Now again, we're not going to be using these IDs, but just for the sake of writing something for ID, we're just going to write that this is going to be email. And over here let's add a placeholder, and basically placeholder is what's going to be the text once the actual page is loaded and nothing has been written over here. We're going to say over here that this is going to be placeholder of just simple email. So over here you can see that this is going to be my placeholder. Now also I would want to do the same thing over here, but here we're going to say that this is going to be telephone over here like this. So this is going to be a telephone. Now last over here is going to be phone, and also I would want to delete this form control large. Save this, and let's do last thing a placeholder, and let's say that this placeholder is going to be phone. Save it, and now we have the phone. Now next, first of all, let me close this one. Let me show you what we're going to be building. Now we would want to build something like this where we have the form, but we have the actual add-on over here. So there's something added to the form. So in this case, this is just going to be simple text. Then this is going to be phantasm icon, and over here this is going to be submit button. So how do we do this? So if these ones just were typical forms, for the actual buttons or text we would need to create input, and it's called group over here. For the input group we need to start with a div that is input group. So pretty straightforward. So we're going to say over here input group. Now for the input group, just for the fact of not them being stuck on top of each other, we're just going to add this margin. But again, you can choose and you can actually leave it off. Now once we have the input group, now we would want to choose what we would want to prepend or actually append. So here we're going to create a div, and we're going to say input group prepend, because we would want to prepend something to the actual form. So we're going to say input group prepend, and now over here we need to place actually a span over here, and with a class of input group, and we're going to say text over here. And now we would want to write what we would want over here. So I'm going to say username over here like this. Press tab, and once I actually save this over here, now you can see that this is going to be my prepend over here for the form. So you can see that this is going to be my div. Now outside of this div, but still within the input group, now we would want to place the actual input. And over here we can do the same thing. We can say this is going to be input. Now with an emmet, you can see that if I place a colon, I can start searching whatever. Now it's the same thing if I would just write input, but this just gives me a little bit faster where I don't need to write again type. So I'm just going to press it over here. You can see that I have type, text, name, and for the name, again, we're just going to delete this. And over here for this guy, we're going to say that this is going to be group username. Again, this is not going to be shown. And then we're also going to say that we would want form control. So here we're going to say class, and we're going to use this form control over here. So once we get this over here, you can see that now this is going to be my form. Now also we would want to have another one where we would actually use a font awesome icon. So how do we actually create this? So we're going to go down over here. We're going to check it out. This is going to be our input group, and we can just copy and paste this over here. So we're just going to copy and paste it and create a new one. Here, let's write a comment of font awesome over here. Now everything is going to stay actually the same because we still want to prepend over here. So if I'm going to save this, you can see that I have two of them the same. Now I would want over here to have this font awesome over here. Then I'm going to have the actual form. And then over here at the end, we're also going to add something. We're going to add actually a button. So how do we do this? So here, everything stays the same. And as far as we're concerned, what we're going to do is we're just going to place this font awesome over here. So I'm going to delete the name and I'm going to say FA and S, and then we're going to FA user. So this is what I'm looking for over here like this. Press the tab, save it over here, and now this is going to be my font awesome. So far, pretty much, this is exactly the same how we were working before. Now for the ID, let's change it over here to, let's say, 1 over here, just so their IDs are not exactly the same. Then let's add a placeholder over here, and let's say username. So once we get over here this username, what else we would want to do? So we have the input. The input is actually sitting within a group, and over here we have the prepend. Now also what we can do is, once we have the input, let's do the append. So here we're going to say that there's going to be a div input group, and we're going to call this append over here. Now again, open it up, and the same way how we're working with prepend, and let me just work with prepend just so we have a little bit better view. So this is going to be end of prepend, and over here if we have the append, I'm going to say append. So this way we see that we create a input group, then we have prepend, then we have the actual input, because this would be the end of prepend, and then we have append. So here in the append, what we would actually want, we first create again input group append. Now within this div, what we're going to say that there's going to be a button. So we're going to say over here that there's going to be a button. Now what type of button? We're just going to say that there's going to be a type and button. And also what I would want over here is a classes for the button. So we're going to have a class btn primary. So btn primary over here. Save this over here. Now I can see that this is going to be my button. And let's write over here that this is going to be a submit over here. So this is going to be my submit button. And last but not least, in the form, but again, make sure that it's outside of this input group, we would just want to place a button. So here again, this is going to be type submit. So we can write that there's going to be a button over here. And if we're going to go down over here, this is going to be button submit. So this is going to be button submit. Then also we would want a couple of classes. So we can write over here class btn, btn outline dark, outline, and let's say over here dark. Then we're going to have button block. So the button block is going to make sure that the button is going to be spanning all across. And then we're going to have a text uppercase class. So text uppercase. And over here, we're going to say sign up over here. Save it. And this is going to be a button. So this is how we can make forms in the Bootstrap and also place Google Maps, embed them so they're actually responsive in our document. So I'm going to go back over here. This is going to be our only Bootstrap project. I'm going to save it over here. And this is going to be my map. And this is going to be my icon over here. I'm sorry, not an icon, and actually a form. So this is how they're going to look like. So once we're going to go over here to the smaller screen, they're going to be stacked on top of each other. Once we go to the bigger one, then they're going to be actually side by side. Our next section is actually going to be review section, where we're going to look at a block quote element in the Bootstrap and how we can have a block quote footer. And also we're just going to place a image side by side in the other column, but we're going to look at how we can make sure that this image appears only at a certain screen width. So as always, let's start in our text editor. So we're going to go down where's the end of contact section, and we're going to say that this is going to be a review section over here. Then we're just going to create a new one, and over here we're going to say that this is going to be the end of review. Now what we would want over here, as always, we're going to have a section, and in this case the ID is going to be review. Now also we're going to have a class of padding top bottom over here 5, and the background is going to be danger over here like this. So this is going to be our section. Now in the section we're going to have a container. So here we're going to say that this is going to be a container, and within the container we would want a title. So again, we're going to look for a section title over here. Then once we find the title, we're just going to copy and paste this guy over here, and we're just going to say over here copy and paste and go all the way down over here, and in here we're going to place a section title. Now for the section title, what we would want to change. So here let's say that this is going to be not first carousel or first review, but this is going to be a review. So this is going to be just a review. Save this, and what we have over here, this is going to be the review. Now if you want, you can obviously change the color over here of the background. So let's say over here secondary, probably is going to make a little bit more sense over here like this. Now, and in the actual end of section title, we would want to have a row, and this row is going to have 2 columns. So here we're going to write that there's going to be 2 columns over here, column. Now they were going to be starting side by side from the medium screen. So call medium 6 over here, and let me just place over here this dot. So this is going to stand for column, and over here we're going to say that there's going to be a class of margin top bottom over here for. So let's press tab over here, and now we have our 1 column. I actually made a mistake. I wanted to make 2 columns. That's why I put those parentheses there. But for now, this is going to be fine enough. So now we have 2 columns over here. Now we're going to start with a second column where we're going to place in a block quote. So for the block quote, we need a block quote. So this is going to be the element. And also we would want a class of block quote. So let's say over here that we would want a block quote. Now for the block quote, we're going to place a class also of block quote. So this is going to style it Bootstrap style. And also we're going to have a text right. So it's going to move the whole text that we have in the block quote all the way to the right. Now what we're going to have inside a block quote, there's going to be a paragraph over here. Now in the beginning of the paragraph, we're going to have over here this quotation mark. So for this, we're going to use actually a font awesome icon. So I'm going to say FAS over here, FA quote, and then we're going to say quote left over here like this. And then let's add again the size. So we're going to say FA2X. Again, this is from the font awesome. I just need to remember that I need to place a dot. And then over here, we're going to say margin right over here 3. Press tab, and now sure enough, this is going to be our block quote. And because we moved the whole text, this is why it's sitting on the right hand side. Now over here, after we have the font awesome, let's do lorem. Let's do, I don't know, 15 words over here like this. So now this is going to be our text over here. Like now, after that, within the actual font awesome, we're going to have a block quote footer. So here we're going to say that there's going to be a footer. Now for the footer, we're going to add a class, and the class is going to be block quote, and footer. So block quote footer, and text left, over here. And then we're going to write over here that this is going to be master coder. And as you can see now, because I moved the text over here, text left, I overwrote this text right over here. Now, after the actual block quote is there, let's go back to the previous column and let's actually insert the image over here. So I'm going to go back over here and I'm going to say that there's going to be image. Then the source is going to be team. So I'm going to say image, and we're going to search for over here team number 1. So this is going to be their image. So what classes we're going to be adding to this image? So here we're going to say that there's going to be a class image, and fluid. So this is going to be our first class. Then we're going to have a rounded circle, just because we want to have it round. And here we're going to say D none and D medium block. So what I'm trying to say with the last two classes, we see over here now we have the image and now we have the block quote. And if I'm going to go back over here to the browser, and if I'm going to refresh, this is how it's going to look like. So over here, if we're going to go to the smaller screen, let's say over here, now we have the image and it's sitting on top of the block quote. But what if I wouldn't want this whole column in the small screen? However, once it gets to the medium screen, I would want the image actually to appear and be side by side over here with this block quote. Well, I'm going to go back over here to the actual image over here like this. And I'm going to say that I would want a display none over here. So I'm going to say display none. And I would want it to show only on the medium screen. So now I'm actually making sure that the image is not there at all, since I have this display none. However, then I'm going to say display medium block. So only starting from the medium screen, we're going to be able to see the image. So if I'm going to go back in the browser, you can see that once I refresh, it's there because it is bigger than the medium screen. However, if I'm going to go down over here, see there's no image over here. Make it bigger. And once I make it bigger, sure enough, the image is actually displaying. Now, you're obviously not limited to only this medium size over here. You can obviously add to whatever screen size you would want. And you're not limited just doing this to images. You can do it to whatever element you would want. But this is how we would create this kind of section in the Bootstrap. Our next section is going to be a progress section, where we're going to create a section. We're going to add, again, the background to the section. And then we're going to look at how we can create progress bars in the Bootstrap. So we're going to go back to our text editor, and then we're going to create another comment. And we're going to say that this is going to be a progress section. So progress section over here. Let's copy and paste this over here. And we're going to say that this is going to be end of progress section. Now, once we have the comments, now let's create a section with an ID. And then we're going to say progress over here like this. Now, also what we would want is a class of padding 5. So the actual padding is going to be all around. So we're going to say over here, padding 5. Now press tab. Now over here we have our section. Now what we're going to have over here inside? Well, first we're going to have a container. Now within the container, we're going to have a title. So again, let's search for a title. I'm going to say section title, and I actually had it, so I don't know why I didn't use it before. So over here, we're going to write section, and now we're going to copy this guy over here, and then we're going to go all the way to the bottom of our document, find where we're working, and we're just going to copy and paste this section title. Now over here, once I save this, let's check it out what we have. We have our first carousel. So let's go back over here, and let's say that this is going to be not first carousel, but this is actually going to be progress over here. And let's change this to background, let's say primary, over here like this. So this is going to be my progress section. But if you noticed, we actually have over here this background. So how we can get the same background? Now we're going to go back to the main CSS, and you see over here how we are targeting the filler section because we had an ID of filler. Well, we also can target multiple sections the same way. So all we have to do is add a comma. And now we need to write what kind of section we would want to target. Since we created this progress section, we're just going to target the progress section. Now, because we have already a content in this section and also a padding, that's why you can see the background. If you wouldn't have the padding and if you wouldn't have the content, you wouldn't be able to see anything. However, as we're going to be adding over here these progress bars one by one, our background is going to get bigger, because our section is going to get bigger. But this is how we would add actually a background image to the section. Now that we have added a background, let's actually add a progress bars. So for here, we're going to say row. Now within the row, there's going to be a column. Then it's going to be medium 8. So it's going to be spanning 8 columns. And then also we're going to have MX auto. So we're going to place it exactly in the center. So we save this over here, and now we're going to start placing our progress bars. Now, what we're going to have over here? Well, first we're going to say that there's going to be heading 1. Now, this heading 1 has nothing to do with actual progress bar. I'm just going to add this heading just so we have a title for our progress bar. So here I'm just going to say that there is going to be a heading 1 with a text white, and also we're going to say that there's going to be text HTML over here like this. Press the tab. Now this is going to be my text. Now once I have my heading 1, now I would want to actually create my progress bar. Now before I do this, I actually would want to say that there would be a comment, progress bar single, just so we have actually an idea where we were working on. And over here after the heading 1, we're also going to do the same. We're going to say end of progress bar single, or you know what, we can just say for the next one. So maybe in this case we don't need to have the start and the beginning. We can just delete this second one over here. So we're just going to have a progress bar single, and this is where we're going to be creating the actual progress bar. So we're going to go back over here, and we're going to say that this is going to be progress over here, and background secondary over here, and now we're going to have the actual div. So let me place this over here, let me save this over here, and you can see that right now I have my progress bar with the actual background. So I created a progress bar background first. Now I would want to actually create what lives inside over here, because you can see this is going to be the background, and this is actually going to be showing the actual progress. So we're going to go back over here, and we're going to say that there's going to be a div with progress, and then we're going to say bar. So this is going to be our class. And here again, we would need to have a background. So we're going to say over here success, because I would want this one to be actually green. And if I'm going to add a style to this div, so if I'm just going to say over here style, and we'll say over here width, now I'm saying how long this success should actually be. So if I'm going to say over here 20%, this is going to be 20%. Now once we save this over here, this is what we see. So this is how it's going to look like. Now you can see over here that I misspelled background success. You see that I needed a 2 C's, and I actually added 1. You see over here, this would be the default one. So if we're not adding a background color, once we add another progress inside, the width still stays the same, 20%. But this one is actually going to be primary all the time. So let me add another C. Let me save this, and now we actually have the green one. And now what I would want to do is I would just want to copy and paste them and add different values. So here we're going to have what? We're going to have HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and actually Bootstrap. So we have this progress bar single. We can just copy and paste this 1, 2, 3 times over here. Now this one guy, we're going to change it to CSS. Then also we're going to have a different color. Over here we're going to say that this is going to be a danger, and the style is going to be 40 over here. Now the third one is going to be JavaScript. So this guy, we're going to make it a warning. So background is going to be warning. So the actual color is going to be warning. This is going to be 60, and the last one is going to be 80 over here like this. And once we're done with a JavaScript, let me save this and let me show you what we have so far. So as you can see over here, we have a heading 1, then we're going to have a background, and then we're going to have the actual color that's inside here with an actual width. Now what I would want to do with the last one, I would want to use the fact that we can use the flex box, where we actually create over here this bootstrap, and then we'll place over here this 80% over here like this. So we're going to do a little bit of change. Instead of over here, we're going to place 2 of them, and they're going to be space between, meaning that we're going to have in as much a space as you can have in between. So how we would do this? Well, what we're going to do over here, we're just going to change this part. This second part, we're actually not going to change anything. We're actually going to get rid of this success. So this is actually going to be the default one. See over here, this HTML is going to be default one. Now what we're going to change over here is this guy. So first, just so there's less confusion, I'm just going to delete this HTML. So there's no HTML. And now what I would want is actually create a div. So I'm going to say over here div, and then I'm going to say for this div I would want a class. Now I'm going to just write this prog class. So this is just my class that I'm creating. It's not a Bootstrap class over here. I'm just naming something this div. And over here, I'm going to say margin top over here, top bottom over here is going to be 3. So this is going to be my div. Now I'm going to, again, make a use of the fact that in the Bootstrap, if I would want to create something as a flex box, I can just use this deflex. So what I'm going to do over here, I'm actually going to create a div. This div is going to house over here this text for the Bootstrap and over here for this percentage of 80. However, I'm going to make a parent div. I'm going to make it a deflex. So let's start over here. Let's say that this is going to be over here a heading 3. So we're going to say heading 3 over here like this. And we're going to call this Bootstrap over here. So this is going to be our first child. Then I'm going to copy and paste this. And I'm going to say that this is going to be not Bootstrap. This is going to be 80%. So far we'll have them like this. So this is how it's going to look like. So you can see that over here we have this first text over here and the 80%. Now we cannot see anything, so let's do text white over here. So now both of them we can see. And what I would want right now is put them side by side. So first, like I said, we need to make this div a flexbox parent container. So let's say over here first deflex. So sure enough, now I can see over here they are exactly side by side. And next we would want justify content between over here. So now we have this Bootstrap and this over here percentage is all the way to the right. So this is how we can make this kind of container. If you want to add more information over here, the next section we're going to be building is going to be a pricing section. So here we're going to make use of the cards to make a pricing cards. So let's go back to our text editor, and over here you can see that this is going to be end of the progress over here. So let's start over here by making a comment that this is going to be a pricing section. Pricing section, copy and paste this over here, end of pricing section. And then over here we're going to start by saying that this is going to be section over here with an ID of pricing. And then we're going to have class. So the first class is going to be top, bottom, 5 over here. And then we're going to say that there's going to be background, secondary. So as always, we're going to add some padding, top, bottom, and then we're going to say the background is going to be secondary. Now, once we press the tab, now we have our section. Now, after we have created over here this section, now we would want to create a container, but we're going to say in this case that this is going to be container fluid over here like this. Now, in the container fluid, as always, the first we need is a title. So again, search for title. Now you can see that it's already here. So if I just press enter, now I have found my title. So here we're going to copy and paste this title. So copy and paste this, command down arrow, and now we're on the bottom of our document. So copy and paste this again, section title. Now this is not going to be first carousel. We're going to call this pricing section. And also let's change a background for that underline div. So let's say over here primary. So once we save this, over here, this is going to be our pricing. Now, also we cannot see the text over here. So let's make the text white over here like this. And once we are done with this, now let's start adding the cards. And in the cards, we're going to have our prices. So here, first, let's create a row. So this is going to be our container. And then there's going to be 3 columns, each spanning, starting from medium screen, 4 columns. So let's say over here that the first child over here is going to be call, or medium, 4. So this is going to be our first child. And then we're going to also add a margin, top, bottom, 4. Again, this is only for a smaller screens, just so they're not sitting on top of each other. So this is going to be my first card. Now also let's do right away like this. So this is going to be a card. So let's say card, and over here we're going to say that this is going to be the end of card. So once we have this end of card over here like this. Now once we have opened this one up, now let's place the actual card. So this is going to be the card. And again, if we would add over here this class of card body, then we're going to get padding all around. But because we're going to be putting a list items, I actually don't want to do this. So here we have an option of card title. So I'm sorry, card header. So we're going to say over here, card header over here. So what we're going to place over here inside the card header? we're just going to say that there's going to be div card header. Then also we're going to have a background primary for the header primary. And once we have the background primary, we're going to say text white. So blue background, white text, text uppercase, and then we're going to have text center over here, text center. And last but not least, we're going to have padding top bottom of 4 for the actual header. And over here, we're going to have a heading 3 with a text of standard over here. So this is going to be our text. Sure enough, once we save it, so this is going to be our header. And again, if you're going to go back over here, you see the card. If I'm going to do something like this, see over here, now I have this padding all around. So this is not what we want in this case. So we're going to go back to just regular card. Now, once we're done with the header, so this is going to be our header. Now what we would want? We would want a card title. So card title over here. Now what's going to be in the card title? We're going to say that there's going to be a div. So first we're going to say card title div. Then once we have the div, we would want text center for this guy over here. We're going to say over here text center. And also we would want a margin top bottom 3 over here like this. So create this div. Now what's going to be inside this div? There's going to be a heading 4. But this heading 4, we're going to be creating over here this $, then 10, and then month over here. So how do we do this? So here we're going to say that there's going to be a heading 4. And in the heading 4, we're going to start by saying that we would want a sub element. Sub basically is going to mean that it's going to be on top. Here we're going to place a $. Then we're going to say that this is going to be 5. So let's say this is going to be $5. And then we have a sub element. So in the sub element, we're going to say 10 or $5 a month over here like this. Save it. And this is what we have. So this one was on top. This one was 5 over here. And this is actually a month. Now, after, where is our card title? It's right over here. So once we have the card title, now we would want a list. So what's going to be inside the list? Inside the list, we're actually going to place the items. Now in the Bootstrap, we're going to have a unordered list. And then we need to add the class of list group over here, list group. Then also, if we would want the lines go all the way from one side to another one, we need list group, and it's called flush over here. And then again, we're going to have a text center over here. Press tab, and let's check it out once we add the actual item, because so far we see nothing. So list item, list group item. So this is the class that we need to add to each of the list group items. Press tab, save it, and you can see over here how this line is spanning all across, and it's because of this flush. And we'll do the middle one without a flush just so you can see the difference. And over here we're going to say lorem3, meaning we're going to have 3 texts over here, 3 words. And let's say over here like this that we would want to copy this list item 2 more times. So let's select this whole thing and 1, 2 over here like this. So this is going to be saved. Now we have 3 items. And after we're done with an ordered list, then the last one is going to be card footer. So here we're going to say card footer. And in the card footer, we're going to have a div with a card footer div. Then within the div, there's going to be a link over here like this. And the link is going to have btn class, btn outline dark, then btn block. So it's going to be spanning all across. And then it's going to be text capitalize. Text capitalize over here like this. So this is going to be our button. We'll save this over here, and there's our button. Now what we're going to write inside the button? Over here we're going to say sign up over here. So this is going to be our button. Now this was our first pricing card. So now let's create 2 more. And that's why it's very good that we actually have right away this card. So we have the column, and over here we have the end of card. So the only thing we need to do is actually just copy this. So here we're going to say that we would want to copy these lines over here, and then we'll have the end of the card. So now we're going to have 1, 2. And now we'll just need to change some values. So if this one was 5 a month, the last one we're going to have is 15 a month. And we're going to say that this is not going to be standard. This is going to be pro. Now over here, this guy, we're going to say that this is going to be basic. And this is going to be 10 over here. So now we have 2 of them, basic $10 a month and pro is 15. Now, like I said, let's check it out how we have it, the middle one without a flush. So let me go back over here to the middle one where it's 10. And let's just delete this. Let's just have list group. That's it. Now, once we have deleted, it's actually kind of hard to see over here. Because as you can see that the actual line is wrapping, but it's very close to the edge. So in order to actually avoid this and actually see where it is, what we're going to do is we're going to create a card body div. So the same div that we already have produced before, we're just going to create in this case just to add the padding just so we can see better. So we're going to go back over here, and what we're going to say is that we would just want to move these ones inside over here of this div. So once I save it, now you can see that now this card body is going to add nice padding all around, and therefore now we can see how it looks like without this flush over here. So now you can see how it's wrapping. So now once it's saved, we can go back to our only Bootstrap over here, and now these are going to be our cards. So if it's bigger than medium screen, then it's going to be 3 of them. But the moment we're actually going to get to the smaller screen, we're actually going to have over here each card spanning all across. Now let's create our footer with an actual modal. So you see over here now these would be the footer icons. Over here these would be the social media icons. However, over here this is going to be our button, and when we press the button over here we're going to have a modal. So sorry to leave. This is going to be the heading of the modal, and this is going to be some random text, and these are going to be 2 options how we can close the modal. So let's say over here I'm going to pick this one, and then we can close the modal. So let's go to our text editor and start working on the footer section. Now here this is going to be the pricing section. So let's say over here that this is going to be footer section. Now we obviously don't need another end of footer because the footer is going to be the last one. So let's say over here that there's going to be a footer. So this is going to be footer element for a change. And for the footer, we're going to give this a footer ID. Now for the footer ID, also we'd want some classes. So background dark, and also padding top bottom over here 5. So we're going to press over here. Now we have our footer. Now in the footer, there's going to be a container over here, container. And within the container, again, we need to search for a title. So over here, if I'm just going to press for finding a title, we'll have a section title. And now for the section title, we're going to pick this guy over here. So this is going to be our section title. We're going to go down all the way to the bottom. And now we're going to place this section title in the footer. Now here, we're going to say that this is going to be actually footer. Over here like this. This is going to be footer. Save this, check it out what we have all the way to the bottom. This is going to be our footer. Now we cannot see the footer because we need to change the text. Now what color are we changing the text? We're going to do text white over here, text white. This is going to be the footer. And also let's do background primary over here like this. So the underline is also going to be primary. Now once we have the underline, now let's do a row with a column and with a font awesome icons. So here we're going to say that there's going to be a row. Now within the row, it's just going to be a simple column over here. And then within the column, what we're going to have is we're going to have a buttons. Now for this, we're going to have a button of Facebook. So we're going to start over here by creating a link, and we're just going to add a simple class of button. And over here, we're going to say that this is going to be href of hashtag. So it's basically not going to go anywhere. And next, we're going to say that within the button, we would want our font awesome. So we're going to say IFAB for the social media icons. And over here, this is going to be FA. And also, we can right away add FA3X. And don't worry about this one because we're going to be copying pasting. I just want to add an empty one, and then we're going to add the values ourselves. over here, fa3x. Then we'll have a text over here, text primary. And then we're going to have margin 2. So there's going to be margin all around. I'm going to press tab, and now I can see that this one for now is empty. So what I'm going to say over here is I would want to copy this link over here like this. So I'm just going to say that I'm going to copy this by, let's say, I don't know, 3 more, 1, 2, 3. And over here, let's write that this is going to be Facebook. Then this guy's going to be Twitter. And then the last one is going to be Instagram. And over here, we're going to have a Google Plus. Google Plus over here. We save this. Now these are going to be our icons over here. Now what else we're going to do? Well, after that, we have created a links over here like this. Also, what we would want is we actually would want to create a button. Now this button is actually going to be with a modal. So once we press the button, then we're going to create the modal, and then the modal is going to appear. So let's say over here, this is going to be the button. Now we're not going to have any kind of type over here. We can just write over here that this is going to be simple button. And then we're going to say that there's going to be classes. So the class is going to be btn danger over here. And now, because we're going to save this and we're going to write something over here. So let's say over here, we're going to say that log out over here. Let's say that this is going to be our log out button. However, what I would want to do is place everything over here in the center, because you noticed over here everything was on the left side, and place the button in the bottom. So first, for the whole column, we're going to create a text center. Save this. Right now we cannot see much of a difference. However, if I'm going to go back over here, and if I'm going to say the block, so display block, then we're going to have mx auto over here. So that would actually place it in the center, and then we'll have top bottom over here 3. So now our button is actually going to be all the way over here. And like I said, this button is going to be for our modal. So we actually need to add 2 more attributes just regarding our modal. Now the first of these attributes is going to be data toggle. So data toggle attribute, and that one is going to be equal to modal over here. So the value is going to be modal, and then after that we're going to have a data target. So again, now we're targeting something, and I know that I'm going to have an ID for my modal, which is going to be hashtag modal over here like this. So that's why I'm writing over here this hashtag modal. Now obviously, if your name is going to be different, you need to write this one differently. So once we have created our button, now we actually need to create a modal. Now here's the deal. The modal we need to create separately. And in this case, it comes out that our modal is going to be actually all the way in the bottom of the document anyway, because obviously we only have navbar to make, and the navbar is going to be all the way on top. But even so, even your modal would be somewhere over here in the middle. I would still suggest placing the actual code for the modal that you're creating over here separately all the way in the bottom, because you might have 2 or 3 modals and you don't want them to be appearing somewhere in the middle of, I don't know, your footer section, or let's say some kind of progress section. So it's better if you're just making modals, make them all the way in the bottom, because you're still targeting from this button anyway. So it's not like they need to be side by side. So what do we need for the modal? Well, first we created a actual comment for the modal. Then we're going to have a div with a modal class and also a fade class. Now, once we have these 2 classes, now we're going to create a hashtag. And now, obviously, this hashtag needs to match this one over here. Otherwise, it's not going to be able to target. So over here, this is would be our modal. Then we're going to have a div over here with a class of modal. And then we're going to add a dialog. So this is going to be modal dialog over here. This is going to be our class. Now within the modal dialog, we're going to have a modal content. This is going to be our second class. Now within the modal content, now we're going to be actually making our actual modal. So first we're going to have modal header, modal, and we're going to say header over here. So if I'll save this, if we're going to go back over here, now we're going to be creating this guy. So sorry to see you leave. This is going to be our header. Now in here, we're going to start by creating a div with modal header over here. And in the modal header, we're going to have a heading 3. This is going to be our modal title. And over here, we're going to say, so sorry to see you leave. See you leave over here like this. Now, once we have the heading 3, now let's create the actual button that we're going to be able to use to close the modal. So here we're going to say that this is going to be a button with a type of, let's say, just a typical button. So type is over here going to be a button, and when you are here, I messed it up. Button type button over here like this, and then we're going to say that class is going to be close. So class is going to be closed for the button. And then we also need another attribute, data dismiss. So we're going to say dismiss over here. And for data dismiss, we need to add data dismiss modal over here like this. And now if we want to place the icons, we're going to have a ampersand, and we're just going to write over here times. And this is going to create that little over here icon over here. You can see this X icon. This is how we're creating with this ampersand and times. And after we are done with the header, so header is going to be over here. Now you can see that we first of all need to delete this, but now we would need a modal body. So modal body over here. And for the modal body, it's going to be the same thing as for modal header. We're going to say modal body over here, and then we're just going to have a paragraph. So I'm just going to have right away a paragraph, and the paragraph is not going to have any classes. So we're going to write over here that this is going to be, this is some random text in the modal body over here like this. And this is going to be what we want. Press tab, and over here, this is going to be our modal. Now we can go down over here, and then we can open up and we can see what we have. So sorry to see you leave, and this is going to be some random modal body. Now last, we need a modal footer, where again we're going to have another button that we're going to be closing. So again, this is going to be our modal body. So underneath the modal body, we're going to have a modal footer. So modal footer. Now over here, the same thing, modal footer over here. And then we would want to place a button. And over here, we're going to say this is going to be a type of button. And over here, we're going to say that we would want data dismiss modal, the same thing that we had, data dismiss. And over here, we're going to say modal. And now we would want the actual class for the button. So let's do class. And over here, we're going to say btn danger over here. Save this, and if we're going to open up the modal, now this is going to be our close button. And let's just write over here in the button, I'm going to say over here close. Not the closer, but a close. So let's press first. Now we're going to have so sorry to see you leave. We can close it over here. And again, we're going to press it here and check it out. And sure enough, something is not working over here. So now what we want is actually check it out why it's not working. And you can see that it's actually very primitive mistake where over here I didn't add over here this equal sign to my class over here. So let me save it again. And if I'm going to press it over here, now I can close it over here. Everything works fine. You can see that sometimes this, let's say, as such a simple thing as equal sign, because I forgot the equal sign, and now the modal wasn't actually working. Well, I couldn't close it with one of the buttons. So this is how we would create over here our footer with an actually modal. So now let's proceed and let's start working on our last thing, which is going to be a navbar. And finally, we're going to create the first element that is actually sitting on our page, which is going to be the navbar over here. So you can see that with a Bootstrap navbar, by default, if we're going to go to the smaller screen, or here we're going to get this button. So once we press the button over here, you can see that these links are going to be appearing. And if I close it over here, there's just going to be this logo. However, if I'm going to go to the bigger screen over here, you can see that the links are going to be appearing. Now I'll show you obviously the classes that control, because there's a difference. We can actually choose when this button is appearing or what kind of colors we're getting by default and all that other stuff. So let's go back to our text editors and let's start working with our navbar over here, because after all, this was our first element that we actually created. So in this case, I'm actually going to go all the way over here. Sorry, I'm just going to delete this, but I'm going to go all the way to the top where we started. And over here before the header, we're going to actually create a navbar. So here we're going to say navbar. Now, once we have the navbar, then we're going to create a nav over here. And let's say over here, end of navbar. And maybe right away, let's do a header. So this is going to be a header over here. Now over here, what we're going to have a nav first, and then we're going to have a navbar. That's it. We're not going to have any other classes. So I'm just going to say over here navbar. Well, we're going to be adding classes later, but I just want to kind of explain to you what each and every class over here means. So let me save this. I'm going to go all the way to the top over here, and you can see that I have something over here. And if I can add a class, let's say of padding tab bottom 3, sure enough, this is going to be bigger right now because this is going to be our navbar. Now in the navbar, like I said, we have a logo. Then we're going to have over here this button that's closing, and then we'll have links. So we're going to start actually with a actual logo. So we're going to call this a logo. Over here, we're going to add this comment that this is going to be our logo. So we're going to start over here, and this is going to be a href link. And over here, we're going to say that this link is going to have an href of hashtag. So it's not going to go anywhere. And then it's going to have classes. So what kind of classes is going to have? Well, first we need to add this navbar brand class. So this is going to make sure that this is actually a logo, not just a link that we have over here. And let's add our own class that we would want is, let's say, text uppercase. Now, this is not literally our own class. It's obviously Bootstrap class, but we can just add it over here since I know that I'm going to be adding a text. Now, later on throughout the course, we're going to actually place the icons over here or actual logo of the company or something like that, or even we can place an image. So you're not limited. Just for the first one, I was going to say first website. And since I know that this is going to be my text over here, I can just say that this is going to be text uppercase. Now also I would want my text over here a little bit slanted, so we can say font italic over here, and now we have our font italic. Now after that, what we would want is we would actually want to have a button that's going to be closing over here, this guy. So we need to figure out where we're placing the button. So we're going to say over here that after the link, we would have a button. Now this button needs to have a class, and the class is going to be navbar toggler over here. So this is going to be the button. Now over here, we're going to say that type is going to be a button. And after that, we're going to have two more attributes. And the first one is actually going to be data. Then we're going to say toggle, data toggle, and that's going to be equal to collapse over here. This is the value that needs to be for this data toggle attribute. And also we have a data target. So again, basically what we're doing, we're selecting what we're going to be opening with the data target. And as always, we will going to be using an ID. So here we're going to say navbar, and we're going to say navbar brand. Now let me maybe change this to navbar brand. I don't want navbar brand. Let's say navbar. Let's call this navbar links. So this is what this button is going to be targeting. And over here inside the button, the same as when we were working with a modal, we're going to place over here span, and then within the span, we're going to have a class. Now what I'm doing over here is I'm placing something within the button. Now later on, we're going to look at how we can place our own, whether it's, again, some type of icon or anything like that. But for now, let's just go with the Bootstrap one. And for the class, we're going to say navbar, and we're going to have a toggler. And for the toggler, we're going to have an icon over here like this. So once we save this, we're not going to be able to see the button because we do need to add some classes over here that would actually control this over here. So for now, we know that it's there, but we cannot see it. So once we have over here, remember this navbar links. So within the nav, but not within the button over here, we're going to create the actual div that's going to contain the links. So here we're going to say that this is going to be a div. So we're going to have a div with a class of collapse, and then we're going to have a navbar collapse. So these are going to be the two classes. Now, after we have added these two classes, now we would want an ID. So here we're going to say an ID, and this ID needs to match this over here, the navbar links. So here, if this one was the actual navbar links, we're going to do that the same thing. So here we're going to say navbar, and we're going to call this navbar links. So we save this, and now within the navbar links, now we're going to place a unordered list and then list items. So here we're going to have an unordered list of navbar nav, and over here, once we have the unordered list, then we'll have list item nav item. So this is going to be the class of nav item. And then for the first one, again, we're going to add active over here like this. Now I'm going to delete the active for now, just because I'm going to be, again, copying and pasting. And over here within the list item, we're going to have a link. And within the link, this link is going to have a nav link class. So this is all for styling. Basically, we have a nav item, and then we have a nav link. Now over here for this href, we're actually going to have a value. So here we're going to have a hashtag, and over here we're going to say header. So what I'm saying over here, once we press it, we're going to go somewhere. So once we actually press it, we're going to go to skills, then we're going to go over here to this about section. So over here, these hashtags basically mean destination, where the actual link is going. And over here, we're going to say home. So now we're going to save this. And what we're going to do over here is we're just going to, again, copy and paste this 3 more times. So I'm going to say 1, 2, 3 over here. And this is going to be header. The second one is going to be skills. So we're also going to do skills over here. Then we're going to have about and projects. So let's say over here, we're going to add an about. And over here, we're just going to say that this is going to be a about. So let's say over here that this guy should be actually an about. So this is going to be href. And over here, we're also going to write that this is going to be about. And this last one is going to be projects. And this guy is going to be projects. So now we have the links. Now we just need to work with a classes over here, what we have in the top that actually styles the whole nav. So let me go back over here, and we're going to open up in the browser just to see that we have over here this navbar. So the navbar exists. We just cannot see anything because we need to add the classes. Now, what are the classes that we're actually adding? Well, over here, we have an option of where we're writing what kind of colors we're going to have. So here, if I'm going to write this, if I'm going to say class navbar, and we're going to say light over here. Now, once we save it, again, we cannot see really that much. But if I'm going to refresh over here, now you can see that at least I can see the button. And now you can see that this button is actually opening it up over here, these links. So if I'm going to close this and I open this, now we're not limited over here to just saying that this is going to be navbar light. Now let's actually add the class that would control when this button is actually opening it up. So let's say over here that I'm going to say navbar expand, and now we have an option. So we can expand on a medium screen or on a small screen or on a large screen. So what I'm saying is when this view is going to change from this to the links. So let's say over here we're going to do with the small one. So we're going to go back over here. We're going to refresh. Now you can see that I have the actual text over here. These would be my links over here like this. And as you can see over here, I didn't add the class of active, even though I told you that I would. So here, what we're going to say that for this list item, we're going to have class of active. So basically that means that once we open up the page, this is going to be over here, this boulder. And as I'm hovering, these are becoming bold. However, if I'm going down, shrinking, you see over here, the moment I'm going to reach the small screen, I'm going to get this button over here. However, if I'm going to go up, you can see that my links are going to appear, but my button is not going to appear anymore. It's actually going to disappear. And this is what we're controlling over here with this navbar expand small. Now, what is this navbar light and navbar dark? So with the light one, I'm saying that the background is light. So my text is actually going to be darker by default. Now let me change this one. Let me say over here that navbar is actually going to be dark. Check this one out. Now everything has disappeared. I cannot see anything because the links are still there. But Bootstrap thinks, well, you told me that the links are actually going to be have to be white because the background is going to be dark. Now, what does it mean? What does Bootstrap actually means by this? So let's say I'm going to say over here background. Let's say primary over here like this. Save it. And now, sure enough, I can see my links. Because what's happening is with navbar dark, my links are actually white. With a navbar light over here, my links are going to be dark. So now in this case, this is what we're getting. And obviously over here, later on in the course, we're going to be adding our own custom colors. But for now, we just added over here this background primary. So let's go over again. This is going to add the padding. This is going to change the color. If we're saying navbar light, then the text is going to be dark. If we're saying navbar dark, that means the text is going to be light. Then this is going to control at what screen size we're going to be opening up the navbar. And this is just going to give us a background over here, primary for a navbar. And congratulations, you are done with your first Bootstrap only project.